work session meeting at 9 a.m. We'll start right now. If everybody would please join me and stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So first thing on our work session is our solid waste report. Brittany's at training today, so she was unable to be with us, but I think you all received it in your packet. So I think it's an annual report that she has to send in just to make sure we're doing what we're supposed to be doing. Anybody have any questions on that report that was in your folder? No questions, I'll keep moving. So judge's report, things have been a little busy lately, which you all can imagine. On the 15th, we had our Lakeview Park schematic kind of kickoff thing at the park, kind of where we are with the Lakeview Park project. So that's moving forward. I think timeline's about 4 months, so we get back with us on some schematics and different things like that, budget numbers and things like that. On the 16th, I attended a ASAP opioid abatement recovery meeting. It was at the health department. It was very informative. Squire Dykus was there also. And it was just all the community partners coming together talking about the opioid problem that we have in our community and how we can address it. So there's a lot of things going on there. Finance committee met, emergency services committee has met, to kind of talk about where we're going with everything so we can kind of be more informed. The other day I was unable to attend, but Deputy Kennedy went to Plogging Across, Kentucky. It was a press conference out at Lakeview Park. The Lieutenant Governor was there, it was very well attended from what I heard. So basically what it is Plogging Across America event that will be held on March 7th at 5:30 at Sig Lusher. It's basically they're going to get out, run, jog, pick up trash. It's kind of the theory behind it. So it's a pretty cool initiative. Just yesterday I attended the Bow Tech School where Squire Blackburn is. The Bluegrass ad brought some, they're called VR devices. You put on your head and it's all about workforce development. What they're trying to do is get kids involved in different tech things. So it was pretty cool. I did one where you kind of you're an electrician and you had to learn how to lock the thing out, but it was all virtual, so you just stand there and you do it. And, so they're trying to talk to employers about using those, and it will kind of help with the workforce and things like that as far as training. And what they're hoping is in the schools that kids might recognize, like, hey, maybe I want to be an auto mechanic, or maybe I want to do electrical or something like that. So that was a really cool thing. The hot topic coming down the pike is the bourbon tax. I think everybody knows about House Bill 5. Deputy Kennedy and I went yesterday to CAECO and had a meeting with all the other county judges, about 17 of us, just talk about how that would affect our budgets and things like that. So there's more to come as far as that, and I can talk to anybody individually if you want to about where we are with that. And at this time, I would like to introduce our new part-time building inspector, Greg Smith. Greg, are you here? Yeah. There you are. There's Greg Smith. So I just wanted, you want to get up and say a couple words? I just wanted you to kind of be introduced to the court, to the public.
My name is Greg Smith. I came from Georgetown. I got 19 years building inspection experience there, and I retired there and was fortunate enough to land this position here. I appreciate it and I want to thank you all very much.
Thank you. Welcome to the team.
Thank you.
Also wanted to introduce Tina Peck. She is our new planning and planning and zoning planner. So would you like to go ahead and say a few words, Tina?
Hi, I'm Tina Peck, and I'm very happy to be here to serve not only the Fiscal Court, but also the constituents and the citizens of Franklin County. So thank you so much.
Welcome to the team.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is John Mitchell here by any chance? There he is. John, you're hiding back there on us. Yeah. Morning, John.
Good morning. Had a pretty good couple of weeks. We're still cleaning up trees and tree limbs. It seems like the wind blows every day. But we're getting there. We're working on some more today. We've had several culverts we've got in, replaced a few, put in some new ones, and started mowing and cleaning up at the Duckers property. Hopefully today we may finish up with it. It looks really good. It cleans up really nice. But it took a while, that's for sure.
I want to tell you, John, I've gotten several emails and comments from folks that live out there, and they're really appreciative. You're all doing a good job.
It looks good. They cleaned up a lot of the fallen trees and all that stuff, so everything's in good shape. And we, patched pretty much every road that's ours in the past 2 weeks, so we're catching up. Doing good.
Spring's coming fast and hard, isn't it?
We're ready.
Yeah, yeah. Anybody have any other questions for our road superintendent? No? John, thank you. Alrighty, before I move on, I just I guess want to talk to everybody as far as the layout of today. We have a couple agenda items on our regular meeting. We tried to kick everything to the 14th if we could. We're anticipating this is going to be about an hour. So I know a lot of y'all are here for the open hearing for the Duncan Road. So we're anticipating that starts probably about 10 o'clock. Because we'll go into, when we go into a closed session, we'll just leave the room, make it easier on everybody. We'll go back to conference room and do our closed session, which will be easier. And then we will anticipate on breaking for lunch at some point when we get to a good spot. So we're not going to run this thing all day long without taking a break or anything. So I just want to kind of let everybody know that's where we're heading. So if there's nothing else, we're going to move on to the approval of minutes. Anybody have anything to talk about for the minutes? Alrighty, now I'll ask our treasurer, Amy, to come up and give us treasurer's report, please.
Good morning.
Good
So
morning.
in your packets, you have the revenues and expenses as of the 23rd of February. I do want to point out, we have probably 10 items that are either close to their budget or a little over that I hope to address at the end of the month with the budget transfer. But one that I would like for you all to look at is on the expense report, page 6. Under general services, the professional services, the 01-9100-332. Just want to make you all aware of that because those usually come before you all to approve. So if we have any more, we've got about 4 months left of the budget year. I'll probably be saying, help me figure out how we're gonna, cover those, because those are usually large.
Repeat that, Amy, which
The
item?
professional services, the 01-9100-332. And if you want detail of that account, stop by and see me. I can give it to you. Any other questions on?
Amy, while you're up there, why don't we go skip to number 5, so you don't have to get up and down and talk about the first reading of amendment number 1 to ordinance number 5-2022 related to the budget for fiscal year 22 to 23.
So this is our first budget amendment for this year. There is one, your first page is sort of the narrative of what's going on with each one of these amendments. There is a change. If I have halfway through, it's labeled fire fund. That's actually sheriff. So just mark through that on yours, sheriff. But this amendment will increase the budget by $958,713, making our total budget $47,579,914.
Madam Treasurer, could you talk to the court a little bit about what our living budget is as opposed to what we're seeing on paper, how kind of grossly inflated that is due to the ARPA funds?
It is.
And the loan that we had taken out, the bond that we have in place for the emergency services, so that people understand the living budget that we have as opposed to what they're seeing on paper, which is 50% more than what our living budget is.
Right, and in the past few years, it has been inflated because of ARPA money, so we're carrying, since we haven't spent all of that money, we're carrying that over. As far as Sebastian, I don't, off the top of my head, have the number. I know we've talked about it. I want to say 30,
I'm gonna say 31.
31.
I'm gonna say it's grown from 27, 28 to about 31.
Mhm.
Sebastian
So,
said.
Yeah, and it's important to remember that. This is not, it does include, a large chunk of ARPA money.
Any other questions for Amy? Amy, thank you very much. Alrighty, then we'll go to payment of bills. Anybody have any questions for Kim on our bills that are in this week's packet?
Judge, is it okay if I ask a question?
Please, Jim.
All right, thank you. On page 1, down under the community infrastructure, for the sign, with the outdoor warning signs, is that like an annual maintenance on those? Or is that replacing something, or?
That is the new siren that was approved in
The old court?
the old court.
Yeah.
We've received some of the equipment for the siren, but not all of it.
Okay.
That's just what we received.
So this is the old. This is the new siren that the old court approved payment. It's not a new siren. That's in addition to what's already existing.
Correct.
Okay. All right. And then on page 2 of that, under renewals and repairs, and then under building maintenance. So if you look under account 01-5080-571 and then 5081-571, there's quite a bit for, it looks like AC repair. Is that something that our new maintenance director is going to focus on, or is it something that we have to sub out to a contractor? Do we know that? Does anybody know that? Just trying to figure this out, because it doesn't demonstrate to me that it's like elevator maintenance, that typically somebody has to come in and sign off that it's okay. This just looks like it's heating, cooling.
A cooling tower and a chiller is big stuff.
Yeah,
That's not-
I don't think.
Well,
we're
I
gonna
wasn't sure,
handle that.
because
I think
there's
it's
some under
additional
here
sign.
that says that it's just, sometimes these categories are misleading
Yeah.
because they say repair,
Right.
and that's not really what it is.
Right, yeah.
So, and that's not anybody's fault, it's just the way that it's configured to report for this category, so that's really my question.
Yeah.
What is
We
it,
have
and
every
is it something that,
anticipation of fixing everything we can fix, but I think like Squire Blackman says, those chillers and everything's kind of a different beast.
okay,
It was judicial center, so.
but that's one of the primary duties for the maintenance directors at the judicial center. So the other question I have under the fiscal court building repairs, under 5080-571, about the plumbing repair, is that something that our maintenance director is gonna kind of pick up? Because some of these bills happened before he was here.
Correct.
So that's
Yes.
the reason for a lot of these questions, based on the certifications that he brought to the table and
Absolutely.
the rationale to support that very important position. And then the other I have is in these supplemental bills. Under the Save the Grand, there's just a $25 thing under there. Was it just because the line item wasn't met? That's under 9100, as you know, 599, miscellaneous expense. And I'm not sure what that was, it was just a $25, but since there was another expense where we had shared revenue with them, this one just stood out because it was,
I think Amy can answer that, she has her hand up over there.
you okay?
That's a wire transfer fee.
Got it.
But they do reimburse us for that.
Okay, I wondered about that. All right, thank you. Okay, thank you.
Squire Blackburn?
On the judicial center, those those repairs are usually reimbursed through AOC, right?
That is
correct?
Yeah.
City anywhere.
Any other questions on the bills? Seeing no more questions, we'll move on to item number 6, and John can come back up and talk about Watkins Lane Bridge.
Oh, Watkins Lane, some of you know, we've been working on trying to get this fixed for several years. Finally, I think we got it nailed down the way we want it. We had 2 bids come in, got a local bidder here that gave us a good numbers. Hopefully, he's gonna get started here in the next month, something like that. Hopefully, get some good weather. Shouldn't take long to knock it out, so we should be good.
How long of a project is it, John?
Maybe 2 weeks,
Okay.
something like that. Shouldn't be that bad.
So they close the road down?
No, traffic will stay open. Everything's gonna be fine.
That's good out
Part of
there.
that one?
Do you have any idea why that other bidder was like almost 6 times more expensive?
It's a large bridge company is what it was. They just throwing numbers.
I got you.
Yeah, there was a whole lot of,
Yeah.
that spread was
Yeah.
crazy.
Any other questions about the bridge project? So John, do you, just so everybody knows, any of this in your budget, or is this just coming out of us?
I kinda had a little built in for that, but no, it is kinda, I'm gonna have to supplement some for it, because it was a little higher than what I expected, but
But you had some in your,
yeah, I had some
Your
built
budget.
in for that, yes.
okay. Good deal. All right, thank you very much. Anything else before we go into closed session to talk about employees? No? All right. Have a motion to go into closed session for KRS 61-8101F, discussion or hearings, which might lead to appointment, discipline, or dismissal of an individual employee.
I moved, Judge. Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, we'll go to conference room and go into closed session. go back into our work session?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, we're moving again. Let's go ahead to number 7, other businesses. Anybody have any other business?
Judge, I do. I've been contacted by the Kiwanis Club, who is having pancake breakfast the morning of the Easter egg hunt, which is the 25th of March. And they had inquired, since they're going to be able to assist the fiscal court in registering people that afternoon, see if members of the court wanted to come and provide a helping hand a little bit that morning with the pancake breakfast. So I'm tossing that out there to everyone. Starts at 7 o'clock at Franklin County High School. And it goes until 11:30. So a number of their folks who are working that are going to transition straight over to our event that afternoon to help us. So they just, they'd like for us to, if we could possibly lend a hand, to do so.
Absolutely.
So I told them I'd pass that along to the court and get some ideas for them and then get that back to Tim.
Sounds good.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Any other business? All right. So now, we are going to do this a little different. We're going to go ahead and we're going to go into our voting session to go ahead and vote on everything we've talked about to this point before we start the public hearing. So, clerk, please call roll.
Squire Sebastian.
Here.
Squire Blackburn.
Present.
Squire Dyken.
Here.
Squire Tracy.
Here.
Squire Tanner.
Here.
Squire Wisman.
Present.
Judge Mueller.
Present. Authorization to approve all minutes from regular meeting of February 15th, 2023.
So moved, Judge.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization to receive for treasurer's report.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Payment of claims. Is there a motion to deny any claims? No motion. I always do that. No motion was made. Let the record reflect claims are to be paid. Number 5, first reading of amendment number 1 to ordinance number 5-2022 relating to budget for fiscal year 2022 to 2023.
Move to approve, Judge.
There's no motion on a first reading.
That's right.
Authorization to accept bid for Bodkins Lane Bridge abutment repair.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Any opposed? Motion passes. Authorization to appoint Katima Smith as part-time receptionist.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization to rehire Chris McDaniel as part-time seasonal park employee. McDonald, I'm sorry.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization to rehire Wes McLean as part-time seasonal park employee.
So moved.
All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization to rehire Jim Ernest as part-time seasonal golf employee.
So moved. Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization to rehire Randy Oliver as part-time seasonal golf employee.
So moved. Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization to rehire Mark Johnson as part-time seasonal golf employee.
So moved.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization to rehire Leah Atha as part-time seasonal golf employee.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization to rehire Kevin McCreary as part-time seasonal golf employee.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization to rehire Steve Parker as part-time seasonal golf employee.
So moved.
You get that?
2 seconds.
Me.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization to rehire Joe Hanner as part-time seasonal golf employee.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization to rehire Donald Christie as part-time seasonal golf employee.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye. All
Aye.
those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Authorization to declare the public hearing open.
So moved. Second.
All right.
Alright, let's do this.
Yeah, Mark Johnson retired, so you know, he was the first.
Question.
I've got a couple for our county attorney. Mr. County Attorney,
Before John Breeze.
is this a new evidentiary hearing, or is this a continuation of an evidentiary hearing?
I believe this is a new evidentiary hearing.
Okay. Have we upheld the requirements of KRS on notification and all that?
I believe we have.
Well, I guess he's gonna be here.
Yeah.
So did we give a 14-day notice?
We gave a 7-day notice as required by the force, chapter 424, paragraph 424.
Did we notify all adjacent property owners?
They were notified prior to the first hearing.
Of a new evidentiary hearing?
They were notified.
No, we weren't.
It
Not this
depends
hearing.
on, it depends on what you're speaking about. Are you talking about compliance with the local ordinances, or are you talking about compliance with the ordinances?
Both?
Can we be quiet, please? Quiet.
Both.
As far as the local ordinances, I believe if you review the local ordinances, I think this has been raised earlier. The two local ordinances that were raised were actually repealed in 2021. So if you look at local ordinance 155-071, where it talks about public hearings, those are referring to public hearings with regard to the planning and zoning commission.
We can't hear.
We cannot hear at all.
So that notification to adjacent landowners was on a previous hearing,
Correct.
and this is a new hearing?
This is I guess you would say, a hearing on the recommendations from the Planning and Zoning Commission. Is how I guess you would say that it is styled.
I've got just a little confusion.
Me too.
Because it's new, but it's not. I just want to make sure that we do this correctly, whether it passes or fails. I don't want there to be a bad public perception on either side of the fence. I just want to try to do my best to make sure that we,
The same thing doesn't happen again?
yeah. No, because I look at Judge Wingate's order, and he gave us 3 options. Follow the recommendation without a hearing, on only an argument type of hearing, review the record made before the commission and determine the evidence, adjudicative facts, which differ from those of the commission, or hold its own trial type hearing, which this basically is an evidentiary hearing, and find different facts than what the planning commission found. So I just want to make sure that we're doing this the right way, and your guidance is what we've got to go by. So,
So Squire Blackburn, your first question was, is this a
is this new or
new
is this a
evidentiary hearing?
continuation?
And so,
And what this is, if you look at our local ordinances, 155-071 is our local ordinance regarding zone map amendments and how that process starts. And it starts with, if you look under subsection B, it talks about when the request is made, the original hearing will take place in the Planning and Zoning Commission. And it talks about the public, it talks about the notice requirements as far as that hearing. Then if you look under 155-072 zoning map amendments, commission recommendations, after that hearing is held, the commission then makes recommendations.
that are then sent to the fiscal court. And the fiscal court can do one of three things, as Judge Wingate in his opinion stated. And so when you read those two in conjunction with each other, we are here on reviewing the recommendations from the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Then it sounds like maybe using, I
I
think
mean, it's
maybe,
an evidentiary hearing in which the court takes testimony to make a
Right, but it-
determination on whether or not.
it sounds like whether it's new or continuous is maybe the issue, and maybe, go ahead.
At our last meeting, I believe Squire Tracy asked, if it's new, then we disregard all previous information. And if it's continuation, then we have to make sure that all the previous stuff was considered. So are we considering all the previous evidence that was given to us from the Planning Commission and
I'm
our...
not sure what is going to be introduced, but it's my understanding that some of those, I don't know exactly what's going to be introduced here today.
So
The
are
decision is-
we disregarding all previous information and just taking everything new?
It depends on what's introduced at this hearing.
Well, I mean, if they introduce old information, it's introduced now, which is basically new, but...
If they introduce the old information at this hearing, then that I'm not trying to be
No, I get it.
circular. If they are introducing the same information at this hearing, if you understand where I'm going, if they're introducing this old information at this hearing, then the court can use that to make their decision in this matter.
So we're not to consider any old information from previous meetings that we already have from previous meetings?
Unless it's introduced here today.
Right, okay, okay.
Clarify that. At current, this body has not considered to date any of the testimony that was held by the fiscal court at the last time this was heard. That was my intent. I believe 3 of us said we wanted a new evidentiary hearing. We did not want to consider any of that information. It can be submitted this time by anyone that's here back into the record, but today's record will be what stands to make the decision upon. Nothing from the previous court hearing, particularly since 3 of us are new and we're not part of that hearing. We don't have that information except for what was provided. We were not party to those testimonies. We're only considering what is submitted as evidence through today's hearing and what's in our packet that's been submitted by comments up to this date, correct?
Correct.
Right.
Okay. So this is a new evidentiary hearing. I am concerned that we, or at least I expressed that we wanted a new evidentiary hearing and had assumed that our staff would distribute that to the parties that were interested or engaged previously, including adjacent property owners. So I'm concerned if anyone did not receive notice, I would prefer to err on the side of caution to make sure that we have the length of time to make sure that everyone was well aware of this hearing. We decided, I think, more than 2.5 weeks ago that we were going to host this. So there should have been plenty of time for staff to let everyone know.
Your Honor, property notice.
County Attorney, what are we gonna do here? We good?
It's the court's discretion on whether they want to move forward with it or not. I mean, if they want to continue the matter, I think we're good with the notice requirements, but it's ultimately up to the court on whether they want to proceed today or not.
I reviewed with county attorney, he reviewed with our attorney, and he's saying that everything that we have done to this point is legal, and, I think we move forward with this.
Can I ask, County Attorney, could you review for us and the public here what our current ordinance states in regard to notices? You said 2 of those were repealed. The ordinances that have been referenced to all of us by email were repealed in 2021, so what
That
is
is
our
correct.
standard notice, 7 days
As far as,
for an evidentiary hearing like this?
well, it pursuant to KRS Chapter 424, 130, I believe it's a 7-day notice in addition to the Open Meetings Act.
So is that
I think we're in full compliance with.
are you saying that's in statute? Because I don't recall the court repealing some ordinances in 21. I'm just trying to make sure I understand
When the court
where it is.
codified
Okay,
their ordinances in
Mhm.
2021.
okay.
Looks like ordinance 2021, in which the two that have previously been brought to my attention were in Chapter 2 of those previous ordinances. There is currently no Chapter 2 in our ordinances. Section 3 states, "All prior ordinances pertaining to subjects treated in the code shall be deemed repealed from and after the effective date of the code." That was done on February the 19th of 2021.
The fiscal court repealed Chapter 2 of our ordinances.
Correct.
I'd like to review that.
I don't recall us doing that, repealing an entire chapter. I don't.
Here's the ordinance.
I'm not saying
No,
that that's
no,
not the case. I'm just saying I don't recall us repealing an entire chapter.
Because that's an important one. 2.086, notice of public hearing, time,
It
date,
is.
place, reason for holding hearing shall be given by one publication. I mean, I have the ordinances right here in front of me, I guess, that we dissolved or made go away. I don't remember doing that. I don't know if that was,
155.071. 155.072, it has some of those same chapters from 2 in those ordinances.
was that at the discretion of the former county attorney, or was that based upon the will of the court?
Introduced and given first reading at a date convening meeting of the Fiscal Court of Franklin County, Kentucky held on the 28th day of January 2021. Given second reading and adopted at a duly convened meeting of the Fiscal Court of Franklin County, Kentucky held on the 19th day of February 2021. The record of Fiscal Court Book 31, page 214.
Do you know if our ordinances have been updated on our online?
They are currently available online.
They are updated.
Yes. I believe the website is amlegal.
So our options, it's the discretion of this court to delay this hearing to a new date, or to continue this hearing currently, and that be it, or to hold the hearing today and recess for another date to continuation? I'm asking options.
May I speak, sir? The county attorney is our legal advisor. He has been elected by the people to make these decisions, and he says we can legally go forward with this. I am not a lawyer, so the only other people you could get to come in here is to hire outside counsel to come in here and make a debate against our county attorney. And I'm not willing to do that, so I make a motion, we go forward if a motion is proper.
Your Honor, can I ask a point of clarification?
No. Can, if we can start, go ahead.
I want to be sure that we're all clear on what's happening, because it's not fair to anybody if we're not clear. So my point, my question is, how can it be a continuation of a public hearing if you're not considering all that past stuff? You said that it's a new thing, and past stuff can be introduced, but this is a new hearing. I get that. So if it's a new hearing, then doesn't public notice requirements for a new hearing apply? How can you have it both ways? It's a new hearing, so you guys didn't have to go back and review hours of testimony. I get it, that's fine. But if it's a continuation, which is what you're saying you need to do for the 7 days notice and not notify landowners, then you should have gone back and read all that. I don't understand how you can do it both ways. I want to be clear what you're doing. Ma'am, what is your name? Ma'am, can you state your name? My name is Chris Schimler. Thank you.
Sure, go ahead.
Good morning or afternoon.
Go ahead and state your name, please.
John Brump, I'm an attorney for the applicant. There's one application here filed in February of 2022. Pursuant to that application, according to Kentucky law and according to your ordinance, notice was given to all the adjoining landowners of a meeting on February, or on sometime in March. The folks all objected to that because Woodford County had not been given notice, so the hearing got continued, and it got continued. But then it was held before the Planning Commission in July. Again, one notice to the landowners under the statute. Once the landowners are before the forum, they're before the forum. They're required under law to have, under due process of law, notice and an opportunity to be heard. They got notice of the application and of the hearing. Then we have a hearing before the Planning Commission and they make recommendations. It came to this fiscal court with, obviously 3 members here were not there then. They elected not to hold another public hearing. They elected to consider the record before the Planning Commission in its totality by reviewing the video. Then there was a meeting where first reading was given to an ordinance to reject the Planning Commission's recommendations. Again, no written letters to all the landowners. They are before the forum. Once you get notice of something, it becomes your obligation as a lawyer, as a citizen, or whoever to keep up with it. They adopted 2 readings of an ordinance, and the same landowners that are here today, represented by an entity, filed an appeal. That appeal went to Judge Wingate, and Magistrate Blackburn has referenced his ruling. He sent it back to you and gave you 3 options, and you've chosen option number 3 to yet have another hearing on the application filed in February of 2019. That's a de novo hearing. If the fiscal court had elected in July to have another hearing, that would have been a de novo hearing. When I say de novo, I mean it begins with, it considers only the evidence heard at the hearing. So this idea of notice to the public, I mean, honestly, my client reads the Frankfurt Journal and I get all of the articles out of the Frankfurt Journal. You would have had to have been an amoeba not to have notice of this zoning procedure and this hearing today and every hearing and every matter. I don't read Facebook, but I understand there's a big subject matter on Facebook. Be that as it may, the applicants here today, they're prepared, based upon this court's decision at its meeting about a month ago, to have a public hearing on their application filed in February 2022, pursuant to Judge Wingate's ruling. Thank you.
Judge, regardless of what's been said, I believe we've established that proper procedure was given for notice. I'm accepting that. My question, and I believe we've had a failed motion, is what is the will of this body to do one of the 3 options as I see it? Continue with the hearing today, reschedule the hearing, or hold the hearing today with a continuation on another date? That's my question. If that's our 3 options, and what's the will of the body?
It's my intent to continue this hearing today because I think we've been in compliance, Squire Tracy.
Just one question from County Attorney. In your professional opinion, do you see anything wrong with moving today's scheduled public hearing forward?
No, I think the notice requirements have been met.
I'll second Squire Tanner's motion.
Want to take a vote? We don't have to.
Okay.
Take a vote.
Don't have to take a vote, you'll
Huh?
move forward.
It's
I'm
on
with
your
you.
agenda to move forward.
Yeah, it's on our agenda to move forward, so I'd like to start the
The
public hearing.
motion's redundant.
Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Squire Sebastian.
Here.
Squire Blackburn.
Here.
Squire Dykus.
Here.
Squire Tracy.
Here.
Squire Tanner.
Here.
Squire Westman.
Present.
Judge Brewer.
President. Alrighty, so I want to go over some housekeeping rules. Do not interrupt the speaker at any time. All questions must be held until the speaker is finished. Raise your hand at the end of the presentation and I will call on you. Is there a member of the court that has conflict that would affect their ability to hear this matter and make a decision based on the testimony and evidence presented today for any reason and cannot decide based on the standards of KRS 100.213? Any court members? No. I just want to let everybody know that there will be no action taken at today's meeting. This is just part of the process here. Any evidence that will be entered into record will be, if you could bring it to the podium before you speak, If anybody comes up to speak, we need, because we're recording this, to state your name. Anything that's gonna be handed out to the court needs to be handed to the deputy, that will hand it to the clerk, that will distribute it, through the deputy again. We will take a lunch at some point today. We're not gonna run this thing, with no lunch in sight, so just let everybody know where we're at. When you talk about the, public's time limit to speak, so the time limit does not apply to the applicant, court, or staff, just to the public. So do I have a motion to limit public comments to 5 minutes?
Someone. Second.
All those in favor, or clerk, please call roll.
Squire Ashton,
May I ask a clarification on the motion? If someone opts to, if they have signed, is there a document that they've signed to speak today?
Yes.
If they ask to cede their time to another individual, are we going to allow that?
I believe
Or is
no.
that individual time slot just for the individual who signed?
Per person,
Per person?
yes.
And how
Not
many
clear.
people,
Oh,
Sorry.
I ain't making the motions.
how many people have signed?
Don't know, I don't have that document in front of me yet.
32.
And
Could
the
I
cap
amend-
is 5.
Can I amend the motion that's been made? I don't know who made
Can you
it.
let Squire Sebastian finish, please? Go ahead.
So if they've signed once, they only get one opportunity for 5 total minutes, correct?
They
An
have the
individual.
ability to cross-examine anybody and things like that throughout the process. This is just about public comment.
Public comment. Okay. And so now I'd like to hear,
Well,
Before-
only thing I was gonna do, I think your question was, can they loan their time or give it
Yeah.
to somebody else?
yes,
I can, whatever the will of the court wants to do, but I was just gonna amend the motion to say that they have 5 minutes, but cannot loan their minutes to somebody.
that's my question, because if 4 people give their time to someone else, I'm just trying to make sure I understand, because I've seen that happen before.
Yeah.
And for clarification, when this was advertised, that was part of the advertisement at that time, would not be, you know.
Okay,
giving other
all right,
people.
thank
So
you.
just to keep everybody on
Okay,
the same page
yes,
there.
yes.
Judge, can I ask one clarification? 5 minutes is the speaking limit. That is not consideration of any additional cross-examination or questions from this body to a speaker, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, I didn't.
Just verifying.
All right.
All right. So,
Clerk,
my vote is
please call
yes.
roll.
Okay. Squire Blackburn,
Did she vote?
I did, I voted yes.
Yes.
She heard me.
Squire Dykus,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Tanner,
Yes.
Squire Westman,
Wisman, because that was the advertised, that's yes.
Judge Miller,
Yes. All right. This is a called public hearing in accordance with Kentucky Revised Statute 100.211. Kearney Storage LLC is requesting approval of zone map amendment from Agriculture District AG to Industrial General District IG for 85.388 acre portion of property located in Franklin County, identified as a portion of Tract 1, 84.05 plus minus acres, and a portion of Tract 2, 1.331 plus minus acres, located at 690 Duncan Road. The property is more specifically identified as a portion of PPA map number 087-00-00-031.00, Tract 1, and a portion of PPA map number 087-00-00-031.01, Tract 2. Clerk, if you would, could you swear in staff and any presenters that are present in the courtroom? And I ask everybody to stand.
please raise your right hand.
No, we don't need to.
We don't need
Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I can't
Yeah. Mr. Hewitt, if you go ahead and come forward, and I'd like the county attorney to go ahead and do your thing.
Judge, can I ask a point of clarification? just as a point of note, we are accepting documents to be submitted as part of the record today from anyone who's speaking in the audience. There was some confusion about whether we were going to accept anything with the public comments having been due already, but that is only for those that could not make it. We're accepted those till the day before yesterday at 4:30.
If somebody wants to pass evidence and things like that, yes, we will accept them.
We'll accept submitted. Thank you.
Can you please state your name for the record?
Robert Hewitt,
Mr. Hewitt, where are you currently employed?
Franklin County Fiscal Court, Frankfort, Kentucky.
And what is your position with Franklin County?
Director of Planning and Building Codes.
And how long have you been the director of planning and building codes?
In Franklin County, 16 years, 2 months.
And how much experience, previous experience do you have in the planning and zoning area?
My experience began on January 3rd, 2020, with the city of Frankfort. Worked for other municipalities throughout that time, also private consultant, intermixed in between those times, so approximately 23 years.
Okay. What is your educational background in planning and zoning?
I have a bachelor's of geography in the city and regional planning track from Western Kentucky University with a minor also in city and regional planning. I also am a qualified stormwater inspector from the University of Kentucky Department of Engineering in accordance with the Kentucky Division of Water Phase 2 permit program.
Okay. Do you currently hold any certifications through the Commonwealth of Kentucky or any other entity regarding planning and zoning?
Not outside of that previously mentioned.
Okay. Have you previously been qualified as an expert to speak at other commissions or hearings regarding planning and zoning?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Hewitt, please present your report.
At this time, I'd like to introduce my curriculum vitae to the record. So as previously stated, this is a zone map amendment request from Kearney Storage LLC for 2 tracts of land located at 690 Duncan Road from its current agricultural zoning classification to industrial general. That being said, I'd like to introduce into the record KRS Chapter 100.213, which are the findings necessary for a proposed map amendment. These are the standards by which the fiscal court must consider and only consider when making a decision on this request. So I'd like to read that into the record, please. KRS 100.213, findings necessary for proposed map amendment reconsideration, sub 1. Before any map amendment is granted, the planning commission or the legislative body of the fiscal court must find that the map amendment is in agreement with the adopted comprehensive plan, or in the absence of such a finding, that one or more of the following apply, and such finding must be recorded in the minutes and records of the planning commission or the legislative body or fiscal court. Sub A, that the existing zoning classification given to the property is inappropriate and that the proposed zoning classification is appropriate. Sub B, that there have been major changes of an economic, physical, or social nature within the area involved which were not anticipated in the adopted comprehensive plan and which have substantially altered the basic character of the area. So that sets the foundation of what we're here to do today. As such, we have to discuss the comprehensive plan. I'd like to now introduce KRS Chapter 100.191 into the record, titled Research Requirements for Comprehensive Plans. And I'll summarize that because it has 4 subsections contained within. Number 1 is an analysis of the general distribution and characteristics of past and present population, along with a forecast of future population into the future as reasonable to foresee. Sub 2, an economic survey and analysis of major existing public and private business activities, future economic levels, forecast of necessary actions to increase the quality of life in its current and future population, and encouragement of economic development as far into the future as reasonably to proceed. Number 3, research and analysis of the nature, extent, adequacy, and needs of the community for the existing land and building use, transportation, and facilities, in terms of their location, character, extent, including the identification and mapping of agricultural lands of statewide importance, and analysis of the impacts of community lands use needs of these lands, and lastly, background information in subsection 4 for the elements of the plan may include any other research analysis and projections in which the opinion of the Planning Commission serves the purpose of the comprehensive plan. So, with that being said, I would like to go back into a little history, and if I could, I have a display I'd like to put on the easel, please. So on page 3 of the staff report, just under the previously read KRS 100.213 document I stated, there is a map of the current comprehensive plan future land use map that was adopted in 2021 by the Franklin County Planning Commission. The staff report for that action is located in the upper right corner of that display. So that is the map shown on page 3 of the staff report. The language, or excuse me, the designation of that property is employment center. That description is located on page 4 of my staff report. I would like to refer back to the display. The upper left-hand corner represents excerpts from the 2001 Franklin County Comprehensive Plan. Along with the map, is key, which designates the property as employment center. The language within that regulation, or within that standard of employment center, is located at the bottom of that first panel. The bottom to the left panel is adopted comprehensive plan from 2006. You have the cover, you have the map with the key, and once again, you have the language of employment center. Bottom right, the 2016 comprehensive plan. Cover page, map, legend, employment center designation. That being said, since 2001, this property has been designated as a future land use of employment center. The language and the description of an employment center is not only similar, it's identical. Not a single word has changed since 2001. So therefore, goal number 1, page 5 of the staff report, growth by design. It states that growth in Frankfort and Franklin County will be responsibly designed, planned, and managed to create a sustainable community that provides for a quality lifestyle for all residents of Frankfort and Franklin County. Future growth will be based on a long-term vision for a community, public service availability, sustainability of land for development, and a thorough understanding of the cultural and ecological features of the area.
Can I ask a question? Okay.
Based on my analysis of goal 1, I find that policies located on page 6 of my report, policies 1, 2, 3, 5, and 12 are applicable to this request. Goal 2, distinguish town and country identity. This property is located within the suburban area identified in the Franklin County subdivision and development plan regulations. So therefore, any development on this property would be subject to those suburban development standards. Okay? The map in the development regulations is consistent with the future land use designation of the employment center because it represents a suburban area for future development. Changes in the area include more build out in industrial park number 3, which is adjacent to the site. We have a new multi-story senior housing complex on Democrat Drive, just less than half a mile to the north. We have a zone change of a new car dealership that's going to be coming in on Democrat Drive. We had a new convenience store, another restaurant. So changes in that area are happening as we speak. On page 8 of the staff report, I have included a copy of the Woodford County zoning map. You'll see that once again in my staff report. So I cite in the distinction of this goal that Woodford County has designated adjacent to the Franklin County line agricultural activities, residential activities, and industrial activities. The industrial, within that triangle, is the top right corner. So Woodford County has industrial zoning directly adjacent to the Woodford County, or the Franklin County line. I find that policies 2, 7, and 8 are applicable to this request. Infrastructure is a planning tool. So it states to utilize the provision of infrastructure in supporting and influencing growth in the areas most suitable for development. One of the big concerns for people is traffic. How much traffic is the development going to create? Your current regulations require that traffic studies be done for any zone map amendment not involving residential use. This request has been heard many times. This is the 4th public hearing I participated in. Traffic studies have been done at every stage of this process. And even in your packet today, you have a revised traffic study dated February 2023. That reflects the developments within the area I previously mentioned. It also references the improvements to US 60, a widening project at the interchange to 6 lanes, which is intended to reduce queuing and congestion in that area. We all know Duncan Road feeds right to that area. So, based on the updated traffic study, as I previously mentioned, February 2023, the delays, based on the traffic engineer study, states they'll be at acceptable levels, and that no future road improvements are warranted. On page 10 and 11 of the report, I provide utility mapping from the Kentucky Infrastructure Report. In Franklin County, on our GIS system, I have the same data, just a little more detail. If I could, please, this board. So on the top panel of this display, I've identified Duncan Road. The orange line represents the line between Franklin County and Woodford County. The blue lines represent water mains in the area. Purple dots represent fire hydrants, and the green lines represent sanitary sewers. You'll notice that the lines are quite large. If I may approach the panel, I would like to note there's a 12-inch water line running down Duncan Road. There's a 24-inch water line along the western boundary of the subject property. There's an 8-inch gravity sanitary sewer to provide service to the property, along with a series of manholes, sewer manholes, and fire hydrants on the perimeter. So that's a lot of infrastructure for a vacant piece of property, but it was planned for development since 2001. Stormwater is also a very big concern for people. So much so that Franklin County also requires an analysis, a hydraulic analysis, and calculations by a professional engineer be prepared for any development in the community within the unincorporated areas. That occurs at the time of a development plan submittal. However, in a zone change case for non-residential properties, a concept plan must be submitted as a supplement to the application. And that was done in this case. And in that concept plan, the proposed layout for the property was depicted, along with proposed detention basin areas. I would like to submit the applicant's exhibit dated February 2022, Tierney Farms, 69 Duncan Road, conceptual site plan into the record. So as part of their submittal, the applicant did do an analysis of the land, where water flows, and where it would be most appropriate to detain that water to comply with the Franklin County stormwater regulations. Additionally, Franklin County has deemed Slipway Branch as a sensitive watershed. Portions of this property do drain to Slipway Branch. The Planning Commission has recently authorized county staff to impose an additional 25% restriction for stormwater discharges for any development within the Slipway Branch watershed. That has been imposed on any new development within the watershed since that authorization by the Planning Commission, and this property would be subject to the same. The image at the bottom panel represents water that doesn't go to the Slipway Branch watershed. The image you see is LiDAR imagery based on the Franklin County ortho imagery flown in 2019. So as such, I generated this exhibit going along the ridge line to show the approximate area that does not flow to Slipway Branch, but actually flows to Glens Creek. And based on the GIS calculations, it's approximately 315 acres. That includes not only portions of the subject property, but portions of Industrial Park Number 3 and residences along Hanley Lane. And as you can see on that exhibit, Castle and Key is located right at the bottom of the swell. So unfortunately, whether this land develops or not, Castle and Key, that distillery has always and will always receive stormwater discharges. Goal 4, promote economic health. As a result of this property being adjacent to the existing industrial park number 3, as well as its designation for future development as an employment center, I find that this application would, under policy 1, continue to promote the development and expansion of quality, environmentally stable and economically productive industrial or industry in existing industrial parks, direct additional industrial and or commercial growth onto land that is suited for industrial and or commercial development. It would promote the concepts of mixed land uses, increased density and connectivity within and between developments. And lastly, that it would encourage the development of businesses that provide needed products, services, and jobs for the existing neighborhoods, as well as appropriate expansion opportunities of unique and local industries. Goal 5 on page 13, protect environmental health. According to the National Flood Insurance Rate Maps, this property is not located within a flood hazard area, so therefore the flood damage prevention ordinance regulations would not apply to any development on this property. Page 14 of my staff report does identify the limits of the Phase 2 stormwater regulation areas as defined by the Kentucky Division of Water. While it is not within the MS4 Phase 2 area, it is still subject to the county's regulations for both stormwater management and the Planning Commission's mandate of a reduction of 25% for all stormwater discharges. I find that policies 1, 2, 3, and 5 are applicable for this request, and those are located on page 15 of the staff report. Goal number 6, preserve existing neighborhoods. I do not find that this development would support or preserve the existing residential neighborhood on Duncan Road to the east, portions of which are in Franklin County, the majority of which is in Woodford County. I would like to note that there are the 2 industrial districts adjacent to or near residential neighborhoods. Industrial Park number 1 being the Village at Duckers subdivision on Leestown Road, and Industrial Park number 3, the Hamlin Lane Neighborhood Association to the west. Goal 7, enhance community quality and character. Once again, this is subject to your regulations for site design, stormwater management, lighting, noise, vibration, things of that nature. So this will be treated as though it were within any other suburban area within Franklin County. All right? Industrial activity at this location could provide additional jobs, new businesses, and increased tax base for the community. I find that policies 3, 4, and 5 support the industrial zoning on this property. The IG zoning generally permits wholesaling, warehousing, distribution, limited retail sales and services, manufacturing from pre-manufactured parts, all in accordance with your land use table located chapter 155 of the codified ordinances. Page 18, I conclude with recommended findings of fact for the court to consider. I would like to read those into the record at this time. Number 1, the conference plan, future land use plan, designates the property for employment center. Number 2, the industrial general zone district is appropriate for the employment center land use designation. Number 3, the updated traffic impact study dated February 23rd, 2023 concludes that future traffic conditions will remain within acceptable limits and no road improvements are needed. A copy of that study is attached to your report. Number 4, such a property is bound by industrial zoning to the east, west, and north within Franklin County. Number 5, the subject property is adjacent to an established industrial park. Number 6, the subject property is within 1 mile of Interstate 64 interchange. Number 7, the zone map amendment application for a change to industrial general district is in agreement with the comprehensive plan future land use map, as well as many of the goals and policies contained therein. Number 8, that the existing zoning classification given to the property is inappropriate and that the proposed zoning classification is appropriate. With that being said, I have 2 more exhibits I'd like to share with the court. If I could, would you go to this one first? Yes, sir, if you would. The image displayed now is a road distance map provided by the Kentucky Transportation Cabinet on their website. This image shows mile point segments as they map them, and they're including both Kentucky 1681, that we all know as Duncan Road, and US 60, known as Versailles Road. So if I could approach the panel. The entrance to the subject property is just south along Duncan Road of this mile point at the bottom of the page. That's mile point 0.333. And while it's labeled, just for reference, this is Versailles Road or US 60 running north to south from Woodford and Franklin County. So to substantiate my finding of fact that the subject property is within 1 mile of the interstate, based on the Transportation Cabinet, Duncan Road of those segments represents 0.63 miles, not 1 mile quite. Versailles Road represents 0.199. So from the mile point at Corporate Drive north to the intersection of US 60, and from US 60 to the on-ramp is 0.829 miles. So that substantiates that recommended finding of fact. Next panel, please. This image represents the zoning map from your Franklin County GIS. I've highlighted in teal and labeled the subject property 690 Duncan Road. Its current zoning classification is agricultural. As you can see, Industrial Park 3 to the west is all zoned industrial general, and all the factories to the east are zoned industrial general. All those properties currently zoned, as well as the subject property, are all designated in your future land use map as commerce center. So therefore, my finding recommended to this body is that the current zoning of this property is inappropriate and the proposed zoning is appropriate. With that, I'd like to reserve time at the end of the hearing for some closing statements. I wish my staff report and exhibits to be entered into the record, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hewitt. I believe Squire Blackburn, first race. So, questions for Mr. Hewitt?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Hewitt.
Yes, sir.
You put a lot of time and effort into this report. I noticed it was a lot different than the last time that we did this. You referenced the land use map, going all the way back, I think, to 2001. Was that created by staff, or did we have public?
No, sir. A consultant by the name of Ryan Dale Clarion was hired to prepare that, along with Nexus Group, which is another private consulting firm they partner.
So the citizens didn't have really any input into the land use map. Would that be safe to say or not?
No, sir. As required by KRS 100, all elements of the creation of the comprehensive plan, including that of the future land use map, requires public hearings before the Planning Commission, in addition to any public outreach that the consultants perform.
So I like in the public hearing for the land use map, when it was adopted, someone spoke on it, and that was about it. So there was really nobody sitting around the table from the public drafting the plan.
Are you referring to the 2001 document
Yes,
still?
sir. Yes, sir.
I wasn't at that hearing, so I can't testify as to who said what or what was not said.
Okay, thank you. How old are some of these? I mean, some of these look like they're recent, and some of them look. I mean, I saw a pond on there, on the front of the property. That's not. Are those pictures like 4 or 5 years old?
Which images are you referring to?
Let's look at the color one there.
The utility infrastructure map?
Yeah, how old is that picture? Now, the one he's got in his left hand.
That's a 2019 image.
Okay, and then you've got the topo map of the GIS stuff.
Correct.
Is that all current? Because there's been a substantial amount of land moved.
That LiDAR imagery was taken as a result of that 2019 ortho imaging.
So that was before all the land disturbance, okay.
So the ortho also generated 2-foot contour elevations. It's also on the GIS.
From 2019?
Yes, sir.
So, okay, that's old. And that's been altered since way before this was approved or unapproved or wherever we are in the process. I noticed on your staff report, you said there was a pond that drains to the front towards Slickaway. That's not there anymore.
If I could refer back to the panel. There are 2 water bodies shown in this image on the subject property. I'll refer to this as the larger pond. I'll refer to this as the smaller pond. Both discharge to Slickaway Branch.
Are they both still there?
No, sir. This pond remains. This pond has been removed. A new pond has been constructed somewhere in the southern portion of the property within Franklin County.
Okay. So there's been some substantial changes. I mean, when you built somewhere on the county line close to it, the new pond,
It's on the southern portion of the property. Without that imagery,
don't know.
without new imagery, I couldn't tell you exactly.
Is there any requirements to build a pond for like a dam? Do we need any like
Depends on its
engineering?
purpose. Depends on its purpose. If it's for a stormwater retention basin, then yes.
But if it's for
Engineers-
agricultural, no?
Correct. We wouldn't regulate that.
Okay.
But if it's for stormwater retain, as in you'll see in the concept plan, the large pond that you see on the image is proposed as a retention basin. And so
And it was existing.
it is, but there'll be modifications to the dam in order to provide storage volume for stormwater.
So you'll have to have some insight into how it's going
Correct. That'll be.
check how it's already made and if there's any changes that need to be made.
Correct. An engineer will have to.
So will they have to go in and check the new one that was made for agricultural purpose on the back close to Woodford County?
If they plan to use it for retention purposes for stormwater, yes.
Would there be any other reason to build a pond on an industrial I mean, I'm just asking.
Stormwater retention typically is the reason.
It's the primary
There could be
reason.
an aesthetic value to it, but mostly it's stormwater retention.
Well, I noticed on your first staff report, or your one from 22, goal 6, you didn't have any policies or of the goal that supported the applicant's request, and goal 7, you didn't have any as well, but this time around you do, and I wonder what's changed from that time until now, why you would change your findings on your staff report on specifically goal 7. You stated 3, 4, and 5. And in 22, you stated you did not find any policies of this go to support the applicant's request.
Judge Mueller, if I may, the Squire is referencing a document that was not entered into testimony or into evidence in this proceeding. So I do not believe it to be appropriate for me to comment on evidence not entered.
Can we enter that document into evidence? We can. So we'd like to enter that document into evidence.
Sir, what's your name?
Brett Connors, BRETT, CONRS, which would then allow him to comment on the initial document.
So it can be moved into evidence if that's the wish.
Love to.
I think it should be redo.
Is that okay?
Yeah, if we can, let's do that.
I was just wanting to kind of understand your reasonings for the difference, Mr. Yu.
I would like to see the document entered into the record so I'd have an opportunity to review it and respond.
Absolutely, absolutely. I understand.
You got the entire document for our Blackburn?
I've got mine. I've got so many mixed in here together. I thought I had my old stuff outside of this.
I don't know that I want to give it to you with some of my comments written on it, though. Do I have to?
I mean, if it's gonna be part of the evidence, something has to be turned in.
Well, then I recuse that question then.
Okay.
I don't want that seen. That's all I've got for right now. Thank you, Mr. Hewitt.
Thank you. Any other questions, Squire Westman?
I have a significant number of questions. I wonder if we could reserve Mr. Hewitt's time for the end in light of the 30-some public comments that we can request, make those questions of Mr. Hewitt at the end of this proceeding rather than at the moment.
I'd rather go ahead and just do it while we're here. Stick with the agenda.
Stick with me.
Okay.
All right. Mr. Hewitt, like a couple of things here. The subject property, just my understanding, a number of things just to clarify for myself here at the beginning. The subject property is outside of the designated area that is potential regional retail area, 3,500-foot radius from the center of the interstate exchange, as well as the potential regional retail area with the 2,500-foot radius. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Hewitt, this property, to my understanding, is designated on the National Register of Historic Places, not only as historic structures, but as a farm in general. Is that your understanding?
I do not have documentation with me today. I have had a meeting with staff from the Kentucky Heritage Council a couple of years ago who provided information related to the former Crutcher house that was located on the property. I'm not aware that the entire property was entered, but I do recall specifically the home.
Are you aware of any changes in that National Register listing currently because of the demolition of the structures?
None that I'm aware of.
So the subject property is still listed on the National Register of Historic Places, which is a federal designation,
I'm
correct?
not aware that the property has that designation. I don't have that information. I just am aware that the house was, and that documentation was shown to me by the staff at the Kentucky Heritage Council.
Thank you. I'll enter into the record. I do not have a copy, but by reference, the National Register of Historic Places nomination from 1975 that lists this property specifically as a listing for that.
You have the document with you for our piece of evidence?
We will get it before this hearing concludes, if that's acceptable.
Okay.
Mr. Hewitt, the National Register document dictates that a family cemetery was on the site of this farm at some point. The exact number of burials and otherwise are unknown. Are you aware of a process that has removed or mitigated that cemetery or moved it to another location?
I have firsthand knowledge that a cemetery was noted on the survey of the property that was performed by a surveyor hired by the applicant. There was a single body exhumed from that location and reinterred under the guidance of a licensed funeral home director and confirmed by the Franklin County coroner to a different location on the same property, and a headstone was placed to mark that location.
You referenced drainage in this area. Can you give a percentage of this particular property that drains into Slickaway Branch?
No, sir, I cannot. However, believe that would be better answered by the applicant's civil engineer who was prepared concept plan.
I think that's fine. Can you tell us at what point geography in this community particularly is always important in these considerations? Is elements such as karst geography and other natural formations ever considered in zoning changes prior to a conceptual building plan or otherwise that would be developed?
Yes, karst topography is considered in the analysis because that is one of the elements contained within comprehensive plan because our stormwater regulations do not allow direct discharges into karst features. Additionally, there are zoning requirements in the Franklin County zoning ordinance that require setbacks from karst features. Specifically, it's a 50-foot setback from the rim of any karst feature identified. That rim has to be surveyed and provided to my office for review prior to any development or building permit being issued.
Are you aware of any survey or study that has been conducted on the subject property currently by the applicant or by anyone else?
A boundary survey was prepared, yes.
That specifically documented any karst geography?
No, sir. That information is contained in my office on our Franklin County GIS. I have 3 separate layers, so 3 separate sources. One is provided by the state of Kentucky. One is based on closed contours from 2019 ortho imagery, and secondly is just a sinkhole potential layer identified by a contractor hired by the city of Frankfort who looked at previous closed contours throughout the city and the county.
I'm aware that the Kentucky Department of Agriculture has designated the majority of the state according to its level of significance for agricultural farmland. There is a map that came across my desk at some point that referenced the subject farm as some of the highest, best agricultural land in the state, which designates particularly a portion of this farm as of statewide significance for agricultural purposes. Are you aware of any such designation?
I am not. However, I would like to enter into the record a document provided by the Franklin County Conservation District that references a 5-year recertification of agricultural districts in Franklin County. As required by KRS 262.850, the list of those properties is attached to the letter. The subject property is not identified on that list.
Can you elaborate on what those are? What is the designation that you're submitting?
That is the certification of agricultural districts as determined by the Franklin County Conservation District.
What is an agricultural district?
It'd be defined in KRS 262.850.
Okay, so we can reference that by KRS. Do you have any knowledge if this map that I'm speaking of exists still, if there's been any change to that designation by the Department of Agriculture?
I have not seen the map that you are referencing.
Thank you. All right, I'd like to go through some of the policies. In your presentation, you referenced a number of development projects that are occurring in the area around this project. To your knowledge, all of those referenced by your presentation, are they held within the existing industrial park, or are they on other subject properties in the area?
They are on other subject properties, the ones that I specifically cited during my testimony. Those are just new projects.
Are any of those within the current industrial park boundaries that we've developed as a community?
Of 1 or 3, no.
In your goals, in your presentation staff report, the goals 2, distinguish town and county identity, a number of, or several policies were not referenced or considered applicable. Specifically, number 5 and number 7. Can you reference why these were not applicable to this farm or the subject property?
Specifically number 5, if you'll read after the first "and," it refers to rural lands outside of existing and planned urban areas. So with this designation as Commerce Center, I do not deem the property to be planned for rural activities. And you said number 7?
Number 7.
Okay, once again, it says encourage rural land outside the urban growth area. So for over 20 years, this property has been subject to a designation of employment center, which would not constitute, in my professional opinion, a rural land use or proposed for rural land use.
since you referenced the 2001 comp plan several times, to your knowledge, has the comprehensive plan of this community been updated by an external consultant, or has it been since the 2001 development, or has that continually been a readoption and an alteration by staff of plans to the state?
So the 2001 was by a hired consultant, and the current update is by a hired consultant. Previously, it was done either by readoption or by city and county staff.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Goal 4 in your staff report, promote economic health. Number 5, emphasize tourism, including related or heritage-related tourism, as an important economic development asset in the community, including the Kentucky River and the tributaries. Can you define why this was not considered a policy that was reflective of this property, given its designation as a National Register site?
Well, Franklin County does not track historic properties. Franklin County does not regulate historic properties. And therefore, Franklin County, since 2001, has designated this for employment and not heritage-related tourism, in their vision for future growth. The structure that you referred to previously was in great disrepair.
That's subjective, sir.
I'm sorry?
That's subjective. I would rather not have that
Well,
part of the record.
I personally saw it myself, so that's not hearsay, and I'm a director of a building department, so I think I have the education experience and training to understand when a property or structure is in disrepair and when one is not.
Can you elaborate on why the planning department does not regulate historic properties when this is a goal of our comprehensive plan?
It has not been the will of the fiscal court.
Are you aware of any heritage-related tourism in the area, or emphasis on heritage-related tourism in the area of this subject property?
Not within close proximity. So when you say within the area, are you referring to the entire county? Are you referring to the city limits?
Let's say
adjacent to city limits?
Let's say within 5 miles of the subject property, which seems to be a reasonable distance for anyone to travel for a short excursion, let's say.
Without having the ability to scale distances at this moment, if Buffalo Trace were in that 5-mile radius, it would be heritage-related tourism because it is designated as a National Historic Landmark.
Are you aware that the Franklin County Tourism Commission uses Duncan Road as a encouraging, how do I phrase this? Regularly, the Franklin County Tourism Commission regularly promotes Duncan Road as an access point for tourism related to Castle and Key Distillery.
I'm not aware of that, but it wouldn't surprise me since the Kentucky Transportation Cabinet closed Winds Creek Road due to a landslide.
Couple more things, sir. Goal 5 of your staff report. Policies 1, 2, 3, and 5 are applicable in this request per your review. 4 and 6 were not applicable. Can you relate why these elements were not considered applicable? Specifically, protect scenic view sheds along rural back roads and protect rural character and view sheds by supporting development that creates scenic overlays or easements, and support development of a countywide greenway plan.
So, Kentucky 1681 being a state highway, I would not consider to be a rural roadway. As soon as you enter Franklin County, your first vision to the left or to the west is Industrial Park number 3. And then to the north, you can see structures in Industrial Park number 1. And so, while there is rural character, definitely, from Glenns Creek Road to the top of the hill just before you reach Franklin County, once you reach Franklin County, you are in proximity to that interstate and extensive development has occurred. So that's why I did not count policy number 4 in that recommendation. And then number 6, the development of a countywide greenways plan. I did not identify that because the county does not currently have such a plan.
Goal 6, please, preserve existing neighborhoods. Policy number 3 specifically speaks to promoting maintenance of existing structures and providing incentives for rehabilitation of deteriorated structures. To your knowledge, when was the last time that the house that was on the subject property was inhabited? Do you have a reference of that?
No, sir, I do not.
Would you speculate that the house was occupied since your tenure in Franklin County, which you began with this court in 2006, I believe, is that right?
2006 is correct, but based on the size of the tree growing through the roof, it's difficult to say.
Your department is responsible for maintenance and enforcement of rehabilitation and deteriorated structures, is that correct?
No, sir. Franklin County does not have a property maintenance program. My office deals with new construction and renovations.
Thank you. A few more things. Goal 7, enhance community quality and character. Policies 3, 4, and 5 are listed as supporting. Can you speak to policy 2, 7, and 8 as why these were not considered supporting or important for this subject property?
So, as I previously testified, the rural character of a roadway, or in this policy number 2, a rural gateway, that exists within the Woodford County portion of Kentucky 1681, and as I've stated before, once you enter into Franklin County, you immediately see development. So the Franklin County portion of 1681, I believe that the opportunity for a rural gateway has long since gone. Number 7, develop flexible tools for alternative rural development. Those regulations to that nature have not been adopted by the Fiscal Court, so none exist. Cluster development, that regulation has been adopted by the Fiscal Court, and those refer to residential development standards in the rural areas. And preserving rural character. Once again, I do not deem this to be this property to be rural in nature, since for over 20 years it's been designated for future employment center by the Franklin County Court. Number 8, you also referenced identify and preserve unique park, recreation, and historic opportunities, including those along the Kentucky River and its tributaries. Franklin County does not have a park around or adjacent to this property. There are no recreational facilities in the area. The historic opportunities, when that house was standing and under private ownership, to my understanding, was not open to the public for opportunities to view it, nor has a historic marker been placed on the property, designated it as a historic site, to my knowledge.
Thank you. Mr. Hewitt, does the employment center designation, does that exclude or any way reference agriculture or farming as a acceptable land use?
No, sir.
Could you define what are acceptable uses for employment center that might be related to agricultural zonings?
Agricultural zonings accommodate many storage units and warehouses. They include farm and garden supply stores. They include your traditional farming activities, croplands, pastures, livestock. You could say that large-scale greenhouse farming would be applicable in that scenario as well.
Thank you. One of your boards you presented has a sort of zoomed in scope of the current agricultural zoning in the area. But I wonder, within the 1 mile subject area of I-64 that you referenced, how many acres are currently designated for agricultural purpose?
To my knowledge, the hay farm at the southeast quadrant of US 60 and I-64 have a agricultural zoning classification.
And again, you're not aware of any agricultural, Department of Agriculture of the state of Kentucky designation saying that any of that land in the area is of statewide significance for agricultural purposes?
Not that I'm aware of, no, sir.
For now, that's it, sir. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you, Mr. Judge.
Thank you, sir.
Seeing no questions from the court, does the applicant have questions for the staff?
Yes.
Please state your name.
My name's John Robb. Now, remain seated. Is that okay? Mr. Hewitt, you've gone over the state statutes regarding the establishment of planning and zoning and the requirements necessary for a zone change, and you also mentioned the state statutes regarding a comprehensive plan. Is a comprehensive plan a necessary element of for a county that has adopted planning and zoning?
Yes, it's required.
And what the general elements of a plan are goals and policies, and you've gone through the statutory goals or the statutory elements. And are they required to be updated or renewed every 5 years?
They must be revisited every 5 years. Yes, that's required by statute.
And in the plan, does the community, I think there was a Mr. Blackburn asked, is there community input into the plan?
Yes, there is.
And you have one undergoing right now. And
That's
I've had the
correct.
opportunity to attend, I guess, 5 fiscal court meetings and 2 planning and zoning meetings. And that process that's going down right now is very public orientated. Is that correct? I mean, they're having meetings, they have a website, they publish drafts and all of that kind of thing. Is that right?
That is correct.
And when let's not go back to 2001, when the updates are done, is there public input into the updates? Does the Planning and Zoning Commission hold public hearings and solicit public input?
Yes, they are required.
Is there a large committee of public members that are chosen by Franklin County and Frankfort that sit on a large committee and review the work of the committee to put forth either the comprehensive plan itself or the renewal of the comprehensive plan?
That is correct.
And the comprehensive plan is maybe a 400-page document. Is that right?
Well, ours ain't quite that large.
Okay. It's adopted, the provisions, the goals, for instance, are they adopted and discussed by the public committee, by the big committee?
Yes, they are.
And-
Prior to being submitted to the planning commission.
And then they're approved. Then they're approved by the planning commission on a recommendation.
They are.
And then they're approved by the fiscal court and the Franklin Board of Commissioners, Frankfurt Board of Commissioners.
That is correct.
Okay. And the land use map that we've all been talking about, this process to put that together, is that also considered at the public meetings and the large comprehensive plan? How large is that committee here?
The advisory committee, I want to say, is approximately 15 members,
Okay.
I believe.
And they consider all these elements, including all the different attached maps?
Yes.
Okay. And then the recommendation's made and it's approved?
It's up for consideration,
Correct.
approval, or amendment.
Now, what is the general purpose of having a comprehensive plan as far as planning and as far as land use is concerned?
So it's a broad overview of the community. It assesses the community's needs for various elements such as preservation, housing, job retention and job growth. It also looks at the community's ability or inability to grow based on infrastructure, including roads, water, sewers, electricity, and things of that nature. So it's a 30,000-foot view of where the community does or does not want to either see development, whether it be residential, parkland, or otherwise.
Is this comprehensive plan and the maps and all of that attached to it, are they utilized by various governmental agencies in order to make their plans for the future?
Yes.
Is it utilized by the school board, for instance, in the location of schools?
Yes.
Is it utilized by Frankfurt Utility Board in deciding where they're going to place infrastructure?
Yes.
Is it utilized by this fiscal court and other legislative bodies to decide where the fire departments are going to be?
It is a tool for that, yes.
So, is it utilized by real estate professionals in marketing the various land in the community for various uses?
Yes,
Is it utilized by the capital, what's it called? The Capital Development Board, the Industrial Board? Is it utilized by that board in order to determine their future plans for industrial recruitment?
yes,
And in this case, was it utilized by Mr. Tierney in choosing to purchase this property?
I do not have that direct knowledge.
Okay. Would it be unusual for a developer to call your office and call the Frankfurt Plant Board and make inquiry concerning what the community's plan for land use is before they would move forward with any type of potential development?
That would not be uncommon.
Now, let's go back to comprehensive plan. In your office, in your professional role as processing applications for map amendment requests, do you utilize the comprehensive plan?
Yes,
And I noticed in your report, you've gone through in detail each of the goals and policies of the comprehensive plan, and you've offered opinions regarding those. Is that typical?
yes,
In your office? You've talked about this property on the future land use map for 20 years being designated as employment center, and then you showed an existing zoning map showing IG zoning all around this map, all around this property. Were all those designated as employment center and became is IG the industrial zone for employment center property when it's going to be used for industrial purposes?
yes, it is.
Okay, so there's nothing unusual about that.
No, sir.
Now, I'd like to go to your staff report, page 419. You didn't mention this, but is one of the elements of a comprehensive plan to set forth the public's and the planning office's general development guidelines?
Yes,
And have you detailed those on pages 4 and 5 of your report? There's 7 of them.
could you point those out to me? I'm sorry.
Page 4, beginning halfway down the page, it says general development guidelines.
Yes, sir, there are 8 of those.
8 of them, I'm
Yes.
sorry, can't count. Do the first 7 of them directly support this development?
Yes,
I'm surprised you skipped over these because of all these elements that are in these general development guidelines. As a professional planner, are these very important things in choosing a piece of property for development? Each one of these things?
they are, yes.
And in this case, do the first 7 of them at least apply to this property and support this map amendment request?
Not only the first 7, but item 8 could as well.
Okay. Because we don't know what it's going to be used for.
That is correct.
Okay. But we know that it isn't going to be used for a .com facility if it's zoned agricultural. We
That
do
is
know.
correct.
We do know that.
That is correct.
Okay. I'd like to look at the goals and make. I mean, honestly, I'm stupid and copied these wrong. These pages the wrong way. So I have to have a little patience. In goal number 1, you've indicated you sometimes in this report use the word these policies support, and sometimes you use the word are applicable. So I'd like to go to goal number 1, and you say that on page 8 of 19, you say policies 2, 7, and 8 are applicable to these requests. Do they actually support the request in goal number 1 on page 8?
Generally speaking, however, policy number 3 refers to development standards, that are currently adopted by the county, so they're already developed, if you will. So that's why I have the distinction between support and are applicable. So.
Do you believe that those policies, or is it your opinion that the goal of growth by design is supported by the language of the by the text of the comprehensive plan with this map amendment.
Yes.
And except for the reasons set forth in those policies.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you also mentioned stormwater, and we're going to get into that in more detail. But goal number 3 is mentioned, and I think you do state in goal number 3 on page 9 and 10 of your report. Well, actually, I'd like to look at that. On goal number 3 and on page 9 and continuing the analysis on page 10 and 11, you do put the policies in on page 11, but you don't mention whether or not any of those policies are supported by this map amendment. Do not policies 1, 2, 5, and 6, are they support this application?
The policies that I cited for goal 3 are located on page 10.
Oh, I got you. Well, does not also policy number 5 support it? I'm sorry. This is responsive to emergency response and in compliance with emergency preparedness, because this property is located so near to fire and other protection.
One could say that policy 5 is applicable. It is in proximity to Franklin County Fire Station on Chenault Road.
And I think on policy, go 4, you've got again on page regarding goal 5, you mentioned that policies 1, 2, 3, and 5 are applicable to the request. Do they also support the request?
Well, they apply, for instance, policy 1, preserve streams and drainage waste to manage stormwater runoff, prevent flooding, and or to create a system of greenways. Those are standards that are regulated if a property is so zoned, so if approved, any development would be subject to it, but in this sense, they are applicable to this zone change and any future development. That's why I stated it that way.
Okay. Well, I would like to just address this stormwater matter, because obviously I've had heard a little more discussion than this, and there were some great questions about this by the Fiscal Court the last time we were here. And you went through it in your report, but having sat through several zoning meetings in which I've heard this Slickway branch being a problem and heard the Planning Commission adopt their policy, can you tell this Fiscal Court what the effect of the policy is and what problem is being addressed by this 25%, I'll call it markup on drainage? How does that drainage work, and how would the approval of this map amendment aid the stormwater problem in the Slickway branch?
Yes. So currently, since this site is undeveloped, any water that falls on this property is going to break based on the ridge line or the highest points of this property. And they sheet flow, if you will, whatever doesn't infiltrate. They sheet flow off the property in an uncontrolled manner.
Okay, well, let me also interject here. Is there also water coming from other property onto this property that's not being handled properly?
That is correct.
And where's that coming from?
Well, there is some water that comes from Woodward County. There's some that come from Hamlin Lane area. So,
how about Industrial Park number 3? I remember at the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, there was a big discussion about how some of that discharge from Industrial Park number 3 flows onto this property.
That is true. There, the southern portion of industrial park number 3 does have a direct discharge onto this property, which was engineered and designed and installed. But there are also other properties on the southern portion of industrial park number 3 that simply sheet flow to it uncontrolled.
Gotcha. Now, what approval of this project, what would it do to help that? Well, first of all, what would your office have to do with implementing the provisions of your all's stormwater ordinances utilizing this property, and what kind of effect would you get?
All right, so if a development plan is submitted to my office, which shows improvements on the property, a civil engineer is required to analyze the property, the amount of impervious area, the amount of water currently flowing off this property, and design a stormwater management system in such a manner that, based on the county regulations, the volume of discharge from this property in its post-development stage cannot exceed that of the pre-development stage. The difference being that in the pre-development stage, it's flowing in all different directions uncontrolled. In the post-development stage, it's going through control structures, so it's more like a point source discharge, okay? So you have that. And then the planning commission, since we've designated, Franklin County Fiscal Court has designated this as a sensitive watershed, planning commission recognizing that, planning commission authorizing that 25% change in the volume of stormwater. I have administered that so that the discharge rate of stormwater is reduced by 25%, not the volume of storage, okay? So you will see the stormwater in a detention basin longer, based on the 25% requirement, and discharging slower over a longer period of time than you would on your own current standards.
And that would result in an additional expense to the developer to build larger or more sophisticated stormwater facilities.
Perhaps, and it would require some additional design work on the private civil engineer for additional calculations.
And that is why you see on that conceptual plan areas that the engineer has marked. You know, I'd be glad to hand these out. I've got one of these for each fiscal court member, but.
You can hand it to the bailiff or the sheriff's
Okay,
deputy.
we just do that. That way they'll each know. And I got one for the county attorney and we're referring to tab 3 because you really can't see those things up on the board.
Are you wanting to move this to evidence?
Yes, we will be, yeah, but I think most of it, the county attorney is already in evidence. But the reason I'm presenting it is it's something people can see. On the stormwater, on the conceptual plan, you see various blue hatched areas, and those are there for the potential use that we've been discussing. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And based upon, I guess you said the 3,000-foot view, with these areas generally, in your experience in training and education, would these areas set aside be sufficient to handle water?
They appear to be located in in the areas that I would anticipate. However, calculations have not been provided, so I can't really fully answer your question.
Okay. I think that's all I have. Your Honor.
That's all? Yeah. So at this time, does anybody from the audience have questions for Mr. Hewitt? Okay, please come forward and state your name. Do we have to make sure everybody's sworn in?
I've been sworn in.
Okay.
Good morning, Your Honor. If possible, could I use that map right there and permission to cross the bench, Your Honor?
Please state his name.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
I'm Tom Goddard.
All right, thank you.
Do you see these two warehouses here? This is the northwest corner. You see this ditch, this drainage ditch with heavy rock? I wanted to ask Mr. Hewitt, I've been at this particular area right here when it's storming. And if you had a kayak, you could whitewater rapid that. It's coming off the roofs of these. Mr. Hewitt, is this the direction of the industrial park property and this is the property of the applicant? And this is all downhill.
I'm sorry, what's the question, sir?
Is this ditch, and this is downhill, and I've witnessed with my own eyes, water flowing down there. Is that going toward or away from the applicant's property and the industrial park?
That would be going away to the
Right,
south.
and that's going downhill.
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, you're talking about stormwater and concepts. Right here is, I think there's a retention pond. There used to be one here. It's gone. And I don't see another retention pond. But this water isn't going in the retention pond. It's going straight across YMCA property. This is YMCA property. And this is how Mr. Tierney's building a warehouse with stormwater, and it rolls off of here. And it goes straight in to Castling Key. Thank you. Yes, Counselor? Do you have a question?
No, I didn't. If you're
Okay.
finished. If you're finished, I don't.
Well,
I don't have a question. I
right,
just
well,
have
you
an
had a
observation.
huge amount of time, so I'm just gonna take a few minutes. This drain right here is photographic
Well,
evidence.
Mr. Chairman, this is testimony, I guess, and this is
No,
not
it's just, you're talking about
testimony.
stormwater.
This is not
And this has to
testimony
do with
about
stormwater.
this application.
So I guess is there a question for Mr.
And
Hewitt?
this has to do where the stormwater's going. They built this industrial park with retention ponds because they know how much water these warehouses shed.
Mr. Goddard, is there a
Yes.
question? Is there a question here?
No, that's it. I just wanted to bring that up after hearing it. This is photographic evidence.
Okay,
Thank you, Your Honor.
thank you, sir. Anybody else in the audience have questions for staff? Please come forward and state your name.
Judge, can we have a point of order that everything should be framed in the reference of the form of a question?
Yes.
In this component, no statements of opinion or witness.
Great point.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor and Magistrates. My name is Susan Goddard, and I'm at 1300 Duncan Road. My question to Mr. Hewitt is, there was a February 21, 2020 letter that I referenced in the last meeting here that ended up causing the evidentiary hearing today. And I referenced that, and I will submit that in evidence today. Mr. Otis wrote you a 17-point letter. Numbers 10 through 16 deal with stormwater management and things like that, 17 the grave, etc. But did you have a written response to Mr. Otis? If so, have you ever shown that to planning and zoning or any of the magistrates? And did you respond, and can you give a written response to that, and can you respond to that in time?
Thank you.
That's what I have other questions too.
Okay.
I do not recall providing a written response back to Mr. Otis. That letter was a result of my request on a technical facility review related to the zone change application.
Mr. Hewitt, do you
Ma'am,
ever?
if I could ask for clarification.
Yes, sir.
Did you want to introduce that now, or when you?
I actually want to introduce that into evidence now.
When you speak, or now?
It can be now, because I'm asking the questions to him and what was his response. And I also would like to know if either you or you know of anyone on your staff, the records clerk or anyone, had you ever, since it was 2020 and there had been several open records requests, why was that document, or to your knowledge, why was that document not submitted in the earlier open records requests?
I have no knowledge that document was not submitted as part of that or any other of the series of open records requests pertaining to my case files on this item.
It was not. For the record, it was not. Mr. Hewitt, at a previous comp plan meeting, I believe it was, because I have participated in several,
Do you recall, you came in at the end of the public portion where we were doing discussions on comp plan, and you showed us where my farm, which sits in Franklin County and Woodford County, was listed, both Woodford and Franklin, as employment center. So was Julie McDonald's. And we had a conversation in the back of the room to which we said we needed that map changed because that was incorrect. We did not want ours, and definitely in Woodford County, I'm still agricultural. Do you recall that at all? And you talking about how that Ms. McDonald said at that time that she was trying to do a conservatory easement so that it would be protection, and then you looked at me and said, well, Ms. Goddard, then you have nothing to worry about. Duncan, this is a buffer farm for you. Do you recall that conversation?
I recall discussing with you after a meeting and you questioning your future land use designation on the Franklin County Conference Plan future land use map. I don't recall the other lady specifically, but and I'm not exactly sure where her property lands or lies within proximity.
Julie McDonald was the previous owner of the Tierney property, 690 Duncan Road. And it was she, I, and Catherine Busey, and you and I, we were all back. Anyway, okay, let's see. Mr. Hewitt, I have, do you recall, or do you know that I have called your office multiple times? I called the judge's office, the previous judge's office, and this one, and asking for you all to come out because of stormwater problems, damage to my property, and also noise. Did you ever once come to my property to inspect or see any of the things to which I not only called your office, but I also asked publicly in hearings for you to do? Did you ever come to my property at any time to inspect the damage?
I have not entered your property.
Okay. Mr. Hewitt, when asking Mr. Tierney here in this office, it was shortly after he had connected his property of 101 Corporate Drive across to his property and under the Kentucky 1681 Duncan Road property. I asked you at that time if you had gotten a response from Mr. Eaton in Kentucky Transportation Cabinet District 5 because it was not approved, and I asked you why, how, and why you would approve such a thing, and do you recall your response to me at that time? It was, Ms. Goddard, oh, and I asked you why, because the industrial property 3, when it was set up, they said that all water, all storm water, if you're the stormwater person, would run through a distribution box and then go into Slickaway Branch so that it would distribute slowly and evenly. I asked you, we discussed this out when I was just picking up open records.
Is there a question, ma'am?
And yes, and do you recall telling me at that time when I asked you why it was not connected to that distribution box, but instead piped across Mr. Tierney's private property and into the creek, your response was, water does not run uphill. Do you recall telling me that? And why
I don't know
would
what
you-
your question is. You
Well,
covered so much, you lost me.
Okay.
Can you be more
Yes,
specific?
yes.
Can you be very short and to the point on
Is
your
it,
question?
okay, is it common practice in your position to allow an industrial property to run a stormwater pipe across a private property and directly piped into Slickaway Branch, a protected stream, instead of going through a distribution box that was designated for industrial property? That's my question.
It can occur under certain conditions if the private property owner allows the stormwater easement. And if there's an agreement amongst the two parties, then yes, that can occur.
Okay. I have one more question. Are you aware of the protective covenants that the Hanley Lane residents have with the county and with Kentucky, the KCDC? Are you aware of those protective covenants?
I'm aware of the former protective covenants and they have since expired.
Okay, so those protective covenants were, did they cover noise, light, and odor?
The expired ones did, yes.
Okay, so to date, right now, there are no protections for neighbors and adjoining neighbors or any of the public for noise, odor, light, noise, odor, and light. Are there any protections from industrial? Because I've been told that there were not.
Yes, there
I
are.
called your office.
The State of Kentucky Environmental Cabinet controls regulations relating to noise and odor through their air quality division. And there are limited Franklin County ordinances that are applicable to some of those nuisances, if you will.
Okay, so when a person from the public, a citizen, calls your office and asks for you to come out, or someone from your office to come out, to hear the noise, to see the damage, or whatever, are you bound by regulation to come out and investigate?
I am not bound because some of those items are not under my jurisdiction. I would have no authority on things such as particulate matter, odors, air quality issues, things of that nature. It's not my jurisdiction. I would have no authority to investigate.
Okay,
I would have, that's my answer.
Would you have come out for stormwater runoff, since you're the stormwater person? And would you have come out for noise ordinances?
Either myself or a division water field inspector would respond to stormwater and stormwater issues. Did you say noise also?
Noise and stormwater, yes, sir.
Franklin County does not have a noise ordinance. Perhaps someone at the environmental cabinet with the state might administer that. Franklin County does not have any provisions for regulating noise.
All right, so currently a person who is an industrial park person can leave their bay doors open so that all the noises can permeate the adjoining neighbors, is that correct?
Franklin County has no regulation on leaving doors open in industrial parks or any noise decibel standards to administer.
Okay, last question. Since I did call your office on several times and requested, I actually talked to Mr. Judah because he said that he had received the phone calls for you, and that you had not had a chance to respond. In my conversation with Mr. Judah, I explained, why did you not come out to my property to look at the stormwater damage since 2019? I have requested, yes, sir. Why, since 2019, in the phone calls and requests publicly, have you not ever once set foot and come out to my property to look at the stormwater damage?
Was that a statement in your conversation with Mr. Judah, or do you have a question for me?
I left messages at your, I left messages on your phone. I asked for you to come out, and I publicly requested that I needed someone from your office to come out. And did you ever, you stated earlier that you never set foot on my property. So I'm asking why.
Okay, first, my phone does not have voicemail, so you could not have left a message on my phone.
I left a
Okay.
message.
Well, first of all, you stated you left a message on my phone, okay?
I said I left
You just
a
stated
message.
that. I do not have voicemail on my phone, so you could not have left a voicemail on my phone. Number two, I have entered the 690 Duncan property as well as surrounding properties specific to stormwater drainage complaints, not only from you, but from other members of the public as well as emergency management. So just because I don't tell you when I go to an investigation, doesn't mean I didn't do it.
Okay, so did you?
I'm not obligated to notify the public of an investigation that I'm conducting.
Okay, so I left a message with the receptionist and with Mr. Judah, who said it was for you, it was designated for you. Did you ever get those messages?
If it was given to my staff, I'm sure I did.
Then why did you not come to my property?
Ma'am, I am not obligated to notify you or anyone else when I'm conducting an investigation.
Thank you, Mrs. Goddard. All right, other questions? Please step forward. Please present your name.
My name is Jack Garabedian, and I live on 1270 Duncan Road. I have a couple of questions, actually one question. What method did you use to the traffic study? Because when I recall the last time some of you were there, you had an individual standing there counting cars. What did you use this time? The same method?
Thank you. So, The question was about how traffic was assessed, I believe, in the most
Yes,
recent
yes,
updated traffic.
yes.
study? Okay.
The one you said today.
Okay, so that would be the February 2023 update, correct?
What method?
Okay, so that was performed by the traffic engineer hired by the consultant. And so therefore, I have no firsthand knowledge on the data collection, and perhaps that question would be better asked of the applicant and or his expert witness. Yes, sir.
Can I remind the court before we go any further, cell phones need to be muted, please, so there's no interruptions. Thank you for your question. Please come forward and state your name.
My name is Chris Schimler. Thank you for the opportunity. Robert, I appreciate you setting out the requirements of KRS 100.213 about what you have to consider for a zone change as it applies to the comp plan. My question is whether you are aware that elected officials, not the Planning and Zoning Commission, but elected officials also have the discretion, if not the obligation, to also consider the merits of the application and the impacts to the community outside that statutory obligation of complying with the comp plan.
I believe this body can consider whatever information and evidence is presented to them and weigh that accordingly. However, their decision on that is subject to the provisions in KRS 100.213.
Yes, that's right, it is. I just wanted to reference, have you heard of the appeals court case, Hugum versus Lexington Fayette Urban County Government? It was an appeals court decision in 1999 that found that elected officials should be looking at impacts to the community and things beyond that KRS requirement. Are you familiar with that case?
Not directly. However, that's the purpose of the comprehensive plan, to give that broad brush stroke so that that information can be considered.
Great. And then my last question is, you brought up ag districts and submitted some information about the fact that this farm is currently not in an ag district. And it seemed like that was a way of saying that this farm is not agriculturally significant. So my land is in an ag district, not participated in, and helped other people make ag districts. And were you aware that you don't have to have prime soils to be in an ag district? Are you aware that you don't have to, a landowner can participate in that state program of being in an ag district and not have prime soils at all? You can have all forest land, in fact, and be part of the ag district.
You are correct. Yes,
Right.
yes, I am aware of that.
Okay, so, and that participating in an agricultural district is purely voluntary, you can withdraw from any time, and it has nothing to do with the actual agricultural productivity of that particular piece of land.
Yes, I'm aware you are correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Schindler. Any other questions from the audience? Thank you, staff. So seeing no more questions,
Can I briefly ask just a few?
please do.
When was this application initially filed regarding the zone
Oh,
change?
my goodness.
I guess the most recent application.
February 8th, 2022. It's into my tendered ordinance. I actually went back and looked it up.
There's been 2 filings, so I apologize for not having that date exact.
When that application was filed, was there then a hearing held with the Franklin County Planning and Zoning Commission?
Yes,
Prior to that meeting with the Franklin County Planning and Zoning Commission, was notice provided to all the adjacent landowners on this property?
yes, as well as the Woodford County Planning Commission.
Was a sign also placed on that property indicating that zone change?
Yes, and that sign is photographed and documented in the staff report.
After that most recent Planning and Zoning meeting, were recommendations made by the Planning and Zoning Commission?
Yes,
Did the Fiscal Court then consider those recommendations by the Planning and Zoning Commission?
yes,
Was that decision then appealed to the Franklin Circuit Court when findings of fact were made by the Fiscal Court previously?
there was an appeal filed, yes.
And now is this matter, the Franklin Circuit Court returned this matter, is that correct, to the Fiscal Court to make another decision?
That is correct.
I think that's all the questions I have.
All right, one last time. Any other questions from the audience for staff? Please come forward and state your name.
Good morning, John Carlton. Good morning, Mr. Hewitt.
Good morning.
Were any of the points mentioned in the February 21, 2020 Otis Engineering letter potential violations of local?
One second, please.
I'm sorry.
Just have the issue with the phone over here.
Okay. Are we good? Could you please start over so we could all hear, please?
Yes, sir. Were any of the points mentioned in the February 21, 2020 Otis Engineering letter potential violations of local, state, or federal environmental or other requirements?
I'm sorry, what was the question again?
Were any of the points mentioned in the Otis Engineering letter potential violations of local, state, or federal environmental or other requirements? As far as like stormwater?
If you have that document
construction?
available, I'm happy to review it and give you an answer. Otherwise, it's not part of the evidence of this hearing.
I just submitted it in
She
the
just submitted
evidence.
it in the
Okay.
evidence.
I don't have a copy of that evidence entered into the record, so I can't answer your question.
Actually, I have it pulled up here on my phone.
I believe you still have to have time to review it.
Yeah.
Okay, so you did, I guess, you don't remember reporting any of those violations if they were violations then?
I have been on site for alleged violations for stormwater activities at this location, whether they were specific to Mr. Otis. I don't recall from 3 years ago, but I have been on there numerous occasions.
And were there violations at any of your visits?
Deficiencies were noted, and the applicant and their civil engineer were made aware of the deficiencies found during those investigations.
So did you have any additional follow-up to the Otis Engineering letter to ensure compliance?
Once again, I don't have that letter here. However, Mr. Otis is a consulting engineer for the county. The administration of the stormwater regulations fall under my jurisdiction as a qualified stormwater inspector for Franklin County. So follow-ups were before, yes.
Okay.
They were, okay.
Did HMB Engineering submit a land disturbance plan to you under the auspices of agricultural development?
No, sir.
They didn't say that they were submitting a land disturbance plan even though it wasn't required under agricultural zoning?
If they did, they were corrected and required to submit a land disturbance permit application and the appropriate supporting documentation.
Do you remember the process that happened to make those corrections?
Well, yes, sir.
Can you expound on those?
Sure. Division Water Field Inspector Deborah Singleton performed a site inspection. Her and I met on a different field inspection, and we discussed the activities occurring, the land disturbance activities occurring. I explained to her my position on the matter. She explained her position and her supervisor's determination that it was preparation for future development. And so therefore, I relayed that information to the applicant, at which time the applicant filed a notice of intent with the Division of Water and a land disturbance permit application with supporting documentation to my office.
Okay, thank you. And I believe the specific quote from the inspector was, this is site development for construction, not plowing the fields. And what was your follow-up to that determination to ensure compliance? I'm sorry.
Of the issuance of the land disturbance permit?
Yes.
I sent personnel out to verify, and also I was out there myself to verify that the appropriate erosion control measures noted in the plan had been installed at that time.
Okay, thank you. After the July Otis Engineering letter, did you represent to the fiscal court that the applicant's previous behavior of noncompliance had been remedied and that he had complied with all requirements?
All requirements, could you be more specific?
All necessary construction, permitting, environmental requirements.
Under my, specific to stormwater, under my determination of an agricultural use, yes, that had been complied with based on field inspection. As it relates to the transportation cabinet's determination on whether or not an entrance had been lawfully constructed, that was outside my jurisdiction now, and that employee has since moved out of the cabinet, or that section of the cabinet, so I'm not sure if that was ever resolved or not.
But did you provide a character reference that the previous behaviors had been remedied?
Specific to stormwater, yes.
Okay,
Yes.
I didn't recall that being specified, but that's all my questions, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Thank you.
All right, please step forward.
I'm sorry, my name's Chris Schindler. I neglected to ask 2 questions.
Yes.
Sorry. So the current, so after the notice that there were issues with site construction rather than plowing of fields, you asked that a new land disturbance permit be applied for. They applied for it and you granted it, and that was for 15+ acres, correct?
I don't recall that off the top of my head, the land coverage on there. That application is completed either by the developer or the engineer preparing the plan, and they calculate the disturbance area.
Okay. When I saw the open records request document of that permit, I saw 15+ acres. How many acres have been disturbed on that property?
Since the issuance of that or prior to?
Before and after?
I have not calculated it because my aerial imagery is only from 2019. So I don't have technology to make that determination.
Thank you.
Can I ask one more question again?
Please step forward.
Or Mr. Hewitt? Mr. Hewitt, do you recall on September 12th, 2019, it was actually the first time that this case, to my knowledge, had been brought before the fiscal court, before the magistrates. Do you remember stating when they were asking about the house being torn down and if Mr. Tierney had gotten a permit in order to tear the house down? I believe you responded that he didn't get a permit, but he wouldn't have had to have had one had he gotten one. But did he actually get a permit to tear the house down?
So 2 questions in that testimony there. So I do recall the conversation, and no, a permit is not issued.
Okay, my last part, in the part 2, I guess, or 3 of this, is when the house was talked about coming down, you stated to the effect of, not exact wording, but to the effect of, that you were too busy to oversee every shed, lean-to, and outbuilding or outhouse in the county, and you stated like 200 square acres or whatever. Do you recall a magistrate reminding you that we are not discussing a shed, lean-to, or outhouse, but we were discussing a historic home that had been built in the 1700s, and it was on the National Register? Do you recall that? Recall that statement? Because I have it recorded on cable too.
Oh, I'm sure you do. If that statement were made, I don't know what magistrate said it, and I don't know what meeting it occurred in.
It occurred at the September 12th, 2019 meeting where it was first discussed, and you made that comment. I just wondered if you recalled that, and do you still feel that way to this day?
I do recall making the statement, and no, I cannot patrol 212 square miles all at once.
Okay.
And I'll testify to that today.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions before we close public comment down?
I'm forced to ask one. Mr. Hewitt, this has been a long process. Ms. Goddard just reminded us that what goes all the way back into 2019. In your dealings with Mr. Tierney, in not only this development, or all the other developments he's done, has he been responsive to the request from your office concerning additional actions that need to be taken or questions that need to be answered?
Yes.
Have his engineers been responsive?
Yes.
And when you have requested them to take action, have they taken timely action?
Yes.
And would this include not only on the 690 Duncan property, which is the only property we're here to talk to you about, but because there's been some inference about Mr. Tierney's responsiveness, would this include all the other properties that he has developed in Franklin County?
Yes, he's not only been responsive to my requests and requirements, but of other county staff, including the fire chief.
Thank you, that's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Hewitt. You may sit down at this time.
Thank you.
If there's no further questions, we're going to go ahead and let Mr. Rumpf present his case.
I'm going to reserve comments and just go directly to my witnesses. How's that? And I'll reserve any comments after that. I'm gonna call Mr. Ron Tierney as a witness. He's outside. Do you want him to stand there? Or
Please take your name.
Ron Tierney, 2455 Lorenzo Way, Lexington.
Are you just sworn, sir?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Tierney, would you like to, if you could sit down there, I'll stand here that way. He's had a hip replacement recently. Could you, what is your position with Tierney Storage?
I opened or started it in 1998.
Are you a managing member?
Yes.
And what is Tierney Storage?
It's a development company that develops property from rough land to where we build buildings on it, we lease them, or have them for sale, or use them that way.
Do you also at times acquire properties that are already constructed and renovate them into more useful uses?
Yes, we used the Bendix building, bought it in 2007, renovated it, and it currently is occupied by TRG.
And have you done projects in other locations other than Franklin County?
Yes, Lexington and Winchester.
And have those projects included building of streets, building of buildings, building of stormwater detention and retention facilities, and otherwise doing the construction management of those facilities?
Yes.
Do you have, who is the personnel of Tierney Storage LLC?
My son Patrick and I are the principals in it.
Okay.
And we have about 8 other employees that are involved with us in various capacities.
Do you regularly work with consulting engineers, surveyors, and other land professionals?
Yes, in all cases.
And you filed an application here on February 8th of 2022 regarding some property that you acquired at 690 Duncan Road.
Correct.
And that application is part of the record in this case, but you've asked that the zoning classification for that property be changed from agricultural to IG, or industrial use. Is that correct?
Correct.
When did you acquire this property?
In July of, the year was 2010.
18, okay. And I think there's been some mention of the family you acquired it from. What was the use of the property and the condition of the property? Was it at the time you bought it?
A guy baled about 100 rolls of hay off of it. And that's all it's been used for.
Were there non-resident owners?
Yes.
Were there anybody occupying this house that's been mentioned here?
No, nobody's been in that house since, I think, 2000.
Mr. Hewitt mentioned there was a tree growing through the roof of the house. Was there other deterioration of the house?
You could not go up on the second floor because it would probably fall in.
Did you have the house surveyed by a professional remodeler as to whether or not it would be feasible to renovate the house?
Yes, JWI Construction came down, evaluated, spent a half day in it, and came back and said, you best get that thing down or it's gonna hurt somebody.
What is the property? I think, Mr. Hewitt, I don't want to be duplicative, but when you first viewed the property, what is the surrounding uses of the property?
On the west side, it's all industrial, most of which we have developed. On the north side, it's an industrial park #1. And the east side, I think, has 3 houses on it.
I'm going to refer to a map that Mr. Hewitt displayed on the board. It's the existing Franklin County zoning map. When you first looked at this property, did you consult with that zoning map to see what the zoning was of the surrounding property?
Yes, I did.
And I'm going to refer now to tab 1 of the package that we passed out that Mr. Hewitt referred to, which is a future land use map of the comprehensive plan adopted by the Franklin County Fiscal Court, Frankfort government? Did you consult with that map concerning the future land use of your property?
Yes, we did.
And did you see that it was designated to be an employment center property?
Yes, sir.
Did you consult with the Planning and Zoning Office concerning those two findings and whether or not that it would be, I guess, useful or futile to apply for a zone change for the property? Did you work with them?
Yes, we did.
Did you ask them questions about infrastructure and things of that nature?
Yes, I was familiar with the infrastructure because we built all along the infrastructure for it.
You've heard Mr. Hewitt.
2006.
You've heard Mr. Hewitt talk about the 24-inch water line that runs on the, I think it's the western boundary of the property, and then the 12-inch water line that runs along Duncan Road. Were you aware these were there?
Yes, I was.
In your development experience and expertise, is it unusual to find a piece of property of 85 acres that has that type of water service to it?
Yes, the 24-inch line is unusual. It
And-
goes to the big tire up behind the,
Is a 24-inch line usually installed by a utility to service a large industrial user or industrial user?
yes,
And likewise on the sewer, did you make inquiry about the sewer?
yes, we were aware of it. We tapped into them 4 different occasions and we're aware of its location.
Did you find the water and sewer infrastructure suitable for the industrial type development that you had done in the past?
Yes, it was all installed when they started that industrial park.
Did you take into consideration the proximity of this property to roadways and and transportation type things?
Yes, that's very important.
What did you do next? Did you consult with an engineer concerning the suitability of this property?
Yes, we were in consultation with engineers from the very beginning to help develop it.
Did they, is that typical that you would get professional experts to testify concerning the use of a property for industrial use?
Yes, we also had borings done on the property prior to buying it to find out how far down the rock was.
Is that important in terms of determining the suitability for building structures for industrial use?
Yes, it is to me.
And did you employ H&B to do a conceptual drawing for the property?
Yes, we worked with
And have you attached that as tab 3 in your submittal here today to the Fiscal Court?
Yes, we did.
Is this just a conceptual drawing, this 450,000 square foot building? At the time, maybe this started, you had a potential client that was looking for that type building, but in your experience in marketing your existing property as well as your existing land, is it your belief that that type of facility would be suitable for marketing and use for the IG use or industrial use?
Yes, we had.
You show a substantial amount of area set aside on this drawing for, I think there's 4 areas for water handling, I'll just call it that way. Was that on the advice of your engineers?
Yes.
And was that based upon the topography of the property and to your knowledge, the size of the potential building?
Yes.
Okay. Are you committed to complying with the stormwater requirements that are both state and local stormwater requirements?
Yes.
Are you aware of the requirement that Mr. Hewitt mentioned about the 25% surcharge on management of stormwater that will come for this property? Are you committed to complying with that?
Yes, we are.
Just as a general aside, are you committed to complying with all local and state rules, laws, and regulations regarding the potential use of this property as industrial property?
Yes, and Mr. Hewitt sees to that.
And, he's already indicated he's been responsive, but does he have your cell phone number?
Yes, he does.
And does he call you when there's a problem, or does he?
Yes.
And do you respond immediately, or you or Patrick or someone respond immediately?
Yes.
And there's on this conceptual plan, there is a considerable amount of green space, and I'll get into that more with Mr. Gregory, but are you committed to utilizing or to allowing green space on the property?
Yes.
Now, there's a triangle, Ron, at the bottom of the property with a blue line across it. That blue line would indicate the border between Franklin and Woodford County. And the triangle below that, the triangle part of that is Woodford County. Do you have any plans to develop industrial development in Woodford County?
No, we do not.
Do you plan on leaving that area in place as a buffer zone for the residential property that appears to the west and on the south end of your farm that you purchased?
Yes, more than likely will be.
Okay. Now, in your experience, the comprehensive plan calls for the growth by design, and one of the things that's shown on this plan is connection of the roadway between Industrial Park Number 3 and the roadway that you will build on this property. Did you acquire property in order to construct that roadway?
Yes, we did.
In anticipation of this zone change?
Yes, on the west portion of the property, we bought a section from HT&A that we had sold them 3 years prior. We bought a section back from them.
So the cul-de-sac that appears there, and then the roadway runs up to it, it would be your plan to connect the two industrial parks together?
Yes, sir.
And then would that allow an additional entrance and exit from Industrial Park Number 3 to Duncan Road and Corporate Drive?
Yes, it would.
Is that, in your experience and expertise, is that a desirable development fashion for fire protection, police protection, and emergency vehicle access to these properties?
Yes.
Is it a standard thing for most planning offices to actually require two entrances, two ways to get in and out? Because if one gets obstructed in the fires, is that correct?
Yes.
And is that in compliance with the utilization of growth by design and use of existing infrastructure as provided in the comprehensive plan?
Yes, it is.
And also, we've already mentioned the water and the sewer. Is that in compliance with the comprehensive plan's goal to have growth by design?
I think the sewer department is looking at upgrading a sewer line that comes right up to that property, into that property. As a matter of fact, they just started that exploration this fall.
Now, just to be clear, this lake that appears on the property, it's designated as, for use as potential stormwater. Is it your understanding from the engineer that that lake might be expanded and upgraded to handle even more stormwater?
Yes.
And you're okay with that?
Yes, sir. That entire area will be green space on that side where the pond is.
Now, we've mentioned, there's been some mention of noise, water quality, but let's talk about noise first. The type of facility that is being conceptually thought of for this property, is it the type that would generate noise to an adjoining property, particularly given the green space and the additional Woodford County buffer?
I don't think it would. It shouldn't, unless there was a manufacturing company that had something that was unusual.
Well, would the manufacturing under IG all be indoors?
Yes.
And the storage would be indoors as well,
Yes.
would it not?
Yes, it would.
Water quality issues, I think we've already talked about that, but are you committed, I'm gonna ask you again, committed to complying with all groundwater regulations and laws in order to control the water on this property?
Yes.
And the lighting issues, what type of lighting would you anticipate would be on any facilities?
Any lighting would be only for dock areas and for
outside doorways that are emergency exits.
And so there would be no perimeter lighting or any lighting out in the green space or lighting over adjacent properties?
No.
Would you anticipate the roadway would be lighted?
No.
Would maybe the entrance to the property be lighted if they required it?
Yes.
And now, you know, access to the property, there's been some discussion of that. Have you and will you, first of all, the Duncan Road is a Kentucky State Highway, is that correct? And have you been informed by your engineers that access to that highway is controlled by the Kentucky Transportation Cabinet?
Yes, they've been in conversation with them.
And will you comply with the encroachment permit process in the Transportation Cabinet to gain the access to the to Duncan Road and do whatever alterations, improvements, or whatever are necessary in order to connect this property to Duncan Road?
Yes, and also to connect it to Fortune Drive up at the other.
And have you commissioned a traffic study? Robert has mentioned that, but have you commissioned a traffic study with Diane Zimmerman? And she's going to testify, so I won't go into that, but is it your understanding that traffic study indicates that based on the conceptual planned use of the property, that no additional updates to traffic control and those matters would be necessary?
Yes, that's what the fourth study indicated.
I'd hate to ask you a question like, is there anything else you want to tell the court, but that's all the questions I have.
Okay, thank you.
Somebody else may have a question.
Are you ready to get stopping point?
I'm finished with my questions, so if somebody else has questions, they can ask.
I think now is good.
Can I just got a like 2 or 3 easy, quick
Can
ones.
we wait on that? I think
Absolutely.
we can break for lunch right now. It's perfect time. It's 12:22. Let's give it 30 minutes. 12:52. We'll come back in court. So I have a motion to recess.
I move we recess until 12:20, whatever it was.
52. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. We're in recess. Thank you.
So moved.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Alrighty, so we are going to go to the court now for questions for Mr. Squire Blackburn. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Tierney, sorry.
I think it was mentioned earlier that the protected covenants for industrial park in the Hanley Lane area have expired. Is that correct? Is there a vegetative buffer between Industrial Park 3 and the Duncan Road Farm or on that side of the industrial park that's existing?
I don't think it doesn't buff, it doesn't butt that. It butts the YMCA property.
But is there a vegetative buffer on that side of the industrial park at all?
There's a ravine back there that you can't even walk down, so.
Is there one in between the farm that you own now, the property we're talking now?
No.
And there's nothing that requires it, is there?
We have 3 rows of evergreens down at the back, like where the PPE building is.
Yes, sir.
There's a line of 3 rows of evergreens between that and the property back there.
Okay. That's all I got. Thank you.
All right.
Squire Westman.
Yeah, this is more directed just to the attorney for Mr. Tierney. In your testimony just before lunch, you referenced that Mr. Tierney, at the time that this process started, had a tenant. Was that to say that that tenant no longer exists for this proposed structure or use of the facility?
I think he could answer that. I think I know the answer, but I didn't mean to be testifying if I was.
The only tenant had a farmer that mowed some grass and baled 100 rolls of hay up there.
The previous owner had a tenant.
That's what you've been. These are just 2 clarification questions. Your attorney also referenced that the intent was to create a street that connects 2 industrial parks, Industrial Park 3 to the proposed land. Did you mean to reference that as an industrial park? Is there some additional plan that is for this property that's not being referenced?
No, it wouldn't be. It just connects Duncan Road to Industrial Park 3.
Thank you for the clarifications.
Squire Blackburn.
And that proposed road would come out on the existing entrance that's in the curve there?
Yes.
Okay.
Any other questions from the court for Mr. Tierney? Seeing none?
I got one more, and this is just for, this has nothing to do with the zoning, but I want to ask, I see the potential building on this concept plan. It looks like it's right in the crest of the watershed for the back going towards Glens Creek and the front going towards Slickaway.
Yes, it is.
Looks like you got 2 corners in one and 2 corners in the back. So is your engineer, you think, gonna determine half the water going one way, half the water going the other?
Yeah.
If that's the proposed building? Okay.
It'll be connected to drains that will go to that retention pond.
Because I know some big structures, they'll send it in one direction. And I'm sure the engineers are gonna figure that out.
Let's figure
That's
that out.
Brad.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Okay, I'd like to ask staff if they have any questions for the applicant.
No questions from staff.
Thank you. Does anyone from the audience have any questions for Mr. Tierney? Please step forward.
Susan Goddard again. Mr. Tierney, did you, for your entrance at 690 Duncan Road, as well as your side entrance there, that between the corporate drive entrance on Industrial Park there at your other property, did you obtain proper encroachment permits for revision of your 690 Duncan and for a separate entrance to be made on Duncan Road for that other 101 property?
Yes, we had entrances for 101.
For 690, did you do like a proper, did you do a revision or some type of permit in order to revise what was a farm entrance into an industrial type entrance when you removed the stone fences and the trees and the gates and everything? Did you have to obtain something from KYTC to allow you to do that?
No.
You did not, okay? Did you get, did you ever get any kind of notification of violation from the transportation cabinet that you had an illegal entrance on Duncan Road and that you were using an illegal entrance and that you had to close it?
No, ma'am.
You did not?
No. Are you talking about where there was right of way up to that 101 building?
Where there was a separate entrance between 690 Duncan and the main entrance to the Industrial Park 3, there had been an entrance that you all had been using. Did you get a permit to do that? And if not, did you get a violation and closure notification from the transportation cabinet about that?
Because that was right of way for utility line, the big utility line runs up through there, and that sewer line runs up through there. That's a right of way for them.
Okay, so, let's see, okay, you talked about recently, just in your last statement, you talked about a pond on the property that you're getting ready to renovate. There's actually 2 ponds or reservoirs, or retention basins, or whatever, that you have on there. The one that was existing, that was under the Army Corps of Engineers, which came out to your property, did they not, regarding a violation notice from me in 2019? Were you there when the Army Corps of Engineers came for the violation notice?
I did talk with the Army Corps of Engineers.
Okay, and it covered the front pond, correct?
No.
Have you talked to the Army
Can he
Corps?
answer the question before he
Yes.
gets interrupted?
Well, he just did.
Well, I think you misinterrupted.
Okay, sorry, excuse me. Please answer the question, I'll allow you. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yes, I did meet with the Corps of Engineers.
Okay. Did you meet with the Corps of Engineers, or did you have an engineer build the current retention basin pond that is on the back part of the property that is built on my fence line? Did you have that? Did you build that? Who built that pond, first of all, I guess?
We built that pond.
You did yourself?
And, yes, and there was used to be a water tank back there. There's a wet spring right in that valley. So we built that pond because we knew that wet spring would keep water in it. And it's got fish in it, and it's a recreation area.
Okay,
And
the new one, it has fish in it?
Yes.
Okay.
Got a fish feeder.
Have you witnessed, or are you aware that that pond that you just built is flowing over into my property with water and silt on my farm road? Are you aware of that?
Are you aware that there was always water coming down that? Because that's a spring there, wet spring.
Sir, I've been there
Continually puts water out.
No, sir, okay. I've been there 35 years, and we've used it 35 years constantly. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, any other questions from the court or from the audience for Mr. Tierney? Please step forward.
Name is Chris Schimler. Mr. Tierney, were you aware that the home on the property was a historic home on the National Register of Historic Places?
Yes.
With that designation, can you appreciate that that home carried a lot of value to the community with the history and the stories that it could tell, that it was important to the community?
And it's a shame somebody didn't put some money in the roof of it so it wouldn't have fallen.
Are you aware that, can you answer my question?
Are you aware that the community could have put money into that facility to protect the roof that was kept? But they didn't, so it was falling in. It was an unsafe structure.
I'm not contending that at all. I'm just asking you whether you're aware that that home meant a lot to the community.
Oh, yes.
Then why did you authorize it to be destroyed without a permit?
Because it was falling in. It was a hazard.
So this community has rules and regulations to respect certain, that everybody has to follow certain rules. And by choosing to destroy it without a permit, you opted to not give the community the option to go out and document.
Objection, Your Honor, that's a statement, and also, I don't think she's pointed out or entered into any evidence, any rule, law, or regulation that A, required him to get a permit, and B, required this specific property to be protected, as there is in downtown Frankfurt. As there is, there's a legislator has taken action to protect historic buildings. And that legislation does not apply to this property. And the major objection is that that was more an argument than it was a question.
I apologize if I misstated anything.
Okay.
Just, could you have given us an opportunity to try to protect it or to try to salvage something if you had gone through the permitting process? It feels like a loss. And
It was for sale for 12 years. I didn't see anybody stepping up.
okay. When you were grading, are you aware that when you're grading for agricultural purposes that you don't need to get a permit?
Yes.
Right. So, since 2019 or whenever you started grading, were you grading for agricultural purposes?
Yes, we anticipated doing some greenhouses there at that time. Greenhouses were a hot item.
So then why at the same time was your property listed for sale as an industrial property on the ACDC website?
Because it can be done either way. The same pad for a greenhouse as for a warehouse or manufacturing.
So you can have it both ways. Thank you.
All right.
Can I ask you a question?
Please step forward.
Mr. Tierney, do you recall a phone call from my son at 10:30 at night one evening asking you why there was a carload full of guys driving up and down our shared fence line, why it was pointed with its bright lights towards his house with his pregnant wife and son inside? And do you recall your answer? And why was that car there at 10:30 at night revving up and down the fence line and lunging and turning its bright lights on?
I wasn't in that car, I don't know.
Do you remember the phone call that night?
I do remember him calling.
Okay.
And
Do
one
you
time he
remember
was
your
driving
answer?
up and down that same fence row with music on to keep deer hunters from finding any deer back in that area.
Who?
Your son was.
My son?
Your son.
Let's take the
Okay,
question,
okay.
please.
Well, I'm just asking if you remember the call.
Yes, I do remember.
Do you recall telling when we asked, because he asked you whether someone could possibly be locked in your property that may need to be let out, as had happened before, or do you remember what you told him, which was, oh, that's just my boys? That was your exact words, and
Then
he
if that's what
testified
it
to
was, that's
such.
what it was.
Okay. And he
They
said
had
that that was
permission
the
to go
first,
up in there.
do you recall Evan stating in the first hearing of planning and zoning that that was the first time he had lived on that farm his entire life? I brought him home day one. Do you recall him saying in his testimony that that was the first time in his entire life he'd ever been scared on our farm? Do you recall him saying that?
No, I don't.
You can go read, you can watch Cable 10, it's on it.
All right.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? Okay, seeing no questions, we're going to move on to the in-person comments.
I've got one witness.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Brad Gregory.
I'll stay at you, consider.
All right. Could you state your name, please?
Brad Gregory.
And Mr. Gregory, what is your profession?
I am a civil engineer.
And what is your educational background?
I have a Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering.
And have you got any advanced training or certifications?
I have a license to practice professional engineering in Kentucky and, 3 or 4 other states. I also have a license to practice land surveying in Kentucky and several other states also.
I've handed the bailiff there a copy of your resume. Would you make that part of your testimony here today?
Absolutely.
Do you have any experience in land development and engineering-related matters relating to land development?
I do.
What is your experience?
For the last 23 or so years, I have been a civil engineer that has worked on transportation, infrastructure projects, storm sewer, water, sanitary sewer, private development. Most of that private development has been in Franklin County and the surrounding counties.
Have you worked for the Franklin County Fiscal Court?
Yes, I was. Previously, when I was with Municipal Engineering, before we merged with HMB in 2019, we held the position of county engineer. We basically provided consulting engineering services for Fiscal Court and the Planning Commission for roughly 10 or 12 years, and I shared those duties with my business partner, Andy Layson, at the time.
In your general development engineering work, have you worked on projects including site design, grading, groundwater, roadway layout, and other different things for commercial as well as industrial uses?
Commercial, yes, commercial, industrial, and public infrastructure projects.
And how many such projects have you worked on over the last 20 years, just a round number?
100 plus.
And were you engaged by Tierney Storage LLC to assess the property at 690 Duncan Road for the potential development as an industrial site?
Yes, I was.
And what did you do what did you do in that case and in a typical case in order to aid Tierney development in assessing what necessary work needs to be done?
So we began by evaluating obviously current zoning and the surrounding zoning. We started next with all of the public infrastructure, primarily the roadway access that they had, the potential to be able to tie to the existing industrial park. We also met with and discussed with local utilities, being the plant board, and the Frankfurt Sewer Department about access to that infrastructure, and also evaluated the geotechnical work that Mr. Tierney had conducted from another sub-consultant or another engineering consultant had done some drilling at the site. We evaluated that. We also evaluated other environmental factors such as stormwater runoff and obviously the topography and the layout of the land and suitability for development.
Did you work with Mr. Tierney concerning the development of a conceptual plan for the property?
Yes, sir. And
was that conceptual plan, I guess, revised a couple of times with the final revision made in February of 2022? That's been admitted, I think, into the record by Mr. Hewitt, but it's also included in tab 3 in this middle that we made. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So you're the author of that plan?
I am the author of that Tierney Farms 690 Duncan Road conceptual plan, February 2022.
In putting this together, you obviously mentioned you did consider the adjoining properties because you have included on this plan a roadway. Did you also consider the zoning of those additional properties and the uses of those properties?
Absolutely, yes.
Did you consult any outside mapping sources like groundwater mapping and calculations and karst maps and those types of things?
Yes, sir, I did.
And were all those included in your analysis in order to put together this conceptual plan?
Yes, sir.
Did you look at the entrance onto Duncan Road and make some sort of analysis of what would be necessary in order to build the type of entrance that would be necessary to incorporate the use that the map amendment would allow?
Yes, sir.
And tell the court basically what that analysis was and what you as a professional engineer would do on behalf of Tierney Storage.
We worked with several different permit engineers from the District 5 office out of Louisville, and sometimes they've been out of central office here in Frankfurt, but that's with the Transportation Cabinet about any of the modifications that were made at that entrance. There is a culvert under Duncan Road there that's a state-owned culvert, and the current entrance that was there was somewhat impacting the negative performance of that culvert, as there was an entrance there that had very poor sight distance due to all the overgrowth and the stone entrance that was there. So we worked with the Transportation Cabinet to move that, basically sort of reorient the direction at which that entrance came in. It came in at a very severe skew when it was a farm entrance, and so what Mr. Tierney did was sort of realign that where it comes in at a 90-degree angle, providing the most optimal intersection sight distance, basically. When you went to pull out of there before, you couldn't see when you were pulling out. Now you can, and you can see all the way around the corner. I will mention that there was an entrance that was brought up previously that was a utility company that was accessing the road, and they thought, the transportation cabinet thought that was Mr. Kearney. They asked him to close that. He said, well, it's not my entrance, that's the utility company doing that. And as soon as they're done, I will block it off permanently, which he did it out of his own pocket, wasn't required to, it had nothing to do with his development. It was a utility company accessing it. As soon as they were finished, he put some barricades up where they could no longer use it.
Now, if this plan is approved, if this zoning is approved, will there be additional work to be done with the transportation cabinet concerning an encroachment permit to their highway there, 690 Duncan Road?
As part of the technical review committee for any development plan that we would do after a zone change, the transportation cabinet is a party to that technical review committee, and they have to sign off on the development plan. It's absolutely required.
I might also ask this, in your experience, were you involved with a lot of the projects in the development of Industrial Park Number 3?
I've been involved with, I would say, 50% of the development of Industrial Park Number 3. One other thing was, back when Millville Road was widened back in the 2000s, I was involved in that endeavor also. And I would say that most of that development in Industrial Park 3, that industrial park was something that was undertaken by the county or whatever, our quasi-governmental agency that we had that administered that. And until a couple of the folks that came in there, like Mr. Tierney, it would have been completely undevelopable. It was impossible to develop. They were the only ones that had the means, the capacity to be able to do something useful with that land, whereas it was before it was a mess.
As a part of your process, did you review a survey that Mr. Tierney had of the property done by Jared Stevens?
I did.
And did that form the basis of the boundaries that you have used on your conceptual plan? And also Franklin, Woodford County line, those things?
There was an extensive survey done by Mr. Stevens to establish the county line. I know that for a fact. And yes, I used his boundary survey for everything else as the basis of our development or concept plan.
Now, in putting together this concept plan, you have some areas there that are hatched in blue. What are those areas and what are they for, and how will they relate to the development of the property in the event that this court should approve the map amendment change?
There's been a lot of talk about runoff and a lot of talk about the fact that water sheet flows off of this property, but it is not existing. Water very rarely ever sheet flows for very long before it starts to concentrate into a small shallow channel, then a larger ditch, larger stream, river, so on. So there's primarily 5 major drainage divides that leave this property. And typically that's where you're going to want to put your stormwater control structures. Is before it leaves the property, you put some sort of a stormwater control structure that you're going to slow it down, retain it for a short period of time, and release it in a controlled fashion. So the only drain that we don't have anything showing up on currently is in the section, or drain that we have a water quality basin in, would be in Woodford County, and that'd be in that small little Woodford County triangle, because the applicant has tried to do everything he could to not do any development in that section. So, but yes, we evaluated the site, looked for all the potential places for stormwater to leave the site, and that's where we've identified these basin areas.
So the developer has testified that he plans to leave that Woodford County property zoned agriculture and not development, and that is what your conceptual plan shows as well?
Yes, sir.
Did you, in putting together this, did you do any calculations or estimates about the amount of green space that would be involved with this development as it's set forth on this conceptual plan?
Yes, sir. As you see there, it shows potential building at 450,000 square foot. And that is basically a box that there could be lots of smaller buildings in, not lots, but multiple smaller buildings in there. That could be one large building, but primarily that area is identified as developed, is potentially being developed. And that would leave roughly 82 acres out of this entire 100 and something acre site. So basically we're looking to develop around 25% of this entire property.
Now, you mentioned these water areas, water features, I guess. In your professional opinion, having done many final development plans in the Slickway Branch area, does this approval of this development offer any particular advantage to the Franklin County problem of addressing stormwater issues in the Slickway Branch?
I would say absolutely yes. I would think as a general item, the only way that you as this body ever have to regulate stormwater running off of a potential site is when it's being developed. It's very hard for you to go in and regulate the water running off of a development unless they've had some major change. Yeah, they come in and do something to concentrate that water, but by and large, you have very little ability to regulate stormwater unless it's through development. And even more so on this is that there's an existing amount of water that runs off of this site. Since it's in the Slickway Branch, the Planning Commission has, deemed it necessary to reduce that by 25%. So if the site sits like it is now, or like it was 10 years ago, or 50 years ago, or 150 years ago, there's a certain amount of water that's going to run off of that site. You cannot reduce that down by 25% unless it's developed. So you have the ability to use controlled, deliberate development to regulate the way water runs off of a site. If it sits the way that it is now, you don't have that ability.
Now, you saw Mr. Hewitt testify about, and I don't know what that fancy map he had about that showed the amount of the property and where the water runoff was going to Slickway Branch and going the other way. Do you have an estimate of how much?
I very quickly looked up the entire Slickway Branch watershed before it dumps into Elkhorn Creek consists of 5.3 square miles. That is 3,392 acres. If our entire site ran to that, which it doesn't, we would only be 2.4% of the entire Slickway drainage divide. And I would add that there's been a lot of discussion about another drainage divide that went toward the Castle and Key. And I did some calculations on that one too a minute ago. And that one was out of, I know what it was. It's 315 acres there. If you took the portion of our property that's going there, it's less than 20 acres. So whatever that percent would be. Basically, we're 20 acres of that entire 315 acre drainage divide.
So the area that he showed on that map as draining to Castle and Key is 315 acres. And of that 315 acres, 20 acres is part of this development, 15 or 20 acres? Is that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, 20 acres.
And only about half of that potential building area would actually be going that way. And sort of elaborate on Squire Blackbird's question earlier, typically when you're doing drainage design, you do not want to ever take water out of one drainage divide and put it into the other. You want to keep things going the same way that they are. So, if you have a building that's on a ridge like that, and you have your building drains on the backside go out in one direction, front side go out in the other, and you
It's like you got three directions.
Yes, exactly. And so you would pick those up and try to keep them where you normally would have them go. It's very, very hard to get it down to the drop, but generally, that's what you would want to do. And so, and in this case right here, you see the two that leave the south of the property. One we're showing water quality basin, and then the other one is right where it says remaining green space over in Woodford County. You notice both of those actually join up in the same drain a couple of 100 feet south of the property line. So in that instance right there, I would probably still try to take everything through that water quality basin so I would have the ability to restrict it and limit the amount of flow that comes off of that property, since they join up just south of that after they leave the property.
And that, again, is something that would be done in the development plan process.
That's all detailed engineering design.
Correct.
It would be done after the zone change.
And also, that's something that would be reviewed by the Planning and Zoning Office as well as their people, their
Absolutely.
engineers.
There's an entire technical review committee that includes everybody from first responders to health department to engineering, obviously staff, Transportation Cabinet, and then Jonathan Otis, who's the contract engineer that you have now for Fiscal Court, they would all have a chance to review it, and then they're all signatories on the development plan. So they would all be a party to reviewing the actual final development details.
Mr. Gregory, in your dealings with Mr. Tierney, has he ever restricted your ability to perform a professional engineering service that would comply with all governmental rules, laws, and regulations?
He has never restricted me.
And has he always, when someone has complained to him, well, I guess you wouldn't know whether it was always, but has he on numerous occasions contacted you to get your professional advice about how to act on matters such as the dam, or matters such as the entrance, or as matters such as that other things that relate to the stormwater, or the grading and all of that? Has he always contacted you?
I can't say always, but he has contacted me a lot.
And has he ever refused to take the action that you advised him to take concerning, for instance, getting a permit or?
No, he has not. And then there has been instances where I have been contacted instead of him. And when I have notified him, he has made whatever corrective action was requested.
That's all.
All right. So at this time, does the court have any questions for Mr. Gregory for our listeners?
Mr. Gregory, in your testimony just now, you made a statement that from your familiarity with Industrial Park 3 being previously undeveloped, that Mr. Tierney is the only developer who could develop the property.
So, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Is your reference there, will you admit that is subjective?
I said he was one of a few that had the ability to develop, but it is subjective. But there's, yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the court? Squire Blackburn.
Yeah, Mr. Gregory, you said 25% of the entire area. Is that including the Frankfort and Woodford County acreage?
Well, so if you could see on my map, there's a pink line that says existing drainage divide. So the one that goes from the bottom left of the site up through the middle and bottom and around, that means this entire south portion, which includes some of the Woodford County portion of this site. That is, I'm going to say roughly 20 acres. I didn't measure that one, but that's roughly 20 acres of the total 315 acres that goes to Castle Lane.
I'm sorry, what I was asking was the developed, you have that 450,000 square foot, and you were saying that was 20% or 25% of the total land area that you have there. Is that including the 30 acres or so that's in Woodford County, or is that just in Franklin County?
No, what I'm saying is this portion that includes some of Woodford County, that entire thing would be about 20 acres. That part of the drainage area would be about 20 acres of this total 315 acres.
I think we're on two different things.
Yeah. So, I mean, some of the potential 450,000 square foot.
I'm not talking about runoff, I'm saying the developed area that's in the concept plan is 25%. Is that 25% of the total area of the 100 and so acres, or is that? Okay.
Now, the potential for developed area is really only this 450,000 square foot area in addition to the proposed street.
And that's 25% of the 83 acres or so?
I don't know what the percent is.
Okay.
I was only saying that 20% of the drainage.
Of the drainage.
Nothing to do with the entire. I was saying that the only potential that we have to affect this 315 acres is about this 20 acres site that we have here.
Right, that makes sense. So was stormwater addressed, planned, and engineered for during the development of the Industrial Park 3?
Unfortunately, when the original Industrial Park 3 was developed, that we didn't have very strict stormwater standards. Typically, you'd want to do it in a regional fashion, where you would have one basin that handled lots of individual properties. That way, you're not having to worry about each individual property owner maintaining their basin, making them work correctly, designing them the same. So in that sense, there wasn't much drainage that I'm aware of that was done back then. So since then, individual sites have either combined to do small regional basins, or they've been required to do individual basins. You can see in my development plan, or my concept plan here, Just to the north of the three HTNA buildings, that's a large detention basin there where you see the rock line ditches going through it. That was something that was done for the development of those buildings. And then other buildings that are being done out there, they're having to do their own basin. But then you have like the whole Department of Agriculture up there. That was done back when the thing was built, and, you know, I'm not sure how much detention is there. I haven't really ever looked, but.
Yeah, because, you know, this is in my district, and it's a huge concern to me. And some of these questions are for staff and not you, so they just kind of all tie together. So I'm glad you answered that question, though, because I feel like there weren't the restrictions in place or the standards in place. And
I would add that somebody brought up a while ago that some of this drainage that comes off of the old Industrial Park 3 comes out onto this piece of property. Well, there again, this is your best time to be able to regulate that. You can't do anything about that now. I mean, that's all things that happened long before this court was ever established. But that water comes onto our property, and we now have to retain that and, in fact, reduce it by 25%. This is the only opportunity you have to do that.
So
outside of going and buying your own piece of property somewhere and building a really big detention basin in Slickaway Branch.
when, and you may know this because I'm sure you were consulted, in the early stages of the development or land disturbance or whatever we want to call it, you know, I was caught out there to the front of the property across the street where the water overflowed the culvert that was designed just for that property and not for the uptake of the other industrial park water being flowed into it. And it eroded, and we had the supports holding the guardrail up just dangling. Did the county or the state, or did Mr. Tierney fix that?
Mr. Tierney actually fixed most of what was on his side of the right-of-way there, just to stabilize that. And that was long before any of the problems, you know, or any of the things associated with this entrance. That was things coming off of the other side. That pipe under Duncan Road has been a problem for the state as far as maintenance is concerned. It's not a capacity issue. It's old, and the bottom has rusted out of it. And so Mr. Tierney actually went in and fixed the inlet side of it, which should be what prevents it from ever overtopping again. Wasn't part of any of his development. It wasn't part of anything else. He was just trying to help, and the state was appreciative.
Coincidence.
I'm sorry?
It was a coincidence the pipe was eroded. Because, I mean, at
No,
that
I
time...
mean, the whole bottom of the pipe is rusted out.
Right. I mean,
we don't produce acidic.
I climbed up in it. I'm just telling you. So,
Yeah.
so I was in it. I looked at the things over, and it coincided with the time that he started developing that area. And you know, Duncan Road didn't flood before Industrial Park 3, and it does now. So, if this passes, I'm hopeful that this is the utmost of importance.
Absolutely.
Because it flows all the way into the backside of the country club. And I've had meetings with the Secretary of Transportation where they say it's not a transportation issue. But when you have 300 households that can't get a fire truck or an ambulance, that is a transportation issue. So that's something I'm very concerned with. Thank you.
Well, like I said, if I would add to that, this development is only about 2% of that entire Slickaway development, or Slickaway drainage divide that goes through the country club and that area. So.
Any other questions from the court for Mr. Gregory?
Just quickly, Judge. Mr. Gregory, could you give us an approximation of the amount of land, a portion of the property, the subject property that has been disturbed at this point? We heard some testimony of about 15 acres that were originally intended.
I would say roughly, I could give you a very, very rough estimate, but it's going to be something probably pretty close to that 450,000 square foot.
Which is about 10 1/3 acres.
Yeah, that's what I was getting ready to do the math. So I would say, you know, in that 10 to 15 acre range.
Out of the entirety of the...
entirety of
100 plus acres.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I have one more question. Are you aware of you are aware, Mr. Heward testified about the sewer capacity on the property?
Yes, sir.
And that's all correct, is that correct?
That is.
Are you aware of any sewer improvements that the Frankfurt Plant Board is undertaking right now that would have an impact on this property?
Yeah, the Frankfurt Sewer Department is actually currently designing an entirely new sewer line that would run from Castle and Keys property. It's primarily to serve them, that will come up and provide public sewers. And actually, Mr. Kearney had been in negotiations with Frankfurt Sewer Department to donate the land that they were going to have to require to construct this entirely new sewer line from, their plan is right now to construct it from coming onto the south side of the property, all the way along the entire property line and tied in at the Duncan Road section. And that is primarily just to provide sewer service to Castle and Key and some of that area down there.
Would there be a pump station located in Franklin County, or?
No, the pump station, I think, would be, I don't know the details of their design. They've just been coordinating with us on the alignment to make sure that they stay out of the way of any potential future ever development on our property.
Would that increase the size of the capacity or diminish the size?
They are, so there's already a 12-inch line that runs along that northwest property line. I think it's a 12-inch line, or maybe 8-inch, and they're talking about making this one a 24-inch. So it would dramatically increase the capacity and also allow for future development in the areas that are identified by the comprehensive plan, I'm guessing. So
that's all.
Any other questions from the court? All righty. Staff, do you have any questions for Mr. Gregory?
No questions for the witness.
Thank you. Does anyone in the audience have questions for him? Please come forward and state your name.
Yeah.
Again, please pardon my ignorance. Oh, sorry. Jack Garabedian.
Sure. Thank you.
Pardon my ignorance. I'm saying this because personally it affects, we put up a building, 20 by 14 building in the field. And when the building wasn't there, when it rained, the ground absorbed most of it. So here's my question, and again, pardon my ignorance. As you build these structures, and they're huge, I don't know the size. So now, what I'm getting at is that we brought this building in, the 20 by 14. I've got runoff coming off the roof pretty fast. Now it goes onto the driveway, and it's beginning to pool in an area that never pooled before. But anyway, so now, and we've had unbelievable rain. So if you build these structures, are your numbers that you just stated, the percentages, do they include the structures that are built or based on what's built now? Is that a fair question, or do I need to rephrase that?
Let me try to answer it and see if it answers your question.
Right.
If it doesn't, feel free to say, no, that's not what I'm talking about. So if you're going to reduce, well, first off, the way that you would typically develop the stormwater runoff from a site would be that every place that it leaves the site, you would add that up, and it has a certain flow rate. Let's just say, for example, it's 100 cubic feet per second flows off of this site as it stands in its existing condition. You then come in and put buildings in, pavement, parking lots, all of these things, and they're considered impervious. So the water doesn't actually soak into the ground anymore. It's now directed off, and you try to collect that in ditches and inlets and storm sewers and pipes and all that stuff. But ultimately, when it leaves the site, you cannot exceed that flow rate at which it was in the existing. So after we develop it, it still can't be any more than 100 CFS, and that's just the example number I used. In this case, we actually have to reduce that down to 75 CFS because we have to reduce that by about 25%. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, so that means that your number, the percentage that you
Yes, sir.
gave was included based on buildings that are not there yet that will be built, or any asphalt or?
It would be based on the existing condition that is out there, and it is, I want to say, 99.9% dirt out there. And so, you know, so the dirt has a certain percentage at which, you know, once it rains hard enough, it'll shed water.
Yeah.
It no longer soaks in. So we basically take that into account. Let's just say typically dirt would only shed about 30% of the water off. The building sheds 90% off. So we have to account for that difference, and that's where that difference comes from. And like, you know, when it leaves the site in the existing condition, let's just, that magic number, let's just say it's 100 CFS, we have to be at least at 100 CFS or lower, and in this case, we have to bring it down to 75.
Thank you.
Are you sure? Does that answer your question?
Some, yeah, because I don't know what size buildings you're gonna be putting or how much.
We don't, but what we would do, the one thing I will
So that
add,
percentage could change.
the one thing I would add to that is it's in the developer's best interest to go ahead and assume the largest site that he could ever build out. That way he doesn't have to keep making modifications to his basin. So in the initial phase, if he only built a portion of that, he may have 50% reduction because he's not actually done the full build out yet. Mhm.
Blackburn.
Is that reduction, is it for sheet flow or is it for directed flow in culverts and ditches?
It's not really, you really don't, that's what I was saying early on, it's really hard to define the difference between sheet flow. It is for whatever leaves this site, whether it leaves it as sheet flow, because, you know, right at the very edge, there may be some spots that it sheet flows away. We're not gonna be developing right out the very edge anyway, so that's gonna be basically the same as it always was. But in other areas where it maybe used to sheet flow, like this gentleman said, you're gonna wind up concentrating that into a more concentrated flow coming off of rooftops or gutter drains or, you know, roadways. And you're gonna concentrate that and you're gonna direct that to your detention basins, where that stuff would have eventually wound up at a concentrated flow anyway. Because if you look at the contours, which basically define how water flows, every time you have a contour that forms a V, that's a ditch, basically.
Right.
That's where you're getting concentrated flow. There's maybe less than 10% of the area all along this boundary that anything sheet flows off of it. Everything flows to a shallow swale that becomes a ditch, that becomes a stream, that becomes a river, that, you know. So but to answer your question directly, the charge would be to reduce all of the flow, total flow that comes off of this site by 25% or more.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions from the audience? Please come forward.
John Carlton. During your design and construction phases, were you aware that this tract of land was zoned agricultural?
Haven't done any design, or we've been doing some preliminary design. But I was aware that it was agricultural, but we had also received a zone change that was then under appeal, so that's why we hadn't done anything formally.
So you were aware of Mr. Tierney's intent to have the zoning change to industrial?
Yes.
Okay, and were you aware of his previous application for a zone change that was denied by the Fiscal Court in 2020?
Yes.
Okay. Had Mr. Tierney ever implicitly or explicitly indicated he had any agricultural use for the property, or was it always intended to be industrial?
He had intended to use it for agricultural, as was suggested by one of the magistrates the first time that we went in the zone change.
Okay, so I understood Mr. Tierney to have testified that it was always intended since the beginning to be industrial, but when you submitted a land disturbance plan, Mr. Hewitt, why did you submit that?
We were asked to by, I guess it was either the planning department or the division of water. Previous to that, we had been under the assumption that we were still doing agricultural activities, and one wasn't required, but I think it was in June or July of last year, as soon as we were notified, we submitted the land disturbance permit to planning into the division of water, which were all approved.
And then what were some of the agricultural intended uses?
I don't know, you have to ask Mr.
You
Hughes.
don't know? Okay. So you were doing site prep for an agricultural activity that you didn't know about?
I wasn't.
I mean, as far as submitting the land disturbance plan?
Land disturbance plan was just a big area that said you could disturb that area. It didn't have to have any kind of an intent.
And what agencies do you know that are supposed to be notified if you're performing site prep for construction?
It sort of depends, because there's this whole agricultural nuance. He could have literally gone out there with a plow and turned over every square inch of that entire property and would not have to provide any silt fence, erosion control, construction entrances, any of those things. He could turn over every bit of that soil, and every bit of it could run right off of the site. Or he could go out here and start prepping for an area that he wants to do some sort of an agricultural activity and put silt fence up around the entire thing. And we were contacted by Woodford County also, and they asked us to submit a land disturbance plan, which we did, and they approved. So, you know, to me, it comes down to this nuance of, is it agricultural or not? If it were some industrial or commercial application, to my knowledge, you would have to submit to planning and zoning and then to the Division of Water.
Okay, so a stormwater permit wouldn't be required for agricultural activity?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. What permits might be required? I know you just said that, sorry, but were there any nitrate studies or groundwater studies that's done for this?
Groundwater studies, no. There was a geotechnical report done that would have identified any karst topography. Of course, the entire bit of Franklin County, everywhere in Franklin County has karsts at some point.
Right, but there are streams that we know that most of that topography leads into that are pretty obvious, and then, what permits were applied for prior to commencement of land grading and other site prep?
Prior to commencement of land grading, I can't answer that, I don't know. I wasn't there wasn't the applicant on any of the permits.
Okay. Are you aware of any sensitive habitats, endangered species, or protected streams that would or are being impacted by the development?
The only sensitive stream that I know of is the Slickway Branch, and that is because of that stormwater control issue.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the audience? Please come forward.
Are you aware of, or is there still within your design, there was a well, an in-ground well next to the house? Is it still there? Has it been capped off? Do you know what has happened to that well?
I can't answer that. I seem to recall seeing that on the survey that was done by Jared Stevens, but I can't speak as to its condition now or where it's at, and I can't really even tell you exactly where it's at. I would assume it was close to where the old house location was.
Okay, so as far as you know, none of your information has to do with like the April 14th, 2020 fire where it breached. Did any of your information did you have any information regarding that or the breach of that well or anything?
No, I don't have any involvement in anything to do with
During
that.
your information with Industrial Park 3, were you aware that, or had you seen any information regarding that there had been a large in-ground well on that property as well? And do you know its location now and?
I wasn't aware, I'm not aware of any wells on Industrial Park 3 or past wells.
Okay, so you weren't aware of any inspections or anything as required by previous planning and zoning meetings?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions from Mr. Gregory? Mr. Gregory, thank you.
I call Diane Zimmerman, she's in the hallway. Hope you don't mind me calling you Your Honor. It's a habit.
Try to get a hold of it.
Just state your name.
I was not sworn, I was standing outside, so.
Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you state your name, please?
Yes, Diane Zimmerman.
And Diane, what is your profession?
I am a licensed professional engineer in the state of Kentucky.
And what is your educational background?
I have a Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering from the University of Kentucky in 1986.
And are you a licensed professional engineer?
Yes.
I have a copy here of a resume.
Yes.
Would you admit that as part of your testimony today?
Daniel.
I got it, I'll figure it out. What is the area of engineering you practice in?
I specialize in traffic impact studies, traffic operations, and traffic planning.
What is your experience that qualifies you to specialize in that area?
I have almost 34 years of experience. I have worked with the Kentucky Transportation Cabinet, the North Carolina Department of Transportation. I have been self-employed for 9 years here with a firm that was previously located in Frankfurt, Zimmerman Grider Incorporated. I've been employed by Jordan Jones and Golding and Jacobs Engineering Group and CDM Smith. All of those jobs involve traffic engineering and transportation planning.
What is your, how many traffic engineering studies have you done in connection with development and planning zoning matters, do you estimate?
As of early this week, it was 686 traffic impact studies.
And what is your experience in traffic studies in the Duncan Road area?
I believe I counted, this was the 9th traffic impact study I've done on Duncan Road since 1998.
And in the past 3 years, how many traffic studies have you done that would have been for development similar to this?
Over 15 other industrial development sites.
Okay, were you requested by Mr. Tierney to do a traffic impact study on 690 Duncan Road?
Yes.
Had you, in fact, been requested by him to do one in 2019 and again in 2022?
That is correct.
And did you do a traffic impact study in early 2022?
Yes.
And did you then do a supplement to that study in February of 2023?
I did.
And have those traffic impact studies been provided to the fiscal court as a part of Mr. Hewitt's information package that was distributed to them?
It is my understanding that they are.
Would you make those part of your testimony here
Yes.
today?
Yes, I will.
In your what did you do in order to prepare those studies? And what's the purpose of the study?
The purpose of a traffic impact study is to evaluate the existing highway network adjacent to a site. In this particular location, the original traffic impact study studied the intersections of Corporate Drive and Duncan Road. I just want to make sure I read all this correctly. At Duncan Road at US 60 and the two US 60 intersections with the I-64 ramps.
And why did you find those two particular areas to be of interest in preparing this study?
Those are well, it was a consultation with Franklin County's traffic impact study engineer as well as the Kentucky Transportation Cabinet to determine and through that process, we jointly agreed that these were the intersections that would experience the most significant impact of development south of Corporate Drive.
And did you actually, what did you do to evaluate the situation?
I have visited the site. I obtained data from the Kentucky Transportation Cabinet about the traffic signal at Duncan and US 60 and the two signals with the interstate. I have a copy of the construction plans for the project that has recently been completed through those three intersections. Additionally, we collected traffic data, just to answer the question from the gentleman earlier. The majority of the traffic count data was collected with video cameras and then is processed in the office by a person counting the video camera as data as opposed to physically sitting a person on the side of the road. Additionally, it looked at the roadway, the widths and the number of turn lanes at each intersection, and consulted with both the Franklin County planning staff and their traffic engineer about the other developments in the area that had been approved that needed to be included in the traffic study.
Did you also see Mr. Tierney's conceptual plan and
yes,
and I guess the information that's contained on that plan in order to include that in your analysis?
Yes.
And you did do that analysis, is that correct?
That is correct.
It's fairly technical to even a average reader.
Yes.
But what was your conclusion on page 6 of your supplemental report?
Page 6 of your supplemental report.
I concluded that based upon the amount of traffic generated by this proposed development and the amount of traffic forecasted for the year 2023, there would be minimal impacts to the existing highway network with level of services remaining within acceptable limits. The delays experienced in the area will increase, but they are within the acceptable limit, and no improvements are needed to achieve these levels of service.
Now, that conclusion is based upon the calculations that are included in your report.
That is correct.
And do they include the information that you received from the Kentucky Department of Transportation concerning signal and traffic patterns in the area?
Yes, that is correct.
And obviously, as you mentioned, you've done 9 studies out there, and each one of those studies was done probably in connection with some type of new business or new industry or new activity, I guess is the best way to put it.
Yes, that is correct.
And the counts that you made, I think in the, and correct me if I'm wrong, in what time period were those counts made? I think August of 2022, there were counts made, and then in the February of 2022, I think there were other counts included.
Correct. The original study that is dated February 21st, 2022, used counts that we made August 20th of 2019. So those were pre-COVID and pre-racetrack and lots of other things that had happened in that vicinity. But because of the conditions created by COVID, we as an industry have decided, or a profession, that it was not appropriate to make new traffic counts until August of 2022. So when I did the traffic impact study for the car dealership on Democrat Drive, we made new traffic counts on August 16th of 2022, and then I also have a count from February 24th, 2022 at the intersection of Corporate Drive and Duncan Road.
And all of those different counts were included in your supplemental report on this property?
That is correct. The supplemental study dated February 23rd, 2023 uses the August 22 counts and a February 22 count.
That's all the questions I had.
All right, thank you.
All right. We have, does the court have questions for the applicant?
Go ahead, Sherry.
All right, thank you for coming today. I am looking at page 3 of the traffic studies.
Yes.
And on that, it does indicate that there was a traffic count done in July, July 18th, 2019.
Oh, so you're in the original study.
I'm just looking at the
Yes.
data that's in this
Yes.
document. So does that take into account, typically in the month of July, there's no school?
Correct.
So that would potentially lessen the amount of traffic due to, parents not running kids, school buses, et cetera. Is it typical for traffic studies to be done in months? What is the typical time? Let me phrase it that way.
It was atypical, but
It is
in consultation with your traffic engineer, we agreed that the impact of school traffic in that vicinity being that there is no school along Duncan Road, that school traffic would have less impact. But it's also why the majority of the counts were recounted in August with school in session.
Okay, and when you said it is atypical, you used the word as atypical one word.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I wasn't sure about that. I know there's not a school there. There's not a school
Right.
on the street that I live on.
Right.
But there's a school bus and people taking kids
Sure.
from there. So
Yes.
you said that's what precipitated the recount then in
Yes.
August?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
You're right.
I thought I noted one.
Yes.
I thought I
And that is
flagged one.
only the the July 2019 count is only the AM count at Corporate Drive and Duncan Road. That's the only count. So it's just one of the multiple counts. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Why was that count included if it was atypical?
Because of the inability at the time and
It was my opinion at that time that the traffic on Corporate Drive was unimpacted by school traffic. People are still coming to work at 8 o'clock in the morning, whether or not they drop their child off. They're still counted in that coming in and out of an industrial park, and so I did not revise that count.
Okay. I know the forecasts for future traffic are based on a myriad of things that we could talk about all day. But when you were determining the forecast for the amount of traffic that was going to be coming from this specific site, what was that range?
Well, I'm using the Institute of Transportation, their trip generation manual. We're currently on the 11th edition of that manual. It was published in 2021 using data all pre-COVID. It's based on the square footage of the size of that building, and I'm using the average rate. I could pull it up if you really need to know that. I do not have the actual rate.
So it's not considering usage, it's just considering square footage?
Well, it's considering it's a warehouse. I mean,
A
right,
warehouse, okay.
The manual, as we talked about the comprehensive plan moments ago, is now, they don't even print it. It's so many pages, it's about 1,200 pages. So there are approximately 150 land uses in this document. So yes.
It's a broad range?
Broad range, from military bases to airports to schools to single-family homes to shopping malls, fast food restaurants, gas stations. So I'm trying to utilize, based on what the information the developer has provided me, what they anticipate is the use of the site.
And he anticipated
a
warehouse use?
Yes.
Well, I know, as Mr. Greger stated before, on the water retention or flow, they estimate on the high side, so they don't have to go back and re-engineer or make updates too. So I don't want to put words in your mouth or anything, is it safe to assume or estimate that this was determined on the low side for a warehouse?
I would say it's not on the low side. It's right, it's truly an average, the high and
So if it was
low.
say a true employment center that was a manufacturing facility that had 300 workers, that would be different than a warehouse that
Yes.
had 3 forklift drivers and a foreman that
Yes.
checks a bill?
Yes, yes. I mean,
It's
so
considerable.
the question would be, is the use I used the appropriate use to use? And was it the most conservative?
Well,
It could have been used.
I'm not questioning
Right,
the
no,
use,
no,
I'm just questioning,
right.
are we using if we're doing it,
Right.
are we doing it to the fullest extent? Because my thing, if we're going to develop anything in Franklin County, I don't want low-hanging fruit, and let's put this. I want best use, jobs, economic growth, development utilized.
Sure.
But if we're shooting for warehouse, that's a low amount, and I may be wrong, but of traffic other than maybe trucks, I don't know. But I was just asking for clarification.
Sure.
Nothing on.
Right.
I just want to know how you did it.
And I would also say in 35 years of doing this, I've not had a traffic study come back that generated more traffic than the manual said it would generate.
Good manual writers.
Well, right, it's a good
Well, it's
collection
been
of data.
years
It
of,
just means
as a
it's
science, it's
good
been done for
collection
years, and
of
it's,
data.
yeah, they've
Yes.
covered a lot of data.
Yes.
I totally get that. And I had one other thought. It'll come back to me. Thank you so much.
All right, you're welcome.
Squire Tracy.
Thank you for being with us. One quick question in regards to the closure of Glens Creek Road. How will that affect, or will there has that been taken into consideration during this traffic count?
How long has it been closed?
Long, I mean.
Well, your first study, it was open, and your second study, it was not.
Okay, well, so then, if the second set of counts last August, if it was closed, I thought that I remembered it was closed, so that additional traffic that is accounted for. I think that the largest difference between the old counts and the new counts are the impact of I believe there were state offices out there that are no longer there. Most of those people moved down to right where we are, right? And I don't know that those buildings have been backfilled with the same number of employees that were in 2019.
Any other questions from the court?
I got one more. I go out there all the time, and I know there were some questions on one of the studies from District 5 folks about queuing, backing up at the light, especially going on to 60. So did just alterations in the timing of the lights, was that the only thing to be the determining factor in alleviating that?
That seems to have, I mean, I was here for the Democrat Drive hearing back in the fall, and I went out and sat at the racetrack's parking lot and watched for 20 minutes. It cleared every single queue, every time I walked up the road for 20 minutes.
That's what.
So I don't know what they've been able to do.
What time of day was, I mean, I'm
I was
just
there
interested.
4:45 to 5:15.
Okay. It cleared it every time?
Every time. Now, it backed up past racetrack's driveway,
Yeah.
but it would clear every time, whatever date that was. So I'm assuming that they were able, because of the changes they were able to make at the interstate ramps, that really the queue clearing problem was that you couldn't get onto Versailles Road, not that you couldn't get, that the light wasn't green, but that once you had a green light, you couldn't go anywhere.
Right.
And so the fact that they fixed that.
The problem wasn't on on Versailles Road, it was the problem was coming out, especially shift change,
Shift change.
things like that
Yes.
from the factory.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the court? Staff, do you have any questions for Mrs. Zimmerman?
No questions of the witness.
All righty. Go ahead and come on forward.
Man, I got a bunch. Yo, let's do this thing.
Sure.
So, Brett Connors is my say name. What days were the studies in August and February executed?
August 16th,
What day of the week was that?
go back here to what was it?
22.
Tuesday.
I was gonna say it should have been a Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday.
What day was the February executed as well?
It was,
So
again, I don't have the calendar.
What day of the week?
It was February 24th.
24th is
Friday.
a Thursday.
Do you feel that this traffic study appropriately encapsulates both seasonal distillery traffic with the Reserve and Castle and Key, which is not open on Monday or Tuesday, and not open Wednesday in the winter season as well, with our primary visitorship occurring Thursday through Saturday?
I would say, yes, it does reasonably reflect the traffic in the
So
vicinity.
would an additional 1,500 cars on a Friday skew the data?
No, not necessarily.
Okay.
Well, over the course of
Yeah,
the
over the
day, in
course
a
of the
peak
day.
hour, what time do your tours close?
They close at around 5 p.m. to 6.
So, and how many
Transit,
people
so
are going
we
home at
would
5 to 6?
have, 50 staff in addition to probably 400 visitors.
400 people are there at 4.
Your peak operation hours, you're gonna have the majority of that 1,500 hit between about 12:30 to 1 p.m. and 5. So a good example is like on Oaks Day, we saw over 1,500 visitors in a span of roughly 6 hours,
Sure.
with the majority concentrated in that departure happening between about 3:30 and 5.
And that's
I would
one
say
day of
that's
the year?
pretty dramatic.
How many times a year does that happen?
Let's see, in August, we did over 1,000 visitors every Friday. I think Saturdays, you saw closer to 1,500 to 2,000.
But again, that's not in an hour, that is over the course of
So
your
over the
day.
course of the day.
Sure,
But I
I'd
think-
be happy
Yeah.
to include your numbers on an hourly basis.
Yeah, I just think that's my
especially-
consideration when
Sure.
we're looking at data that's natively skewed against the bourbon industry. I think when we're talking about heritage tourism, there's some consideration with that.
And the warehouses wouldn't be operating on the weekends as a general rule.
Yes, they
So,
would. The
but
warehouse
they're not,
operates
but
on-
they don't generate, there's not as much other traffic on the roads on Saturdays and Sundays from state, specifically in Franklin County, from state
Oh, I
government
would-
employees coming and going. And so the roads are able to accommodate both your traffic and additional
I know.
industrial
Yeah,
traffic.
so my apologies, I'm just a big data nerd, and when I'm
Sure.
looking at data points, I'm looking at a totality of operations.
Sure.
So,
Sure.
you know, one singular day or even 2 days is like a relatively de minimis data set.
Sure.
When you're talking about encompassing a road that we already find anecdotal concerns about.
Sure.
I mean, I drive on Duncan every day, and there's not a shoulder on that road. Does this traffic study take into account accidents that have occurred at that intersection?
It has not reviewed any of the crash data.
Because I think if we include crash data in there, I know Squire Blackburn, you probably have considerations where I've seen upturned dump trucks at that intersection.
Questions, please.
Yeah, so
There's
Do you
a
think it'd be
difference between
appropriate to
a,
include crash
there's
data?
a difference between a safety crash analysis and a traffic impact study. And the traffic impact study is to focus only on the volume of vehicles on the road.
I didn't know, that's awesome. Yeah, that's cool. So do you think a further traffic impact study would be important to actually include a larger date range? That's more
No,
appropriate
it
for
would
those
not
in the
be,
sector?
it would not be typical of a traffic impact study to look at multiple dates.
Cool. Learned something new. Thank you.
Any other questions from the audience?
Actually. Oh, sorry. Ms. Zimmerman, were you asked by Mr. Eaton of the Transportation Cabinet to reevaluate or redo your study in 2019? Because not only did you fail to include the school children in July, but you also failed to include monoplast employees, which were closed.
Mr. Chair,
Were you
she's
aware
talking
of
about
that?
a study that's not in evidence. She's talking about
She
a study.
talked about it, so
that's-
therefore she's asking questions. I mean, she represented and talked about it, so I felt like I had a right to ask that question, do I not? Sherry Sebastian asked the question about the school being in session.
I think Sherry Sebastian asked a question about the traffic study that was done, that's been admitted.
In 2019.
She did. I did. It's in the evidence here. I did ask
About the school children.
I'm just asking.
It is an evidence.
And at the same time, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Zimmerman, did Mr. Eaton also ask you to redo the study, not only because of the school, but because monoplast was closed at that time, which is a factory, a major factory at the end of the road?
I don't recall the monoplast, but yes, the school traffic
Okay.
was the source of the 2019 revised study, not the 2022 study.
Okay. In the 2022 study, did you also include businesses such as Lakeside or Serena?
If they were operating at the time, they were included.
Okay, I mean, are you aware of how many vehicles come to Lakeside or Serena within the year or within a month's time, the hundreds and
If
hundreds
they
of
were,
people?
if they were generating traffic on the day the counts were made, they were included.
Okay, did I understand you correctly too? Did I hear you say that when you were there like between 4:15 or 5 o'clock or something like that, and you saw that the traffic had been alleviated with the lights?
Yes, between 4:45 and 5
Okay.
o'clock.
Okay, now, it's my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, but there is Industrial Park 2, which Hoover Boulevard exits out onto Duncan Road, and then there is Mill Creek Park, which exits out. There is also Industrial Park 3, which exits out. Most factories, do they not let out between 3 and 3:30? Instead of the time that you said you were there?
I was not there
Or
at 3:30. I'm saying at the day that I was there, between about 4:15, 4:45, 4:30, I can't remember exactly what time I got there, because I had to be down at the planning commission meeting at 5:30, so I had at least left there by 5:15. So I don't know how it operates at 3:30, I have not seen.
Okay. The previous gentleman that just asked you questions about Castle and Key. Were you aware, does your study take into consideration when they do big events? For instance, were you aware that last year when they did their bourbon release, they had 5,000 people?
Again, I'm
That
trying to
used
capture
that.
a typical day, not a peak event.
Are you aware that because of all the businesses that are around there and the way that they operate, no day is a typical day?
I would beg you to differ that. You know, 52 weeks of the year.
Living there
times
35
5
years, living there 35 years, I would probably dispute that as well.
Well, then maybe, you know, that could be a dispute.
Thank you.
Mrs. Zimmer, can I just
Yes.
ask a question for clarification?
Sure.
So when you said originally that you set up video cameras to do your traffic
Yes.
study, how long do they run in a
That,
typical traffic study?
we are collecting, they have recorded 24 hours. I'm only processing 7 to 9 a.m. and 4 to 6 p.m.
Okay, so when you made that statement, you were just there observing traffic, that wasn't like
That
the
particular
traffic
day, correct, I was just there observing traffic. The
Okay.
count data is made
I
on.
wanted to clarify, that wasn't the
Thank you.
study, that study was
Yes,
video.
thank you for the
prior.
clarification.
Okay. Any other questions? Please step forward.
Jim Daniel. We're in a Bourbon area here, and I was wondering what, if a facility like that is located there at the Ash Building on Riley Road were to locate in this industrial park that has like a lot of trucks, a whole lot of truck traffic, how would that affect our traffic study?
I'm not sure I can answer that question. I just deal in numbers, it could have an impact.
It's had an impact on.
We're looking at the peak hour of the AM and the PM peak hour, so are they running, logically in my head, I'm saying, are they running one a minute in the peak hours, or are they running one every 5 minutes in the peak hours? As drivers, we feel like it's constant, but when we actually go out and collect the data, it is not as constant as we feel. So it could have some impact if it was that.
Well, it definitely had an impact on Wilson Boulevard. We've had 2 wrecks there in about 3 months. So I'm just curious how, because it seems like it's.
Without a specific number, I can't quantify.
You have to kind of look into a crystal ball here and say what kind of business or what kind of industry is going to come to that site. And so, it's not just cars. I ride a bicycle on it.
Is there a question, Mr. Daniels?
Yes, but I think she answered it.
Okay.
It could affect it. But that would mean that you were on the low side on this then?
Again, I don't know how, it's difficult for me to answer the question without a specific number, it's whether or not that would have an impact.
So really,
and the study at the moment was done for 750,000 square feet of space, and only 450,000 is proposed. So additional traffic has been calculated.
That's good to know.
it sounds like it's.
Any other questions from the audience?
Thank you.
So you did say the study was done for 750,000 square feet. Okay, thank you.
We'll call Terry Bradshaw, and that's our final witness. Could you state your name, please?
Terry Bradshaw,
And where are you employed?
Kentucky Capital Development Corporation.
And what is your educational background?
I have a degree in business marketing. I have a certificate of organizations management from the U.S. Chamber and the University of Georgia, and a certificate from the Kentucky Institute for Economic Development through the University of Kentucky.
What is your work experience?
I have 30 years of experience in economic and workforce development. I was the executive director of the Kentucky Association of Economic Development, the communications director at the Cabinet for Economic Development, the communications director, and also the interim director of workforce programs at the Workforce Development Cabinet, and then the last 8 years as the president and CEO of Kentucky Capital Development.
What is Kentucky Capital Development Corporation?
It is the economic development agency for the city of Frankfort and Franklin County.
And what is the economic development agency charged with doing? What is their mission statement?
Our mission is to recruit jobs to the community and develop industrial and commercial property.
Have you submitted a letter to the judge in the fiscal court concerning the position of Kentucky Capital Development Corporation in this matter?
Yes, sir.
And did it have 2 attachments to it?
Yes, sir.
And would you make that part of your testimony here today?
Yes.
What has been the relationship between the Kentucky Capital Development Corporation and Tierney Development and Ronald Tierney?
Mr. Tierney came to me, Mr. Tierney actually, when I took this job, owned a number of industrial properties here in the community. So we worked with them trying to get those properties filled. We worked with him. We had HT&A who wanted to expand near the building that they already had. We worked with Mr. Tierney, who moved one of his clients out of a building adjacent to the HT&A property so that they could purchase that building and build a campus there in Industrial Park 3.
And I assume the fiscal court knows what HTNA is.
I'm so sorry, Hiyashi Telugu North America, which is in Industrial Park 3.
And are they a manufacturing facility?
They are, yes.
And did they move out, did he vacate a warehouse so that they could take over the manufacturing and put a manufacturing facility
He
in the
did.
warehouse?
He did.
Is there another piece of property over on Leestown Road that he did much the same thing with?
Yes, he did.
Did he buy a warehouse property and rehab it and then place a manufacturer in it?
Yes, sir.
And has he been a customer of the Kentucky Capital Development Corporation regarding purchase of vacant lots?
Yes, sir. He
And
has.
did he construct buildings on those lots?
Yes, he did.
How long had those lots remained vacant before Mr. Tierney?
The industrial park had, those lots have been vacant for 20-plus years. I don't know exactly. Do you remember what year the industrial park was built? I want to say 99, I believe that's correct.
So when somebody said that Mr. Tierney, I don't know, had the ability to do it, was that true? Did he have the ability to do it?
He had the ability and.
Was it more important that he had the desire to do it?
Willingness to do it, yes.
Willing. Had anybody else come forward with even a willingness to do it, whether they had the ability to do it?
No, sir.
Has the relationship between Mr. Tierney and the Capital Economic Development Corporation, has it been good?
Yes, sir.
Has he been a positive, his company been positive in terms of generating economic development?
Absolutely. Were it not for him and his willingness to relocate the TRG folks over to the old Bendix building and sell that building to HTNA, we would have lost all those jobs and that expansion opportunity.
What's the present environment for economic development in Franklin County, Kentucky?
We have little to no land or buildings, so it's slow. However, we have prospects who reach out to us, especially in the bourbon industry, obviously. We have had a number of projects reach out that are second and third tier suppliers for the EV battery facilities in Bowling Green and E-Town. The food manufacturing industry is a little hot right now. We've had several of those. So
What are these industries looking for in terms of tracts of land?
Most are large tracts.
Well, what do you mean by large? You're talking to a lawyer.
Oh, sorry. We rarely have a request for under 40 acres. We have numerous requests for 75 acres. We have had requests for 150 acres.
Okay. Do these companies, are they looking for undeveloped, ungraded land, or what are they looking for?
No, sir. They're looking for build-ready properties, and we have none of those in Franklin County.
Are they looking for property that does not have utilities, water, sewer available?
No, sir.
Does Franklin County have an inventory of 20-acre tracts that would be 20 to 25-acre tracts that would be, you'd be able to offer to a manufacturing facility or a battery facility or whatever facility?
I have 2 tracts that are around 30-ish acres, but neither of those are shovel-ready or build-ready.
And where are those?
One is off Leestown Road and one is off Stedmantown Road.
Okay. And do they have water and sewer available?
The Leestown Road site does not have utilities to the property, has utilities in the area but not to the property. The Stedmantown Road site has utilities to the edge of the property except for gas, and it's just down the road a little bit.
Have people been interested in this Duncan Road property? Have potential industrial prospects been interested in this piece of property?
Yes.
How many over the last 4 years could you estimate for me?
Gosh, I would say I've shown it to probably 35 to 40 in the last 4 years.
You work closely with the Cabinet for Economic Development in the state?
Yes, sir.
And I think somebody mentioned that this property was listed on that website, on their website, and are their industrial recruitment folks aware of the Franklin County exists, and are they working actively to try to make referrals to you?
Yes, so they would normally always make referrals to us, and we have maintained that property on their site because it has gone in and out of, it's gonna be rezoned, we're gonna file an appeal. And the governor and the cabinet both asked us to keep it on that site so that they had it readily available and others could see it. The cabinet staff, though, we work with very closely. We have now put them on hold. We've asked them to not refer any projects to that site in the last, 4 or 5 months because of previously we had several projects on that site and we had to turn them away after the zoning wasn't approved. So we don't want to get ourselves into a situation where we have people flying in from other countries to see our sites, coming over and over again, and then midway through we say, oh, sorry, that we couldn't get that rezoned. And so we were running into that and we didn't want to.
In fact, if the property is not already zoned for industrial use, prospects don't look at it. Is that correct?
Most often not, right?
Very few large manufacturing companies will buy or will contract to buy a piece of property contingent on something. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And is it also correct that the present economic development environment, companies are not just out shopping for something they're going to use a few years later? They want something that they can use within 24 months or 18 months, right?
Yeah. It's usually yesterday they want it zoned. That is the purpose of the Build Ready and Shovel Ready site program at the Cabinet for Economic Development, is that we've recognized that the people who get the communities who get the projects are the ones who have land that is ready to turn dirt immediately, because most every project we get literally wanted to start yesterday.
And they don't really want to fool with a lot of grading, do they?
No.
I just as an aside, the new huge battery manufacturing plant in E-Town, I've had the opportunity to go to the Music City Bowl and drive down 65 and see that for the first time. Is that a good example of a nice flat piece of land that's primed for industrial development that these big companies would want to utilize?
Yes, sir, it is a great.
And when you say shovel ready, you're talking about a site that's already been flattened out. Is that right? And what's the difference between build ready and shovel ready?
Very little difference. Build ready is that you are ready to construct a building, so you would have all of your, you would have a pad that is ready to construct a building. Shovel ready is you have your geotech done, you have all your due diligence done on the front end, including zoning.
So the grading, making the pad, moves it up one level?
Yes.
Gotcha. Now, you've included with your report, and just in summary, I know you've got a couple of exhibits there talking about the economic impact of the change of zoning on this property. Could you summarize that information?
Are you referring to the
industrial park
spreadsheet?
taxes?
Gotcha, okay, yes. So I will not read this to you. The total numbers are on that second page. And I included in these numbers Industrial Park 1, Industrial Park 2, Industrial Park 3. I broke those down. And then the very last page, I added the random's probably not the appropriate word, but the other industrial properties that are scattered throughout the community, Buffalo Trace, Hydra, Centria, that are not located in one of those industrial parks. Your approximate salaries that come from those employers is about $250 million annually, $3.7 million in county property taxes, $2.4 million in city and county occupational taxes, and about 4,500 jobs. So there is a, we often think of jobs being an occupational tax generator for the city and county, but it is also a property tax generator in that most of every industrial park we had previously was farmland. They were paying taxes on ag land, and then that property has not only rolling over into industrial property, which is fully taxed, but also has the buildings on it that increases your property taxes and the equipment that's inside the buildings.
Included as the second attachment is various information concerning the matters we've already discussed, so I won't go over that in terms of what type of Is that what's included in that? What type of land and what type of, that industrial prospects are looking for?
Yes,
and
sir.
availability?
Yes.
I assume when you said they're looking for 50, 60 acre tracts, you have none of those.
That is correct. I don't have anything bigger than 35 acres.
That's all.
Do any members of the court have questions for Mr. Bradshaw?
Yeah, thank you, Judge. Mr. Bradshaw, you said that the mission of your organization is to recruit jobs and develop industrial parks. Can you define per ordinance that created KCDC as a city-county joint effort what your purview is per the ordinance?
It would be the same we are created per statute, KRS 15450, to develop industrial and commercial property and to create jobs. The ordinance probably expands on that a bit and says to develop property, create jobs, and do the things that promote those. So while, for example, promoting downtown development would not necessarily be a part of developing, creating jobs or developing industrial property, to get those jobs in industrial property, we would need a beautiful downtown for businesses to want to live here. Does that make sense? There are things that come out of creating jobs and developing industrial property that are not defined in that one sentence.
Are you speaking to intangibles of quality of life and other amenities of a community?
Yes,
Okay,
correct.
thank you. Can you define economic development for me?
Yes, it's the creation of jobs and wealth for your community.
So that necessarily doesn't speak to any specific type of business. What is your focus primarily for economic development? Can you define sort of the scope and type of businesses that you're looking to attract to our community?
Well, yes, industrial would be, that is, again, we're created under the Industrial Development Act, KRS 15450. So most of our focus is on industrial because they have the largest multiplier, that the jobs that are created have the largest multiplier of most other employment sectors for benefits to the community.
Can you give me some indication of what you use as a basis for determination of best results, as you say?
Best results for economic development?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Qualifiers?
Yes, increase in occupational tax for both the city and the county, increase in number of jobs, increase in the quality of jobs, and those kind of play in among themselves, because if your occupational tax goes up, you've either created more jobs or the jobs you have are getting paid more.
Okay. Can you tell me currently, do you have any indication or idea of how many industrial type of jobs are available and vacant in our community at the moment?
Vacant? Oh, gosh, I could not tell you. Many.
Do you believe that that is an indication of any type of certain element of our workforce, or can you define why we have so many available industrial type positions?
Well, I think we have a lot of available, all types of positions. We have a workforce issue, as every other community in the country has. We don't have enough workers for the jobs that we have available, and I don't think that's strictly, I know that is not strictly associated with industrial. It is almost every sector.
You've said large tracts of land. Have you conducted a study or worked with our planning and zoning folks to inventory our community, given that the majority of this community is a river valley? Do we have the type of available land that most industrial types of developers are looking for to develop? Or do you think that's a challenge because of our topography?
Oh, no, I don't think it's a challenge. I think that we have recognized probably, 3,000 acres of land within the county that would be prime industrial property, has the infrastructure or is in line for the infrastructure that is necessary. So, no, we've got a lot of land in Franklin County, and there's plenty that would be appropriate for industrial development.
Would industrial development, would smaller scale regional distributors, tech businesses, internet-based businesses, are those within the scope of your industrial development types there's been a community focus on those types of
That,
jobs.
yeah, they would fall into the commercial side of things, and we do large, we work with large commercial projects, so yes, they would.
I want to sort of change hats just a little bit. We have a past where at one point I was touring the Blanton Crutcher Farm and in discussions with the owner at the time. And I believe I received a phone call from you requesting that I communicate to the owner their need to sell to the Industrial Authority. Do you remember that conversation?
I do remember we had a conversation that I thought I reached out to you just to ask you how to reach the owner of the farm.
I don't recall it that direction, but okay.
What did you recall? What did you think?
I believe the request from you was to ask me to talk on your behalf to the property owner to sell the property to the Industrial Authority specifically. If you remember that conversation the way I do.
I don't, but I mean, I'm not saying that that didn't happen. I can't imagine it, but it's a very long I have.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
One brief explanation of something you said to me. You said there were 3,000 acres potentially economic development or industrial development land in the county if it had infrastructure.
Part of it already has infrastructure.
Part of it does, but it's
correct?
not zoned that way yet.
That is correct. And some of it has infrastructure. The infrastructure that is needed is either available to get to the property or is actually in the future plans to be run.
Those future plans can run 20 years.
Yes, sir. You are correct.
And the infrastructure is currently available on Duncan Road.
That is correct.
Nope, that's it.
Any other questions from the court?
I just have a general question in regard to how is determined like the highest and best use of a piece of property? Because I think that's a value question that may help all of us on the court as things come before us, typically for rezoning purposes. And I'm going to just layer on top of that, we did talk about Hardin County and Franklin County. Franklin County has 208 square miles. It's the 97th smallest county in the state. Hardin County is the 4th largest at 3 times our size of 630 square miles. Most of it's flat. Just in case nobody's ever been out to Bald Knob, you should make a drive out there and try to understand how many industries will not be coming to Franklin County, unfortunately, because of some of the topography that we have here, unfortunately. So my value is always on highest and best use. So that's my question to you.
So we look at a lot of things. Cost of services would be one. I believe manufacturing is the least cost of service per acre of any sector: ag, manufacturing, residential, commercial. And so for us, you get most bang for your buck. Remember, again, we, KCDC, are created as an industrial development authority, so for us, our focus is in industry and commercial, large commercial use. We look at the number of jobs that can be generated in the smallest space, and so if you have a manufacturer that is in a 100,000 square foot building with 400 employees, we would rank that in our wish list far higher than one that has, needs a 200,000 square foot building and has 7 employees. But we would also recognize that there are other things that benefit our community as far as the facility goes. And I'm using bourbon manufacturing bourbon warehousing as an example. The revenue that would bring to the county, although it doesn't have the large number of jobs, would weigh very high for us. So in short, where you get the most bang for your buck would be, that would be my answer in short.
Any other questions from Court Blackburn?
Yes, Ms. Bradshaw. Does KCDC have an account for funds designated for land development?
Yes, sir.
How much money is in that account?
Right at $1 million.
When was the last time y'all developed land?
Industrial Park 3.
How many years ago was that?
That's what we're at. I think it was 1999. But we ran out of property. We sold the last industrial property in that industrial park was pre-pandemic or right at the beginning of the pandemic, so 3-ish years ago. But I can assure you, we can't develop an industrial park with $1 million.
No,
That's
no.
kind of that's our dilemma. And there are some funds out there that we have pursued and will continue to pursue for that.
So we've been sitting on about $1 million for 24 years.
Oh, no. We built it up to $1 million.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. All right, thank you.
When I got here 8 years ago, it was about 500,000, maybe 400,000.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the court? Staff, do you have any questions from Ms. Bradshaw?
No questions for the witness.
All right, anybody in the audience have questions for Ms. Bradshaw? Please step forward.
Ms. Bradshaw, do you remember in 2019, having a phone conversation with me? You were out of state. It was a phone conversation. We talked and then you accidentally butt dialed me. We finished our conversation about the house. Do you recall me asking you if Mr. Tierney had plans to keep the house, tear it down, and the importance of it being on the National Register? Do you remember that conversation?
I know that we had conversations. I don't remember any part of that, including the butt dial. I'm not saying it didn't happen. I'm just saying, I don't remember any of that.
So do you, so if I ask you about something that you said to me, see if it would remain?
Maybe, sure.
When we talked about that, I talked about grants that were possibly available from various heritage councils and different things that Mr. Tierney could use to possibly renovate the house because, so that it could, because of its historic nature. It was built in the 1700s, was one of the most prominent in Frankfurt at the time, and that both the house and the land were on the National Historic Register. Do you recall that conversation at all?
I still don't recall it. I have been made aware numerous times, and I will not take away that you could have been one of them that said the house was on the National Historic Register, but I don't remember that conversation.
Do you remember at any time during that conversation when we talked about the National Register telling me that the only, and I want to quote it, this is not exact, but pre-quote, do you recall saying that the only good thing the National Register is good for is if you have a bed and breakfast, and he's not planning to do a bed and breakfast? Do you recall saying that to me?
I did not at all. I would recall probably having said the National Register does not protect properties, it just is a recognition. But I don't recall, I don't know why I would have said it would be good for a bed and breakfast.
Do you, are you, so your position, are you paid by both by Franklin County and the city in your position?
Correct.
So you are for both entities. So basically you're paid through taxpayer money?
Correct.
Okay. In your position, is it one of your job requirements to be truthful under oath?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall at the last public hearing, when I cross-examined you, I asked you specifically if at any time you had had a conversation with anyone on the fiscal court or Mr. Tierney about the house coming down? Do you recall what you said?
I do not, I don't remember the conversation.
You said no, and then you added, if you recall, you added, I didn't even know a house was there until after it was down.
No, I didn't know the house was coming down until after it was down. I did not talk to Mr. Tierney about the house at all.
Did you talk to anybody in the fiscal court about the house?
I don't think so.
Coming down?
No, I don't think so. I don't even know who that would have been. I literally did not know the house was coming down until someone complained after the fact that the house was coming down.
You had no intention at all, or had no conversations about the house possibly coming down at all?
No.
Okay. Because I want to enter into record testimony, well.
Your Honor, this is
I
more
want
testimony.
I want to enter into record two emails that I want to enter
That's not
from
cross-examination.
2016 about that testimony.
From 2016?
It's testimony regarding the house and whether or not it was, I can read it for you if you would like for me to.
Mr. Tierney did own the
Why
property
don't you
in
hold that for your
2016.
public comment if you're gonna make a couple public comments then?
Okay, well, I was asking her in cross-examination if she recalled this, so that's why I wanted
Mr.
to make
Tierney
sure.
didn't own the property in 2016. Who would have been tearing down the house?
Well, I had asked if you had talked to anyone on the fiscal court. And the 20.
Let's keep matters to the zoning request here, if we could.
Okay. I will submit it during mine, but I'm asking because I wanted to make sure that you're factual and that you there were conversations and it's on this email. So I'll submit it for the record.
Anybody else have any questions? Please step forward.
Do I have to say my name is Jack Pearson. Your clientele, can they range from simple, making pillows, for example, to toxic chemicals?
We probably wouldn't do toxic chemicals, but yes, sir.
I just use that.
Yes.
And
Yes.
anything, making batteries,
Sure.
you know, cell phone batteries, that's toxic.
Okay, yeah.
They would.
It could, yes, sir. All of those would qualify under industrial, yes. Manufacturing is manufacturing.
Okay. Any other questions from the court? All right, come forward, please.
John Carlton, by the way. When considering highest and best use of properties, does historic preservation ever weigh into your consideration?
Honestly, I've never had a piece of property that we've used other than this one that had any historical value at all or any historical relevance at all.
Okay, and do you think there is a value in historic preservation?
Sure.
Okay. Do you acknowledge there are economic benefits to historic preservation?
Sure.
And do you acknowledge that there is a relationship between historic preservation and heritage tourism?
Yes.
Can you describe that relationship?
Well, I believe I can give you examples. I mean, I think that Castle Key is an excellent example. Buffalo Tracer is an excellent example. Both of those are manufacturers. Both of those are businesses that we work with regularly.
Okay, but a small scale historic preservation, not necessarily like a gigantic distillery or something like that.
So are you asking, do I think it is important to have, that historical properties have add a value or a quality of life? Sure, yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
Is there historic preservation and heritage tourism connection between the Blanton Frederick property and Castle and Key Distillery?
No, I wouldn't think so, no.
Okay, do you just, would you ever recommend historic preservation as a highest and best use for a property?
Oh, it depends on what the property is, sure.
Okay, thank you, that's all I have.
Thank you. All right, any other questions for Ms. Bradshaw? Step forward, please.
Brett Connors, would you like to see the historic documents that prove the benefit between the Blaine Crutchfield Farm and the historic E.H. Taylor facility? We can provide them.
Yeah, I don't understand the
I
question.
said, would you like
apparently.
to see
Yeah.
the historic?
Yeah, I don't understand the question.
Judge, we're getting way outside the scope here, I think.
Okay.
I just.
All right. Seriously. Thank you, Ms. Bradshaw, I think you're done.
Your Honor, that's our final witness, but I would reserve the right to make a statement if I could at the end.
Okay.
Thank you.
So if we don't mind, can I get a motion, take a 5-minute break before we go into public comment?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
5 minutes, please. Thank you. to go back in?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, say aye. All opposed, say nay. All righty, so now we're gonna head on to the in-person comments. I'm trying to read a couple of house rules here, housekeeping rules. You must be signed in, and I believe we have the sheet up here, and you must be sworn in. You'll be given 5 minutes to speak. You will be stopped at your time limit. Deputy Kennedy here has a go ahead and show him. He takes great pride in these. Go ahead. 2 minutes.
Oh, he made signs.
2 minutes. 1 minute.
It's like the Supreme Court.
30 seconds. We just want everybody to be, hey, we all need to be respectful of each other's time and everything, so I just want to be upfront about that. And then afterwards, you'll be asked questions from the court, staff, or the applicant. Please no profanity. Let's just treat everybody with respect. If you're not respectful, you'll be asked to leave the courtroom, bottom line. So if you have not been sworn in, I think everybody in this room has been sworn in, so that shouldn't be a problem. You come up to the podium, please state your name so we can get that down, and then your 5 minutes will start. Any questions from anybody?
And the other ground rule is you can't give your time.
Correct. Yeah,
Right.
that is correct. Yep, no transferring time. I think we talked about that. That was in the advertisement. So at this time, I've had a request or two, so I'm going to ask Chris Schindler to come up first 5 minutes.
Thank you, Judge. My name is Chris Schimler, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the division of Franklin County. We oppose the zone change for the following reasons. First, both the Franklin County Fiscal Court and the Planning and Zoning Commission in both 2020 and 2022 respectively denied this zone change to industrial and developed their sets of findings of fact, which are still relevant, even more relevant today than they were before, which we incorporate by reference. It's also in our written comments, which we incorporate by reference. I will not have time with my oral comments to talk about everything that were in our written comments, but I hope you do those due diligence. As you may know, the property at 690 Duncan Road is on the National Historic Register of Historic Places. It's prime agricultural land, historic significance, and location on the Bourbon Trail make the Blanton Crutcher Farm a valuable asset to Franklin County and the region. Its current designation as agricultural is the highest and best use of the land. For decades, local residents have been assured by local county government officials that the farm was a buffer between them and the industrial parks. And whenever there was an issue with the industrial parks, or whenever there was more development proposed in that area, and there were concerns from the neighbors in that neighborhood, they were always told, you're okay, that farm's a buffer. I ask that this court should feel obliged to honor its promises, protect the environment, and safeguard the health, well-being, and property of Franklin County residents. The case before this fiscal court is not a typical rezoning case. The willful destruction of a historic home, the illegal burn, the public hazards, property damage, harassment to neighbors, and violations of local, state, and federal regulations, all perpetrated by the developer, make this a watershed case for this court. Will you require that everyone play by the same rules? Will you stand up for the right of residents to be protected from bad actors? Will you insist that private property and the environment be protected and that your own rules be followed? If you're tempted to reward bad behavior in the name of economic development, please consider this. According to data submitted by KCDC in last summer for the Planning and Zoning Commission, the industrial parks comprise 570 acres of land and provide 2,735 jobs. That's 4.8 jobs per acre. If you do the breakdown in total tax, local tax generated, that yields about $5,000 in tax revenue per acre, excluding maintenance costs and infrastructure. In comparison, a basic two-story office building in Frankfurt generates over $11,000 an acre. A one-story medical office generates almost $20,000 an acre, and a downtown two-story office generates over $76,000 an acre. We only have so much land in Franklin County. Common sense dictates it's in the best interest of taxpayers to invest in development that generates the highest revenue rather than expanding our already sprawling and inefficiently used industrial land at the expense of fertile soils, watershed integrity, scenic beauty, and quiet neighborhoods. The warehouses the applicant proposes to build will create a handful of jobs, and you have heard testimony. You will hear testimony from the perspective of people that think this is an economic development must. I think we can do better with economic development than warehouse jobs. Plus, they come at a cost. This court should assess the economic liabilities of the zone change. What will downstream flooding, Cost and property damage, roadway repairs, public hazards, and destruction of the scenic corridor. Who will cover those costs? What about the neighbors and businesses who have lived and invested in the area? Will the court be liable for damages if they have a catastrophic loss associated with impacts from the zone change? On a map, the properties and their boundaries look neat and tidy, and the Blanton Crutcher Farm looks like an easy addition to the adjacent industrial parks. But every piece of land, no matter where it is part of the hydrological system that filters and drains water. And in this case, this farm is a key greenfield absorbing and slowing runoff from the intense development of the industrial parks and the highway commercial areas at the head of the watershed. This means that the Blanton Crutcher Farm is performing critical natural infrastructure functions and protecting the Glens Creek and the Slipaway Branch watersheds. Thankfully, this service can also be performed by providing scenic view sheds and agricultural productivity and quality of life, which are economic drivers in their own right. You will hear numbers, have heard a little bit of numbers about the millions of dollars of investment that will be lost if rezoning doesn't happen. I just ask you to verify those numbers and make sure that you are basing your decisions on accurate information because there has been inaccurate testimony in the past in this case submitted. We submitted written comments. I hope you look at those. We ask that you deny this zone change on the grounds that it does not meet the comprehensive plan, and that's detailed in our written comments, and because of the other reasons presented today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hold on a second, please. Does anybody from the court have questions for the speaker? No questions. Staff, do you have any questions for Ms. Schindler? Staff, Robert? Do you have any questions? All right. Does the applicant have any questions? Seeing no questions, thank you. Is Nash Cox still here?
She did leave.
Okay.
Tom Goddard, I think, is snoring, and he was going to read her statement for her.
Okay, well, I was,
Tom Goddard. Thank you, snoring.
So is this part of your comments?
He can't have them all.
This is my 5 minutes, Your Honor. That's what- this is on behalf of Nash Cox. She said, I've asked Tom Goddard to deliver this because I feel sick. She
I
said,
just think that's one of the things we talked about. So if you want to turn that in as evidence,
oh, okay.
fine. Yeah,
Okay.
then we'll share it with the court.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I'm finished? Here?
Yeah, until I call your name. Yeah, I was gonna have Mary.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Mary Canty Hall. And if I didn't say that right, I apologize.
Totally fine.
Was that close?
Yeah, I assume it's Canton you're having trouble with.
Yeah.
The rest is really common.
Okay.
Okay, first off, I would like to be sure that everybody looked at the drone footage of the farm. My husband did it and it's submitted. It's a case of you believe your eyes, and I'll leave it at that. Secondly, in order to make this little speech understandable, you have to know that Mr. Tierney put up a sign at the entrance to the farm that says Tierney Farms. And that sign has continued, at least until recently. That will make sense here. So anyhow, my ancestors came over from Ireland in the 1860s. They were fleeing a corrupt government that answered only to the rich and powerful members of the society, while ensuring that the native Irish farmer had farms that averaged 2.5 acres. They came to Kentucky and settled into this area and bought farms as soon as possible because the Irish treasured the land, and it was their dream to own farms. My grandparents would take a horse and buggy on Duncan Road to go to Good Shepherd for Mass 100 years ago. And I've been on Duncan Road for almost all my life. I can well remember when there wasn't a single business on Duncan. Much has changed since then. Slowly but surely, industrial buildings, restaurants, service stations have been built, often with little attention to the safety of the drivers and homeowners along Duncan. The farm in question was bought by Mr. Tierney about 4 years ago, and we have watched with great concern the development of that farm. Based on the sign indicating this was the property of Tierney Farms, let me give you a short history of that farm. First, Farmer Tierney decided that the historic mansion on the farm was unusable, so it came down without permits or oversight. But that's okay because farmers have more leeway in respect to their property. Next, Farmer Tierney brought down the tobacco barn, then the hay barn and the silo. But that's okay because farmers have more leeway. Then there was a lot of bulldozing, removing trees, a pond, and burying the remnants of the building. But again, that's okay because Mr. Tierney is a farmer. Soon the terrain was completely altered. The good topsoil was bulldozed off and piled next to Duncan. No doubt Farmer Tierney had a reason to destroy the terrain so that no crop could be planted. Then gravel was brought in on flattened hilltops so they would be ready for the next development. Though there is no agricultural use for gravel except for farm roads. In the end, Farmer Tierney neither improved the soil, maintained its agricultural uses, or safeguarded the water table. But he is a farmer, so he can do what he wants. As I mentioned, my family came over from Ireland to improve their family's existence and to be able to own land. But they also came to escape a government that allowed the rich and the powerful to exploit the poor and the powerless. My family wanted a government that impartially administered the law and allowed no one to flout the law because of their status. As someone who hasn't paid much attention to local government, watching the Duncan Farm development has been a challenge to my naivete. There have been a number of puzzling decisions made by local officials that have favored Mr. Tierney and discounted the input of the people who live in the area. It would appear that the powers that be want Mr. Tierney to develop an industrial park. They have little interest in what the neighbors or other concerned citizens had to say. I hope today's hearing will allow everyone to give their opinions and that they will be received with the same interest as Farmer Tierney. In the end, this was never about farming. This was about a powerful and wealthy man getting his way. That's it.
Thank you. All right, does the court have any questions from Ms. Hall? Staff, do you have any questions?
No questions.
Anybody in the audience have any questions? Thank you very much. Next is Kim Gearhart. Say it right? Okay. Joyce got her, maybe? Who? Did Joyce? Joy? Good all?
Jane, J-A-Y-N.
Jane Goddard?
Okay.
Jane Goddard.
Okay.
Is she up there?
I don't know where.
She may have gone to the restroom. They can't hear her?
They can hear.
But it's
Yeah.
a little delayed.
Well, if she comes in, I'll call her after. That's not fine. That's fine. Janet Garabedian?
Yep.
That's good.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today. I am Janet Garabedian. I'm here with my husband Jack, and we are both opposed to the rezoning of 690 Duncan Road. Our 5-acre property borders Ron Tierney's property, and I've lived at this address for almost 29 years. We did submit a detailed letter that I will summarize. There's just not enough time in 5 minutes to read the entire thing, but we would respectfully ask that you do read it in its entirety so that you can fully understand our objections. And please understand that the following comments are made in the interest of helping you to make good decisions that leads to good government and good public policy. American poet and author Maya Angelou said, "When someone shows you who they are, believe them." So who has Mr. Tierney shown himself to be? A person who commits irreversible acts with no apparent concern about ramifications on others. A person with a seemingly cavalier attitude about rules and regulations. And a person whose pattern of behavior shows an apparent lack of respect for our community, its norms, and its rules. And I have some selected examples, again, many more in my letter, but some selected examples that we have personally experienced in the past few years. For 20 plus years, there were hundreds of natural trees, shrubs, and brush that provided neighbors protections from pre-existing industrial noise, lights, and sites. Mr. Tierney destroyed these natural buffer zones, creating numerous problems for residents, including noise and light pollution. This has also caused wildlife that previously lived in these woodsy environments to wander into residential areas at a much greater rate. We have seen a dramatic growth in the number of deer, groundhogs, birds, and other wildlife in our property and in our yard, and these animals cause property and plant damage. Destroying these barriers also shows a disregard for Franklin County's comprehensive plan. Transitional areas and protected natural buffer zones to protect residential areas are gone, contrary to the plan's requirements. These mature trees are irreplaceable. Mr. Tierney testified previously that his industrial park would look like a beautiful horse farm. His actions, however, demonstrate the opposite. In October 2021, he started building a huge mountain of dirt just yards from our property line and visible from Duncan Road. He installed a silt fence around only part of the pile, the part facing his own property. The part facing our property and Duncan Road, there was no silt fence. We were concerned about a culvert on our property becoming clogged and creating flooding on the road. So we contacted Woodford County government, his pile was on his Woodford County property, about our concerns, and an engineer came out. After her visit, Woodford County took immediate action and required him to install a silt fence on all sides of the growing pile of dirt. But this should have been done at the beginning. The dirt pile certainly does not look like the horse farm he pledged, nor does it look good to the thousands of tourists along the Bourbon Trail. In May 2020, Mr. Tierney butchered trees along our shared fence row. I understand that cutting trees overhanging your own property is permissible. However, to ensure the health and the beauty of the trees, it should be done in a responsible manner. He used a type of mulching cutting machine that cut the limbs in a jagged yanking method, leaving branches shredded, ugly stubs, and bark stripped off, which is detrimental to the tree's health. Additionally, the machine threw hundreds of wood chips into our yard, ranging from very small to 4 feet long, which we had to clean up before the next mowing. It seems to me a good neighbor would have been more responsible with trimming the trees and at least given us notice, and volunteered to clean the yard about all of this debris when the job was finished. When Mr. Tierney's proposal was rejected by Fiscal Court in June 2020, Facebook posts by Tierney family members included pig photos and veiled threats to put a pig farm on the property. He did build a pig pen and had several pigs on it. It only lasted 1 season, but demonstrates an attempt at intimidation to the neighbors. There are other examples in our detailed letter, including an illegal burn, which has already been mentioned, destroying the historic home, and letting newly planted trees die on other industrial property of his and not replacing them. You probably will hear even more examples today from others. We would ask you to think about what a yes vote on the proposal says to the community and to other developers when you are rewarding someone who has thumbed his nose at the community and at Fiscal Court far too many times. Please vote no.
Thank you. Anybody from the court have any questions for her? Staff, do you have any questions? No questions. Staff, do you have any questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
C.L. Watts. Gone. Jack, you're obedient?
I list my name in it to,
Okay.
ask questions and things like that, but her letter, what she read was
Perfect. Thank you very much.
it. Thank you.
William Gardner.
Right here. How are you?
Good, sir. How are you?
I was hired by the Goddess to look at a structure that overlooks our property. I'm a structural engineer. I practice structural engineering and water resource engineering since 1981. I also teach structural engineering inspection techniques throughout the nation. I've taught over 5,000 people how to inspect structures of water and upstream and downstream. And do you all have the PowerPoint presentation, a copy of it? If not, here's a copy of it. So usually I work off of PowerPoint instead of paper, if that's okay.
Go ahead, one time.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry. All right, I'm used to being in charge of teaching. Best management practice on page 2 We're looking, this is from a drone shot by somebody else that Ms. Goddard provided me. There's a picture of a pond, and that pond does not look like it has any freeboard. And if you look at the emergency spillway, it is built in the embankment instead of in situ ground. All right, the next page. If you look at the close view of the retention facility, generally, according to the stormwater guide produced by your all's agency, it's emergency spillway designed for a 24-hour peak, and that's designed for emergency use if the principal spillway gets clogged. This principal spillway is laid at the bottom of the emergency spillway and it's flat. Usually, there's no way of dewatering this pond for safety, for maintenance. The structure, we did not measure the structure. Everything was done on Susan Goddard's property across the fence. So my viewing was from here to the wall, probably the closest I had. Structure's over between 400 to 500 feet long, and it's between 35 and 40 feet in elevation on the downstream toe. Upstream elevation, I don't know, because I wasn't able to access the property. Does this propose a hazard classification? I don't know. The other thing is I hear this is a fishing pond, a detention. I don't know what, is this a farmer's pond? Is it part of the sediment retention plan? I don't know. But if it's a retention plan, is it collecting the post and pre-development? I mean, are you reducing the flow to what it was before development? The other thing is, when we talk about slickway branch, usually the controlling factor is the culvert right there at the highway. Usually, when you look at a development plan, the developer is going to take the drainage away from the smallest conflict. So I'm assuming a lot of this drainage will be diverted into this larger retention basin. The next page, you see what says detention basin design elements. I only observed a foot of freeboard. Generally, there's a bigger freeboard for emergency detention. This structure, the detention is supposed to dewater within 24 hours. If it's a retention, there is exception for a normal pool, but there still should be facilities for retention. This is straight out of the stormwater manual that you all provide. And what is the low pool? What is the factor over top? What are the design characteristics for this structure? Next page on the spillway, I realize we have a short time. There's a spillway, and like I said, we shot it from here to the wall, maybe 100 foot away. There's no visible discharge coming to the spillway. And this was taken on Sunday. I understand there was a significant flow a few days before, so that spillway should be operational. And then when you take a closer look at the spillway, you see that the flow is going underneath the spillway. And that leads to tell me that there's probably no anti-seep collars for this spillway. And then when you look at the emergency spillway, in this picture right here, you'll see that the spillway comes across the face of the dam. Generally, you would like for your spillways to be put in undisturbed ground. This spillway is being eroded up to 4 feet, and as the velocity increases as it gets towards the dam, we get piping through the dam. On the left-hand side, there's also piping, the boiling of the structure, and there is a iron oxide substance with an oily finish. I don't know if that's remnants of things we've seen in the news, or is that bacterial eating iron, so I don't know. But the bottom line is, at the base, there are sinkholes that are receiving discharge from this basin, and during peak flows, they exude the groundwater. So with that being said, you can look at the presentation. It's karst topography or sinkholes. We're looking at, the owner also cannot use the property below the embankment because it stays wet all the time. Even during the level 2 drought we had last year, she said it stayed dry. I mean, the wet of it. Is that Tyler? All right. Well, that was fast.
Thank you very much. Any members of the court have
Any questions, any comments?
Staff, do you have any questions?
No questions.
I do probably.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
One or two questions. You did not measure the dam in terms of seeing what height it was.
The property's posted, and I respected the posting time.
Well, the answer to that question is correct.
Right, yeah. All mine was observation,
And
100
you
feet
don't
away.
know if it, I think you said, I do not know if this dam is in any violation. I think that's what you said. I was trying.
It appears that it doesn't follow the stormwater procedures for retention basin.
Okay, if it is actually a retention basin.
I'm here, it's a farm pond. If it's a farm pond, how is the runoff being controlled and reduction of the runoff as specified by stormwater procedures?
Wouldn't you agree that the best thing to do would to have all the water retention facilities on this property be designed by a professional engineer?
Yes, and that was my next slide, talking about that.
Okay, did you hear what the engineer said? Would you agree with what Brad Gregory said?
Was Brad there, did he design the structure?
I get to ask the question.
I
Did
mean,
you hear what the engineer said?
I did not hear him say he designed the structure.
Okay, okay. Did you hear that he said that he would be designing the structures?
Okay, but I'm confused.
No.
We have a structure already there, but Brad's gonna come back and redesign it. And
That's
the structure,
correct.
piping, it's have infiltration, and it's showing, it's a pretty tall structure. It's like we're building a pond for fishing, and then later we're gonna call a retention basin based on reverse design standards.
Well, okay. My question was, did you hear Brad say that he was going to design the retention facilities, not the agricultural ponds, but the retention
So there's
facilities?
gonna be another pond built.
Did you hear him say that? That's all I said. Did you hear him say that?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you also hear him say that he's gonna have to redesign the other pond, the other large pond on the other end of this property that you didn't look at?
I was only asked to look at the pond that Susan looked at.
I understand. I'm not asking you about what you looked at, I'm asking you what Brad said. Did you hear Brad say that he was gonna have to redesign the pond
Yes.
on the other side to raise the dam higher so it would retain more water?
And my only concern was what was affecting the Goddard Farm. Rest of the drainage area, I wasn't hired to do that.
Okay. Well, the effect of the Goddard, if this pond had not been built, would there be any effect on the Goddard Farm from runoff?
Well, my confusion is, if we're doing agricultural property, how come there's huge stockpiles over here, and there's clay piles over here, and the whole area is flat? Like a strip.
We're talking, I hope you're here to talk about ponds, because I didn't hear you talking about piles before.
Well,
regarding the pond, would you agree that if the pond had not been built, that the water runoff would have still gone over on the Goddard's property, just like Mr. Davis said?
If it was an undisturbed area, the pre and post would be the same. The area's not undisturbed though.
Okay, that's all I have.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gardner, thank you.
Could I ask a question, sir?
Yeah, sure.
Matt?
State your name again. Please state
Jim
your name
Daniel.
again. Jim Daniel.
In your best professional judgment, after reviewing this bond, what would happen if it were to catastrophically fail?
Well, it only takes 18 inches of water to move a vehicle. And you've got an embankment that's 35 feet high. And I'm just looking at, from me, I'm 6 foot, how many of these stacks up from downstream? So if we have a breach, and you have piping, you have boiling, you have erosion across the face, those are not good things for a well-designed, even a farm pond. So possibilities could happen.
And what would happen if it did?
It would be a wall of water coming down the castle. So I don't mean, how far, I don't have a way to do an analysis. I was there for 2.5 hours doing an observation. That's all we do.
Thank you.
Can I ask? What you do? Can I ask a question?
I'm gonna get the same damn trouble we had, questions.
It's really just public comments. So the attorney is saying, I think I made a mistake first when I asked the audience for cross-examination, because that's probably not the correct
I didn't hear
procedure.
you say ask us, that's what I heard.
Yeah, it's just public comments right now, so yeah, my fault.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can I ask for a point of clarification regarding something that Mr. Ross said, asked him regarding the pond? If there's 2 ponds, can I ask for a point of clarification on the ponds? On the question that he was asking our witness?
Yeah, he didn't.
He's not a witness.
He wasn't a witness. He was
Yeah.
just a public comment, so I'm gonna say no on that.
Oh, okay.
Next, Rodney Williams.
My name's Rodney Williams, resident of Frankfurt. Good afternoon, thank you for the opportunity to share some thoughts with you. A couple of things I wanted to point out, and it's relative to, I think Ms. Bradshaw's testimony earlier. Make the comment that Franklin County Fiscal Court, Frankfurt City Commission, the Joint Planning Commission, the Frankfurt Plant Board, the Frankfurt Sewer Department, and every other interested party in the community, I think should be embracing people like Ron and Patrick Tierney. Because they're willing to take the risk that you all have chosen not to take to this point. I think you can make decisions and make plans for future development, for job opportunities for our community, but at this point, Frankfurt and Franklin County has chosen not to. And the testimony, I think Mr. Blackburn asked a question about KCDC's land again. It's got a balance, I think Ms. Bradshaw said about around $1 million. I can assure you that you can't leverage $1 million to develop much of anything, industrial or otherwise. So if you would like to plan with the city of Frankfurt and other interested parties to gather funds, make commitments, even make public statements that your interest in both purchasing and or optioning land that you can later develop for industrial growth. I think that's a route that you can choose to take. But to this point, you've chosen not to. So in my opinion, I'm here to state publicly that I support the Tierney's application for his own change. I think it's to use an athletic analogy, pretty much a layup, a wide open layup. And that our community has chosen to basically dribble the ball off their knee at least twice. You now have a third bite at the apple. And I would encourage you to both approve the zone change request and then to work with your planning staff to make the best possible development plan for what they have interest in doing. We've heard comments and testimony about the idea of the highest and best use of land. And I would encourage you to consider those points. Certainly if the land was available for purchase when Mr. Tierney chose to purchase it for investment, anybody else had the opportunity and the ability to purchase that land themselves and choose to continue it as an agriculture venture, or do whatever else to improve the home that was that had some historical significance, but no one else did. Mr. Tierney chose to do so. So I think you should consider that along this process as well. I think that's all I want to say.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
No questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
John Watts.
Thank you for this opportunity. My name is John Watts. I'm a lifelong resident of the Millville community. I'm very familiar with the Castle and Key property, Woodford Reserve, Duncan Road. I have lived in that area for 63 years. What I'm seeing disturbs me, and I'm very concerned with the properties from the Goddard property all the way down to Castle and Key. Much of what I'm going to say here is redundant, it's already been said and stated by people with much more expertise. But this is from a person that lives there. I've been on the Goddard property, I've seen the damage. Also across the road from there is the subdivision that's been there all of my life. And I'm very concerned about property values, about this whole area with how it stands right now. I don't know what intentions are or what will be done to help ease this pain of absolute property devaluation. But I really think that when you approve things, you have to consider the neighbors that are across the road and next. And if you don't do everything that is in your power to keep the Goddards from washing down the hill, and let me tell you, if things don't improve and if things continue as it is, whether Brad or whoever it is oversees it or rebuilds it, there's no guarantee that's going to happen. Who's going to watch? Who's going to make sure that happens correctly? I trust Ron Gardner's opinion. I know Ron. He's meticulous. If he says he is scared of what that looks like, so am I. And I'm scared for everything that comes down the creek. You know, my church is right there at the bottom of that hill. Everything that's done there winds up there. The floods that we've had come through Millville in the last 10 years are catastrophic compared to the rest of my life. And you've all seen this water, this volume of water. We can't stand anymore in Millville. So we got all the plats and all of that explains everything. I get it. I get it. But you know, I've been in industrial facilities for 40 years. Frankfurt, Versailles, Lexington, Danville, Harrodsburg. I've worked in all of these places. Most of the industrial parks are not in a residential, not right next door to somebody's house on a hill. But I think Susan Goddard and Tom Goddard would welcome you to come to their place and see what's going on. And maybe that's what you should do before you make decisions. Thank you for your time, I appreciate it.
Susan Goddard.
I have these for the court. I have 3 color copies. Sorry, I couldn't give more, but that's all that my printer would do and all the toner I could afford this time. In your attachments, as well as my comments today, is the 2019 letter of opposition that I initially wrote to the Fiscal Court and copied, hand carried to Mr. Hewitt in 2019, the Army Corps of Engineer violation in 2019, and the emails I referred to in Tilly Bradshaw. My name is Susan Goddard, and I live at Scenic Spring Farm on 1300 Duncan Road, and our farm spans both Franklin and Woodward counties. For the last several years, I and my family have experienced noise and hazards that are unnerving and rendering even areas of my home, office, and music room nearly unbearable during the day. It is like we've been sentenced to prison and are undergoing torture. We have been law-abiding citizens, we've never defaulted on a loan, we've been active volunteers and donors in this county, and we feel like we've been punished. And for those of you that have never heard a Rambo, well, let me let you. This is what I hear from 7:15 to 5 to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday for over 2.5 years, okay? My 4-year-old said it best when he said, "Granny, will this sound ever," he cried. We're sitting on the front porch, he's crying. "My Granny, will this sound ever end? It makes me nervous. I can't hear the birds. And that makes me sad." When Mr. Tierney came in 2019, our life changed. And I hear that the county needs industrial taxes and a man has a right to do what he wants to do on his own property. But do those rights and wants allow others, this developer, to greatly impact my quality of life and that of my family? I've been on this farm and in this community for my entire lifetime. I've been on this farm for 35 years. Does it give him or you the right to change my aquifer, my view sheds, and the use of my land forever? Buffering trees have already cost my son and his family over $7,000. I'm going to have to spend at least that to replace my view shed. And again, why was he allowed to cut trees prior to zoning? It's against the comp plan guidelines, and neighbors have to purchase trees to fill that need. It's not fair. The monetary, mental, and physical costs are unbearable. I'm including pictures of where the April 14th, 2020 Tierney fire that was deemed illegal by the EPA actually sent me to the ER. I paid insurance deductibles of nearly $1,500, and then an additional later on that year because I had to have surgery because I had continuing situations from it and health issues. I had to go on an inhaler. My then 2-year-old grandson was exposed to the fire. He now has asthma. I hope to God this didn't create part of his asthma. He was exposed to the fire and was screaming that his eyes and throat were burning, and he begged me to call the firemen. My son had to protect his pregnant wife from smoke by duct taping the newly painted doors, windows, and covering his HVAC of his brand new home. For nearly 2 years, discharge from Tierney's catch basin has piped across the side and bottom of the dam, carrying with it water, thick silt, and it empties directly onto my farm road, limiting access to the back half of our farm, 12 acres of which I pay to Franklin County every single year. According to Ryan Gardner, when I asked him how to remedy this mess and what it's going to cost me, he said, Susan, it's probably going to cost you about $20,000 to $30,000 to remedy what he has done to your property so you can get to the back of your farm. That's not cool, you all. The water has caused deep sinkholes of various sizes, some up to 2 feet wide, that pop up in my roadway right below the dam, making it unsafe. In fact, just this past week when I was taking pictures to submit to you all, I was standing on a spot that I thought was silt and grass, and suddenly it caved in, and I went down. Luckily, because I was there by myself and I was afraid to be on my own property by myself, I tied a rope to a tree. So there are wet springs and there are things that are popping up which Ron, as well as other scientists that have come to my property, have used the term boiling. I cannot get up my hillsides on either side in the road, even a secondary area. We can't get up it because it is boiling and the dirt actually slides down the hillside. To finish off, there's the rest of my presentation that's in here. But at the end of the Tierney property thing, they put pig emojis on all of our neighborhood association webpage. Who does that? I mean, it's crazy. But I hope that I'm really terrified that my 2-year-old and my dog or any of our family friends are going to fall into these holes, and I'm going to have to call a fireman to come and rescue, or we're just going to disappear forever. Because all of a sudden, I've lived here for 35 years, and I can't use parts of my farm, nearly half. So I appreciate it, and I hope you will consider this a no.
Thank you. Amy Carpenter?
Thank you.
Oh, these are going to the court.
My name is Amy Carpenter, and I am reading comments on behalf of the Kentucky Resources Council. KRC Director Ashley Williams desired to be here today, but could not due to the limited public notice. The Kentucky Resources Council thanks you for the opportunity to comment on the proposed map amendment for 690 Duncan Road in Franklin County. Although we appreciate that the Fiscal Court will be conducting a new evidentiary hearing, we do not believe that the short notice period here complies with the Franklin County ordinances, which require notice 14 days before the public hearing. Franklin County Ordinance 2.086 states, notice of the date, time, place, and reason for holding a public hearing shall be given by one publication in the newspaper of general circulation in Franklin County, Kentucky, not earlier than 21 days or later than 14 days before the public hearing. This was not done in this case, making the notice of this public hearing legally insufficient. This is also not a continuation of a public hearing, but a new public hearing following Judge Wingate's remand of this matter to the Franklin Fiscal Court. The Fiscal court also failed to comply with ordinance 2.082, which requires notification by mail of the date of a public hearing on a zoning map amendment to all adjacent property owners. There are witnesses and neighbors of 690 Duncan Road who testified at the planning and zoning hearing that are unable to be here today because of insufficient notice given of the time and date of this hearing. Even less time was given for public comments in this case, which were due on Monday. Despite the vote to proceed, the council does request that the fiscal court comply with Franklin County ordinances. In the alternative, we ask that the fiscal court provide an extended public comment period so that those citizens and subject matter experts that cannot be here today due to the limited notice have an opportunity to submit written comments into the record. The Kentucky Resources Council also continues to believe that the proposed zoning map amendment fails to meet the requirements necessary for a zone change as set forth in KRS 100.213. We understand that Chris Schindler with Envision Franklin County has testified as to the failure to meet those statutory requirements, and we adopt and endorse those comments. We are also concerned about the applicant's failure to comply with the current agricultural zoning classification, as has been conducted extensive land disturbance consistent with grading for large industrial activity. In fact, the council filed suit in the Franklin Circuit Court seeking a writ of mandamus against Mr. Robert Hewitt with Planning and Zoning to compel compliance with the mandatory duties to inspect violations of the zoning code as pertaining to these land disturbance activities. The track record of the applicant displays a disregard for the planning and zoning ordinances and the neighbors of this area. The proposed economic growth of rezoning is negligible, while the economic cost to other businesses, the environment, and the local taxpayers are significant. We therefore request that the zoning change to industrial for 690 Duncan Road be denied. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Mr. Tierney, but I'm sure you're good.
I'm good.
All right. Terry Bradshaw.
She's good.
She's good. Brett Connors.
Connors.
I think he spoke a little bit earlier.
He's here. He's coming. He should be. Brett?
Sorry, you guys are. Good afternoon. My name is Brett Connors, for the record. Just want to thank y'all again for the time. This has been a heck of a long day, I know, for y'all. And yeah, I didn't prepare any statement or write anything. We've done this all before. We've done this all before. I think this is the third run at it. But I think what it really comes down to is altruism and being a good neighbor. You know, I was raised by Mr. Rogers. I know some of y'all in the room might have been too. But I think when we look at industrial development, I think there has to be some explanation behind intent. And when you look at a property that was zoned agricultural, where an actor or an applicant used a backdoor on an agricultural bill to do aggressive site work and adjustment to it, in addition to removing buildings without a permit, there's something not altruistic about that. In fact, it seems like it's kind of a bad actor theory where if they're already willing to invalidate the licensure that we're looking at from the Frankfurt Circuit Fiscal Court and supersede your all's rules and amendments, they're going to continue to do that. I think we see it as well with the pond that's on property that was put there under an agricultural perspective, but albeit it's likely industrial in purpose. So they're playing both sides of the coin. It's agricultural when it suits their needs and they want to avoid that, they go through planning and zoning. And it's not agricultural where they intend to do something like build a structure. What's also disingenuous about it is job numbers. You know, I think we saw that last time where Terry's always talking about job numbers, and obviously, you know, as a steward in the community and part of a large business here in an adjacent county, you know, we want jobs. We also have a lot of job openings in Frankfurt County that are pretty hard to fill. So the idea that one of these buildings is going to be 300 jobs, 400 jobs is really in flux, right? You don't know what they're going to build until they build it. You know, once you zone this IG, this small plot that's in development with a lot of green space sounds all well and good until they put it through planning and zoning and it becomes something very different than that. So when you see these industrial projects of this scale and volume, it's okay to fib a little bit, ain't it? Until it's not, unless you're a resident or a local in that community. you see these things kind of scale and shift in a way that's not conducive for other economic development. And I think my call to action is more that not only is this an inappropriate zoning based on everything that's been discussed previously today, I think it also leads us to have a larger conversation about what Frankfurt needs. And that's, I think, progressive thought involving alternative business practices and ideologies, things like agritourism, things like supporting our bourbon heritage and tourism industries, supporting the equine tourism industry. You know, I look at the things that we've done quite well. You know, downtown, we have restaurants now. We have 2 hotels being put in. You're looking at opportunities for adaptive reuse and repurpose that I think are going to be impactful for a long-term perspective. When we look at developing large swaths of agricultural land into industrial districts, I think what you lose is your historic tableau and character to an area like Jet. You know, at one point, Jet was a utopia. It was considered to be kind of an Eden of central Kentucky from an agricultural perspective. Now it's large industrial buildings and car lots, which is not a negative criticism. You know, I think that also has to do with jobs and job creation. But I think we forget about what this area historically was. And I think when you're looking at other alternatives, we also have to talk about the reality of industrial development in North America at this juncture, where it's murky. It could be positive, it could be negative. We're not going to be the banner bearers on that with under 300 miles of square acreage in central Kentucky. I think we need to be more creative and draw other alternative and unique businesses here. You know, if we're desperate to build industry, you're always going to be beat out by areas like Georgetown. Springfield just scored 3 massive distilleries because they have flatter and larger land swaths. We don't have that, so why wouldn't we try to optimize what we do have and bring in a unique and diverse sector of jobs, applicants, and businesses that would prevent us from turning into a rust belt, right? I come from an area in Virginia where, as it overly industrialized, a lot of those things sat dormant and empty. I mean, look at Winchester, Virginia, all the Apple factories there. A lot of them are empty space now. No one will ever go in them again. So it's like at some juncture, we have to be thoughtful about what Frankfurt looks like in 10, 20, 30, 40 years. And I guarantee you a large industrial district that's adjoined to Industrial 3 is going to be mostly dormant, if not in pretty rough shape, and needing massive overhauls and renovations and restoration. So I think my bigger question is, yeah, if we rezone this IG, are we hurting the larger community as a whole? Are we hurting tourism in the sector? And are we hurting younger people's desire, younger entrepreneurs from coming here? Because that's not who's building industrial facilities. We're building alternative businesses. So I guess that's about it, unless y'all have any questions.
Thank you very much. Mr. Tom Goddard.
Judge, Squires, Jack. Can't get to the back of my farm. It's blocked off. I had me a back way I could use too. That's blocked off. It's a mudslide tractor. Can't even get there with a tractor and water it. Why is this? Because Tierney Farms built a pond. I had 2 or 3 experts say that's not safe. I wouldn't even stand there. Ooh. Plus, I can't get to the back of the farm, Judge. Help. Terry Bradshaw, she's left. I've heard her say twice on 2 different occasions that, and I quote, she said it twice and I kept thinking, oh, I hope I get a situation where I can come and talk to that. She said that Mr. Tierney has more skin in this game than anyone else.
Yes.
Y'all heard that saying?
Yes, she did.
Absolutely.
Yes, she did.
Yep.
I'm gonna come to boy. I think she meant that Mr. Tierney has more money in this than anybody else.
Yeah.
I think that's true. The Millville Road, Hilltop Neighborhood Association, we don't have a lot of money. I spent most of the money I've got trying to get my life back. But we do have is skin. It's our community's skin is at stake. That's all I've got. How about that? You don't have to hold up those red things. If God's honest truth, I've sworn in, I'm telling you the truth. And I don't want to they're my neighbors, I want to be friends with these guys. you know? And I brought this up, I met Mr. Tierney in Fiscal Court with everybody there and said the same thing about my farm. And he started telling me what I needed to do. Need to put in a pipe and this, that, and the other. Well, is that what I need to do? Anyway, any questions? Anything? Thank you for being my magistrate, by the way.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I am sure. Can you briefly tell me what it is they could do? What can they do to make this work?
And I'd be willing for them to come onto my side and just, he's right to the pipe. And they've got every machine in the world. It's a wonderful, it's a kid's dream, every machine.
We're gonna go back to court.
Is to, I'll pay for the pipe.
Pass it on.
But if
Y'all
y'all
gotta
got
hush
these
the
machines,
hearing.
I need that built up. I used to drive a Lincoln Continental in the 90s, and I could drive it down that road. Build it up and do what they think needs to be done, is to build that up so I can get to the back of my farm. I need some help. And that's what they could do. And you're right, don't complain about anything unless you have a solution.
Always bring a solution.
My sixth grade teacher taught me that. She's a wise woman.
She must have been a social worker.
In between whipping my behind.
Pull out Douglas tire.
That's all I've got.
Thank you.
I appreciate all of your all's patience.
Thank you. Cassidy Price? Welcome.
Hello, I'm Cassidy Price. I'm here on behalf of Castle and Key Distillery. We had a couple of experts that we wanted to bring in today, but due to the limited public notice, they were unable to attend. So I'd like to read a statement that they prepared today for this meeting. Chris Groves, he's a professor of hydrogeology, a Kentucky professional geologist, and Leanne Bledsoe, a research hydrologist at Crawford Hydrology Laboratory at WKU, has prepared this statement today upon our request.
Mr. Chair, I don't know about reading expert testimony statements. Both of these cats know how to do Zoom because they were at the last fiscal court meeting.
That was not allowed today.
Okay. Well, okay, but they're not subject to any cross-examination by anybody. Unless they've gained a lot of knowledge since the last hearing, they didn't have much knowledge upon which to form opinions about. So, I don't know, I've never seen your statement, and that's another due process problem here. I'm not saying.
It is in the record.
It is in what record?
It was submitted by Monday.
It is,
Well,
yeah. It is in here.
So I'd still like to read it though, please.
If that's what your ruling is, that people can just submit hearsay into the record, I guess I'll just have to show my objection and go on.
It's a statement, it's been in here.
If I can continue. So the Crawford Hydrology Laboratory.
Hold on a second.
Reclaim time.
They'll start it out.
Thank you.
I think you gotta be consistent. You either have one or you don't.
So is there a way you can make a public comment instead of reading something verbatim?
I would like to be able to read this. It is in the record, and I will be reading it verbatim, so you all have it, you should have it in front of you. It's not anything that I'm changing as I'm reading.
So just for the record, I object to the submission of expert testimony, whether it was submitted by 4:30 yesterday or whatever, into the record in consideration by the fiscal court with no right of cross-examination. Y'all can do what you want to do, Your Honor.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think because this is in-person comments, that I'm just gonna ask you to turn that in, and we'll get it distributed again.
Okay, I would just like to note, I guess, our objection to that, but I
I will make other comment here.
Yeah, can you do me a favor? Just tell us how you feel about things rather than telling us what they have to say. Can you do that?
Well, I haven't seen what she's getting ready to read, but it's on Castle and Key.
She's not reading
letterhead. I don't know that she wrote it. I don't know. Mr. Arvin has appeared
This
here.
is not on the Castle Key.
Well, I'm just talking about that thing.
This is another statement that I have prepared.
Okay, good. She wrote it then.
Yeah.
I know Mr. Arvin has appeared here before. I know Mr. Arvin's been in contact with my clients about buying his property. I know that other people from Castle Key have been here before.
I'm also a resident.
What? Happen to know you're from Castle Key because you told us. I wouldn't have done that.
So do you have something you prepared, ma'am?
Yes, I do. So we did engage experts that were unable to attend this morning or this afternoon to speak on this. We have some serious flooding concerns here. As Mr. Hewitt noted, we have experienced flooding in the past and we may experience it again in the future. We strongly believe that the zone change here is going to increase the likelihood of flooding in the future and resulting property damage. We have paid millions of dollars to fix property damage in the past that was caused by flooding. So it is Castle and Key's position that we would oppose this zone change and we would urge the court to vote against the application. We have recently learned of the dam constructed on the 690 Duncan Road property since the prior approval of the application and then subsequent remand. And there have been reports that we've learned and we've heard about today from neighboring properties that the dam has already caused new springs to pop up in the area as well as other potential geological and hydrological issues that are a direct result of the new construction. Experts have observed the effects of the dam on the surrounding properties and they have expressed doubts as to the integrity of the dam. So Castle and Key would ask for an inquiry into the design of the dam and for proper inspections to be conducted before the fiscal court makes any decision. We have hired geological experts that I wish to read their statement to you all today to look into the effects of the new construction on the property and what the new construction would do to the watershed. We are presently awaiting results from a dye tracing effort that will pinpoint the runoff from the new dam on the Tierney property and indicate the effect that this might have on surrounding properties, including our own historical distillery property. So we are concerned that the dam could fail and cause significant flooding damage to our property and many others down the hill. Castle and Key's property has already experienced significant damage due to flooding. Failure of the dam now would be detrimental to our business, our property, and most importantly, the well-being of any people in its path. Additionally, Castle and Key has learned that there could be a pollutant flowing out of the dam and into the runoff that comes down the hill, causing oil slicks and leaving behind a red substance. Experts are collecting samples of that to test, and we would request that test results be reviewed before a decision is made to rezone. Castle and Key's business and businesses in the surrounding area rely on tourism for their success. Castle and Key has invested millions of dollars to resurrect our distillery property, and it attracts tourists from all over the world. We hosted over 100,000 guests just last year. Part of our business's success, we believe, is dependent upon the agriculturally scenic drive entering McCracken Pike via Duncan Road before guests reach our distillery property. So yet another industrial development along this corridor will forever erode the scenic and unique aesthetic that draws visitors to our unique and beautiful area. We would implore the fiscal court to consider the unique character of the scenic area that would be negatively impacted by the addition of industrial buildings. So for the safety and continued success of the community, we firmly oppose this amendment, and we believe that the dam that is already constructed at this property is affecting the neighbors and could cause lasting geological disruption and detrimental damage. The loss of the unique and aesthetic scenic Finette farmland will negatively impact tourism to the area. So Castle and Key urges and implores the fiscal court to vote to oppose the pending application for the proposed zone change along the Duncan Road and McCracken Pike corridor. We would also go ahead and adopt the Kentucky Resource Council's position on the notice requirements here. So I would like to note that. Thank you all
Do y'all have any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have one question. How far is Castle and Key from this property? Miles. How do you get there?
You drive down Duncan Road.
Duncan Road. So you've never made an observation about how far it is?
Of the exact mileage? No,
Approximately.
I could not tell you.
Oh, is it 40 miles?
It's within a couple miles.
A couple miles? 3 or 4 miles?
That's my approximate guess. I
Okay.
have never tracked the mileage exactly.
Okay. It is in Woodford County.
It's in Woodford and Franklin.
Castle and Key property is, but
Yes.
the facility itself is in Woodford County. The building itself.
I cannot answer that.
That's all.
Okay.
I have a watershed map if you would like to see that, to see
Thank
exactly
you.
where it's located.
There we go. Thank you.
All righty, Brad Gregory. Keep going.
Greg Gregory's gone.
Yep. William Harvin,
Will's gonna be here in a few moments, he's coming down the hill now.
Jim Daniel.
Thank you. I'm Jim Daniel, and I am a retired Department for Environmental Protection enforcement agent for both the divisions of water and the division for air quality. For the last 12 years of my employment, I served as both the division's environmental crimes work group representative. I work criminal cases directly with the FBI, U.S. Attorney's Office, Kentucky State Police, Kentucky Attorney General, and U.S. EPA Atlanta Region 4. We only dealt with knowing and willful violations or environmental crimes. In this case, if this case had come across my desk when I was working, I would have definitely taken it before the environmental crimes work group for criminal investigation and prosecution. But these comments are my own. When developer Ron Tierney initially filed for zoning change in the early 2020s, he had already been cited for illegal open burning violations and construction without a permit by our local and state regulatory agencies. On April 4th, 2020, the Franklin County Fire Department responded twice at approximately 10 a.m. and again at approximately 1 p.m. To local residents' complaints of heavy black, acrid smoke that burned their eyes, nose, throat, and lungs. Mr. Tierney gave no notice to the surrounding neighbors before he lit the match early that morning. When the fire department first arrived, Mr. Tierney lied about an apparent attempt to conceal his violations when he told the responders that he was only burning brush or tree stumps. It proved to be a ruse. But since the smoke at the time had diminished to what was described as, quote, gray and minimal, end quote, the responders deemed it an illegal burn and left the scene, only to have to return 3 hours later when the acrid smoke was again heavy and black. This prompted a closer inspection of the fire pit, divulging the remains of numerous illegal items. As a result, Mr. Tierney reluctantly admitted to adding more debris from the demolished house, at least one tire and metal to the burn pile. Mr. Tierney's lying to officials at the scene reveals that he knew what he was doing was wrong, and that the fact that he continued to do it after they left was willful. An act that is, quote, knowingly and willful, end quote, if completed voluntarily and intentionally with the specific intent to deceive. As an experienced developer in Franklin County, Mr. Tierney should have been well versed with our permitting laws and have known better. The last thing that we need are miscreant developers who flaunt their disrespect for the law for monetary gain. On April 16, 2020, the Division for Air Quality issued Tierney a notice of violation in relation to 2 illegal burn piles on the property, citing 401K 63005, which prohibits illegal open burning with fines up to $25,000 per day because of the serious health risk, especially for children and elderly who were present at this very time. Burning this trash releases high levels of toxic pollutants such as dioxins, lead, and mercury. Dioxins are highly toxic and can cause cancer, reproductive and development problems, damage to the immune system, and can interfere with hormones. The NOP recited the contents of the burn pits as various metals and an axle with at least one tire attached, brick, roofing shingles, painted wood, and portions of a radiator. They are all prohibited for open burning in Kentucky. Tierney's plea that he was ignorant of Kentucky's burn laws is not plausible or an valid excuse, as you have to know the applicable laws that pertain to your business. The ancient maxim applies here. Ignorance of the law does not excuse, especially when it involves human health and the environment. There was already a state county burn ban imposed by the Kentucky Division of Forestry for February 2020 and extending through April 30th, 2020, making both incidents illegal. This was reported to Judge Wells by Chief Hutchinson on April 14th, 2020. By regranting the industrial zoning, the Fiscal Court would be inviting chaos into the regulatory process by rewarding Mr. Tierney's bad behavior and removing any deterrent effect, holding him and others like him accountable. It would send a mixed message to the rich and powerful that it's better to ask forgiveness than to get permission up front. In considering the quandary before us today, it is important to note that zoning is the only thing that the government still has to hold him and others developers accountable.
Thank you very much, Mr. Daniel. Next is Brian Irwin.
Hello, my name is Brian Irwin. I'm a commercial real estate broker with the Gibson Company. I specialize in industrial properties throughout central Kentucky. As Terry Bradshaw was mentioning earlier, the need for shovel-ready land is important to bring in outside business. But she deals with 40-acre, 50-acre, 70-acre users. I talk with more local businesses that need 2 acres, 3 acres, 5. I want to give a couple examples that we've seen recently that show just how difficult it is for a business to grow inside Franklin County. We've got a business, been here for 25 years, started in 12,000 square feet, expands to 25. They see on the horizon they need to expand, so they buy some land about 5 years ago. They're successful enough to where they now cannot fit their production facility on the land they bought, and they're forced to look elsewhere. There's no land, and so they were forced to buy property that requires a zone change. It costs 2.5 times per acre what their previous land cost them. So not only do they have the cost of land, they've got the long, drawn-out process of the zone change. Another example, a large manufacturer here in town, you get a new contract, have immediate need for 50,000 square feet. Where are they gonna go? We haven't had 50,000 square feet available in over a year, and it leased up in less than a week. Their only option was 12 miles away, so they've got additional costs of transportation and fuel, and the likely new jobs are gonna come from the adjacent county. Thanks to the Tierneys, we were actually close to wrapping up a deal where we made a creative structure to terminate an early lease, and we're gonna be happy to be able to keep them in Franklin County. 15 to 20 jobs per shift for 3 shifts. You know, that is the type of thing that makes them such an asset to the community, because they're able to provide product that will allow businesses to come here. Even if we have shovel-ready land, that does not make it good for every business. Some need to come here within 6 months, and that's why the Tierneys, who are willing to risk millions of dollars speculatively building product that can be moved in and be up and operational in 6 months, is imperative and gives Franklin an edge over other communities. The other bear of risk they have is other communities' economic development authorities they're building spec buildings. They are having developers ask them for TIF financing to offset infrastructure costs. They're asking for property tax abatement. Tierneys ask for none of that. They just ask for the authority or the ability to rezone property that's in the comprehensive plan so they continue to bring more jobs to Franklin County. Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Arkin, you want to go ahead and come up?
Judge, thank you very much. A long day. Thank you for your patience.
Go ahead and say your name, please.
For listening to this testimony. My name is Will Arvin, and I am.
Can we go ahead and swear you in if you don't mind?
Yes, sir.
Because I don't think you were here earlier. Just please.
Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Wait 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Again, my name is Will Arvin, and I'm the owner of Castle and Key Distillery, which is located at 4445 McCracken Pike in Frankfort, Kentucky. I purchased this property in 2014 when it had fallen into ruin and left to be dismantled piece by piece by an out-of-state salvage company. At the time of the purchase, I knew that this had been a once special place, but I had no idea how much of our local history and culture there that stemmed from this location. What was left of the improvements there were mostly buildings in complete ruin, no roofs, no windows, lots of asbestos, and absolutely no infrastructure. I took a huge risk in purchasing this property that had been on the market for over 3 years with no takers. Since purchasing the property, I have invested many millions of dollars to bring the property back. We are currently producing bourbon whiskey, have a vibrant gift store with tours and events regularly booked and scheduled. Our history has truly come to life. The reason that I am here is because this distillery property sits at the bottom of Duncan Road, less than a mile from where the property that is proposed to be converted from agricultural use to industrial use. I strongly oppose that application. My basis for opposition is as follows. 1, the requested zone change will increase the propensity for flooding in the immediate and surrounding area. The property at issue is located at the top of a major watershed area. Rain and stormwater flows from this property directly down the mountainside into the heart of the distillery property. Castle and Key resides in a toilet bowl of sorts as it receives a direct punch from anything that flows from the top of the mountain. Just recently in 2018, we experienced a major flood event. Castle and Key had 4 feet of standing water inside the distillery, shutting down our operations and creating major damage to our facilities, both inside and outside. The damages exceeded well over $1 million. Importantly, this flood from the storm did not occur from the waters of Glynn's Creek. The flooding water came from the top of the mountain shed and washed over McCracken Pike into our property. Allowing the construction of warehouses on the subject property will create greater water velocity from storms that we will have and that will flow directly into this mountain runoff area. This proposed development, if approved, will undoubtedly cause catastrophic damage to the distillery property and to many others who live and work at the bottom of this watershed area. Number 2, this zoning amendment will or would negatively impact the tourism industry in our local Franklin and Woodford County communities. Castle and Key has invested millions of dollars to resurrect the iconic Old Taylor Distillery. This distillery operation and its grounds attract tourists from all over the world. Last year, we welcomed over 100,000 visitors to our site, the majority of whom were traveling from out of state to see the majestic corridor of Duncan Street and the distilleries that lie just below. There are other surrounding businesses in the community engaged in tourism that will also suffer from the zoning amendment if approved. Part of our business's success is dependent upon hospitality and an agriculturally scenic segue entering McCracken Pike via Duncan Road before guests reach our distillery property. Yet another industrial development along this corridor forever destroys the very aesthetic that draws visitors to our unique and beautiful area. There are numerous other infill areas in this county that could be utilized for industrial use that would not create stormwater disasters and that would not impact adversely the unique character and nature of this scenic area. I took a huge risk in coming to Franklin and Woodford County to start a new business. I have invested everything I have to make the resurrection of Castle and Key a reality. The weight on my shoulders is large. I now have over 130 employees at Castle and Key, and they, along with their families, most of whom reside nearby, depend on me and this business to make sure we make payroll every period. Castle and Key unlike warehouses, is a business that generates jobs and also pays a tremendous amount of taxes as part of its business operation in support of this county.
Thank you very much.
I have two more paragraphs. May I have leave to have a little more time?
I'm sorry, we gotta stick to the rules here. You said 5 minutes, and
Okay.
I'll hold everybody to that.
I have,
You wanna turn that in as kind of evidence, you know?
it's got a few notes on it, but yes, sir. Thank you. And I also have a letter from James Kay, from the Woodford County Fiscal Court, and that I think he had sent her.
That's fine.
And this is, C.L. Watts was here to testify and had to leave. But the Woodford County.
We're not letting, we can't read letters, that's part of what we let out.
If I may tender it, Judge, but they oppose this proposed development.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Object to both of those, Your Honor. And I do have some questions for Mr. Arvin. Mr. Arvin, you were not, I'm John Brown, you were not here earlier when we discussed the watersheds and what part of this property is in your watershed and what part of the property is not. This is a map that was drawn to show the 690 Duncan Road, and it also in red shows your facility down here, shows that watershed, and shows how much of this property is actually drained towards Castle and Key. Are you aware of that?
Was I aware of what I?
Of that only that much of the 690 Duncan property, 20 acres of the 114 acres, I guess, or 102 acres drains to your property. Were you aware of that?
Well, I haven't seen that before. That's the first time I'm seeing that. We have hired engineers that I think testified by letter today as to the specifics of that. But what I can say to answer your question is, when we had that flood that destroyed our property, I was there, and I saw the water coming down Duncan Street, and I saw the water originated at the top of that hill, and I saw the water destroy.
You saw the water on top, you were up on top of this hill on Duncan Road?
Yes, sir.
Up on 690 Duncan Road? You were up there?
I was at the top, I traveled all of Duncan Street during that flood.
On
and
the
I-
road?
On the road, and I saw all of the water that was coming off of that ground, flowing down the stream, down Duncan Street, into the creek, that filled the creek, and then I saw the water coming off of the mountain and the mountain shed, flowing down into the what we call the moat around the castle. I saw the water coming across the parking lot from the mountain shed.
I gather you're not going to concede that only this much or 20 acres of
I'm going
this.
to defer to the experts and.
You're not going to concede, you don't agree with this map, I assume.
I don't understand that map. It's the first time I've seen it. I can just tell you what I saw anecdotally when I was there for that god-awful flood that came from the top of that
And
mountain.
it came down this watershed here, and it's printed on this map.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I watched
And only,
I watched the whole thing formulated at the top of
right.
that hill.
And all of this over here, and all of this over here, and all this development over here is feeding that watershed. And only 20 acres of vacant land there was feeding out of Duncan Road. There's nothing there right now, 690 Duncan Road. So what you saw in 2018 did not come from 690 Duncan Road.
That's not what I saw from my eyes.
Have you ever contacted Mr. Tierney about buying this property?
Not that I recall.
No conversation about that at all. Have you ever had any interest in buying this property?
We looked at that property probably close to 2014 as a possible expansion area, but we never made an offer.
Well, that was before Mr. Tierney. Have you made any type of inquiry about this property since 2019?
Not that I recall.
You can't say for sure. You just can't recall it.
I remember it was, that property's out of our price league.
Okay. Even before Mr. Tierney bought it?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. That's all.
Sorry, thank you.
Thank you.
Shannon Beach.
May I have my watershed map back, please, that I
Sure.
showed you? I want to submit it to the court.
Thank you guys for allowing me to speak. My name's Chad Peach. I've lived in Frankfort for my entire life, Frankfort, Woodford County. I've been here for 57 years. My family has developed land been builders, farmers all my life. And I always like to say to my family, we're farmers first. We got high appreciation for agricultural land, what it has the ability to do for us as a society. But there's been a lot of conversation today about highest and best use. You know, what's the highest and best use? So we look at that with what its potential is, more for the community, probably than us as builders, developers. So then you take into account, and I think, Squire, you were the one that brought up highest and best use first. Kind of in an environment that you gotta have location, you know? In real estate, it's location, location, location. Kind of the second really vital part to the equation is infrastructure. You know, this property has location. It's got the infrastructure. I've heard several people comment today that it's not on the comprehensive plan with the IG designation. It's been on the comprehensive plan for over 20 years as IG. I've testified a couple of times in support of, and I've got to back up because I understand the emotional issue that gets into this discussion. I understand the sensitivity. But this guy sitting right here, for you guys' sake, as a body, an educated planner, is going to protect you and us as a community by the regulations that we have as builders, developers, that we have to follow for stormwater retention. It's kind of an environment that, for you guys' sake, honestly, it would be better to be developed, because then you're going to have a form to take care of that problem. And it's more restricted today than it was 10 years ago, 20 years ago. Now we're forming detention ponds that we have a 100-year flood that we have to respect. Then you're going to tack on 25% on a release basis, which they're in agreement to do. I'm not going to say that they didn't make some bad decisions, but being a farmer, when we buy a farm, you know, you go in and you start clearing land. You got to have crops. So you clear land, then you turn around and you start building roads, because you got to be able to access them. So it's kind of in an environment that I think he's got every legal right to do what he's done out there, because he owns it. He bought it. And that's not to be a negative, hard-hearted person. It's just fact. I never knew that it stayed on the market for 12 years. But I've driven past it my entire life, and it was never cropland. At best, it was cattle and hay. It's unfortunate about the old house. We tear down structures because they've lived their life. They're past their time. It's not cost-effective or practical to put the money in. And when Robert made the comment that there's a tree growing through the middle of it, I've torn down structures on my mom and dad's farm that I was born and raised on because they had lived their life. It wasn't economically practical to update them. Structurally, they become unsafe. You as a body are all about safety, welfare, and making decisions for the best for us as a community. This farm, in my opinion, is located right. It's on the comprehensive plan. Your planning director has recommended it. Your economic development person, Terry Bradshaw, says there's a need. So then that becomes the hard part of you all's job, to make the decision what's right. I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you guys. Everybody has an opinion, and just do the best that you can. You know, it's a tough road to travel. So I see all sides, but I do support the development.
Thank you, Mr. Peach. Jane Julian.
I'm Jane Julian. I live at 1915 Louisville Road. Judge Mueller, magistrates, and assembled citizens, thank you for your time and attention to the issue before us. May it please the court, before I testify, I would like to ask one quick question about protocol. Yes, I want to ask those of us who give oral testimony but don't hand out written testimony, is our testimony going to be transcribed and become part of the written record? Yes. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, now for something completely different. The proposed zone application, the change application for 690 Duncan Road started in 2019, and since that time, all of our lives have changed immensely. The way we live now is challenged every day by the realities of ever-increasing climate change, the possibility of more pandemics, and a never-ending World War III. We are all, therefore, called upon to search for a new vision of what kind of world we want to design and build for our community. For example, the history of conventional development in Franklin County has been one of allowing developers to persist until they mostly get their way. This situation has led to the destruction of many valuable and irreplaceable buildings, stone walls, old roads, outstandingly good land, valuable waterways, and so forth. Considering the present state of the world, it is time now for all of us to work to make sure that the destruction of an historical property such as the Blanton Crutcher Farm never happens again in Franklin County. This day, you all have a great opportunity to use our comprehensive plan and our planning and zoning process to make an important decision that will signify that Franklin County is happy to set an example of visionary planning in our new world. I am therefore asking you to reject the proposed zone change for 690 Duncan Road. Thank you very much. Question? Okay.
Thank you very much. John Carlton.
Judge, thank you. Good evening by now. My name is John Carlton. I'm a resident of Franklin County, the current Vice President of Envision Franklin County, a current at-large member of the Comprehensive Plan Advisory Committee, and the past President of Franklin County Trust for Historic Preservation. And I spent last night downloading and reading more than 40 State Journal articles, guest columns, and letters to the editor, a National Register of Historic Places nomination, a civil complaint and subsequent opinion and order, and the results of several open records requests, which included emails of the planning department, the applicant, a scathing and instructional letter from Otis Engineering alleging a plethora of potential violations, site development determinations from inspectors, and notices of violations from the Department for Environmental Protection, and more. And then I put them in chronological order and reread them. Yeah, I didn't go to sleep last night. But when you take this and put it in chronological order, you really get to see the complete record. And since we're starting a brand new evidentiary hearing today, I have a thumb drive here that has all of those documents, plus a link to the previous public hearings on this matter, so you have a complete record. Thank you.
Nope, my objection. Doesn't meet the 4:30 deadline, and it's certainly not subject to cross-examination.
It's evidence submitted in my testimony.
I don't understand why they wouldn't let us submit the whole records. Makes no sense.
Not being part of the public comment, I'm not gonna let that be turned in because it didn't meet the deadline.
Okay, they were referenced in my public comment and in my cross-examination, however, so. Anyway, Ms. Goddard is my aunt. I have, before she owned the property, my grandparents owned it and I have seen firsthand for the last 25 years, promises made to this community and not kept. That the urban development boundary was to remain at I-64 while the outskirts were to remain rural. It all mostly started in 1997 when the Bizacs bought the land for Cracker Barrel. The community rose up and the late Alice South Hume was still suing the county over it in 2004 all the way to the Kentucky Supreme Court. As a result, Cracker Barrel didn't even get to open until 2011. As you can see now, the community was justified in their fear. It was never going to end with Cracker Barrel. Since then, there has been an insidious encroachment by development on the last remnants of the historic agricultural horse farm corridor of Franklin County and a small community once called Jettown. And there's still pressure to build big box developments on Versailles Road while we still have 16 vacant storefronts in the Dick's Sporting Goods Mall at Jet Boulevard, while East Frankfort Shopping Mall and Century Plaza are desolate, and after we just approved another big box development on the west side by the Administrative Office of the Courts. The Blanton-Crutcher Farm is still on the National Register of Historic Places. However, the register is only a ceremonial designation and comes with no protections. And county planning, zoning, and ordinances do nothing to help with that, and that needs to change. The National Register form says the house and outbuildings were significant for their architecture, and the farm is significant for its continual agricultural use for over 200 years. The nomination reads, quote, "The soil of Franklin County, located in the bluegrass section of the state, is extremely fertile because of the underlying limestone rock which replenishes the soil. Most county farmers continue to grow tobacco, hemp, wheat, or oats. The land also lends itself to stock raising, producing fine cows, horses, and sheep." And that was the connection to Castle and Key, by the way. Those crops were helped make their bourbon historically. Continuing the quote, "The Blanton-Crutcher farm and dwelling are good examples of the evolution of the farm and farmhouse in Franklin County. From the time Blanton settled the land to the present time, the farm has been continuously worked. The latest methods were used as they were developed, making a productive and efficient farming operation. The evolution of the house from a simple early two-story structure to an elaborate Victorian mansion, now somewhat modernized, this is in 1970-something, reflects the continuing prosperity of the farm. While all of that was burned to the ground without the necessary zoning and environmental permits to do so, entire books have been written about this area of Franklin County and this little town named after the descendants of Hiram Jett. But since the house is gone, the integrity of the entire listing has been compromised and will most likely warrant removal from the National Register. Historic and heritage farms and structures are disappearing at an alarming rate, just like the rural community of Jett has. In some communities, demolition of a historic or landmark property without a permit would result in fines, penalties, mitigation costs, and even forcible rebuilding of the structure exactly as it was in some communities. In other communities, unpermitted demolition results in a 2, 5, or even 10-year moratorium on development by the owner. Had the county had preservation policies, and a landmarking program, and preservation incentives, someone may have purchased the property to save, utilizing federal and state tax credits available to National Register of Historic Properties. I ask that you reaffirm the Fiscal Court's denial of the zone change in order to maintain that buffer of industrial and rural zones, acknowledge the environmental impacts, and work to create better protections for historic properties in the counties. Thank you very much.
Thank you. If you'd like to turn any of that in, you can. If not, that's fine.
I would have to remove some of those copies. Is there?
She got it.
Okay. Thank you.
Just want to make sure. Thank you. Mary Palumbo.
Judge, may I ask a question? So, our last individual to testify had indicated that he had a flash drive to turn in, but then I heard that we're not accepting documents after 4:30. Is that correct? So do the people who are about to come up and speak know that whatever they're bringing with them, they can't hand in now? Do they know that?
But if this is part of their, basically what they're turning in is their public comments. That's different than evidence.
Were yours I'm just trying to make sure that that I understood. Is it more than
Mine was-
100% public comment? I'm trying to understand that,
They
that's
were
all.
supporting documents and evidence, supporting my position.
Okay.
It was everything that's happened up to this point is what he is on his flash drive.
The record, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just trying to make sure I'm
Yeah.
understanding the distinction,
Yeah.
that's all. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you for the
Mrs.
clarification.
Palumbo.
Hi, I'm Mary Palumbo, and thank you for having me today. I'm here to outline some of the reasons why I think you should support the zone change for 690 Duncan Road. Being last or near the end of your people testifying, my points will serve more as a recap of what you've already heard. So number one, the 3 existing industrial parks in Franklin County generate over $3.7 million in property tax to the county. These same 3 industrial parks provide more than 4,500 jobs. Their total salaries are $240 million, which provides over $2.4 million in occupational tax. With more pressure on the county budget before you pass any tax increase or cut services, I think the fiscal court should support projects that generate millions of additional tax dollars by making land available for future industrial growth, this one in particular. The comprehensive plan land use map designates the property as a future employment center. This property is surrounded on 3 sides by industrial zones, making it practical and feasible to rezone this one as well. We only have 3 scattered industrial zone properties that total less than 70 acres in the entire county, none of which are built or shovel ready. The Tierneys have been trying to get over the finish line for more than 3 years now, and they are willing to build out this property on Duncan Road to meet all the requirements that the Franklin County Planning Department has issued. The companies that will eventually build there on this property will generate additional millions of dollars in property tax and occupational taxes over the years to come. KCDC is turning away companies wanting to do business here because we don't have an adequate supply of industrial property. Our governor is encouraging communities to develop land and buildings for industrial projects. He recognizes that the available land is the most important aspect in the site selection process for developers. Developers want a site that is already zoned for their ultimate use, in this case, industrial. We need to repair our reputation among developers and companies by taking steps to say that Franklin County is open for business. This court can start to make this happen by approving the rezone request. If you support this rezone request, more capital will be invested in Franklin County. The vision statement in the current comprehensive work plan states that we want a healthy and public and private economy, one that supports strategic and sustainable growth, one that includes quality jobs, diverse industries, an expanded workforce, desirable housing options, and community facilities for present and future generations. To accomplish this, it takes money. We need an ever-growing tax base to improve our schools, parks, riverfront, health department, roads, bridges, just to name a few. With all this under consideration, I strongly urge you to vote and support the rezoning of 690 to stimulate local economic growth for years to come.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Brant Swagger. Brant, have you been sworn in?
No.
Okay. Madam Clerk?
Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Brent Swager. As many of you know, if not all of you, I serve on the Frankfurt and Franklin County Joint Planning and Zoning Commission. Although I'm a member of there, I'm not here representing the commission itself. But I was one of the 9 members that were present and heard this case and took action recommending to the Fiscal Court last year that for the denial of this application for a zone change. So I know that this is a day where you're taking testimony and evidence fresh, so I want to be sure that you knew the actions that were taken by the Planning Commission. So that's the purpose of my presentation today. So you've heard several times about what you need to consider. We had to go through this process. We had to consider the KRS. So you either has to meet the comprehensive plan, or there's two other options to consider if you feel like it does not meet the comprehensive plan. So in that case, it would either be that the current zoning is inappropriate and what's being proposed is appropriate, or there have been major changes that have happened that could not have been anticipated in the last comprehensive plan update and substantially altered the area. So I paraphrase that a little bit, but as you move forward in your decision, you will need to come up with findings of fact, or it's highly recommended so your decision stands should it, whatever it is, be challenged. So you need to have that support the determination that either of these conditions are met or they're not met. So what I passed out were the findings of fact that the Planning Commission approved. There were 9 of them. 6 were ultimately used in the motion that was made. I'm not going to read through every single one of them, but when you are looking at whether it meets the comprehensive plan, there's been a lot of discussion about that today.
Mr. Chair, I don't know how appropriate it is to read findings of fact made by a body that are based upon testimony that was taken by that body, not testimony that's presented to this body. So I don't know that it's appropriate. That's the reason. I mean, it seems to me that they can make their findings of fact based on what they heard, but this body needs to make the findings of fact based upon what was presented here today. So I don't even know whether Mr. Swigert was here all day.
I've been listening in here all day.
Okay, I didn't know that, but
Yes.
in any event, I don't think it's appropriate for him to pass out the findings. I mean, he might pass his own opinion about what a finding ought to be based upon the evidence he heard today.
I'm just simply going to say what the findings are, and they can either be accepted, rejected, ignored, and the Fiscal Court has an opportunity to do what they like with them, I think.
And reclaim time.
Can you put this in your own words and not from the Planning Commission?
Sure. Yeah.
I think that would be more proper. It comes from Brent Swigert and not from another body.
Yeah, well, and that's what I intend. I'm not speaking on behalf of the commission. This is just simply me. So.
Reclaim his time.
He had paused the time.
Thank you. Thank you.
So you have about 2.5 minutes.
Okay. So the first thing you have to do is figure out whether this meets the comprehensive plan. Typically what we do is we look at the future land use map, then we look at the whatever that is designated, then we look at the land use guidelines, and then we also look at the goals and policies. We've talked about this property has been either a commerce center or an employment center since 2001 in our comprehensive plan. Now, there's also, within those, we also have the zoning which they're asking for is industrial in general. These two things, the future land use categories that have been on there, are not compatible with industrial. There's a little bit of an overlap in things that are allowed, but there's a lot of other uses in the industrial that are not in the land use guidelines for the employment center. So that was really, in terms of meeting condition 1, it was hard to justify that was met. So we considered the other two things, looking at agriculture. Was that appropriate? Or was that inappropriate use? So one of our findings dealt with agriculture was something that was not inappropriate for that area. So then we looked at the last opportunity, and that was, were there major changes? And the commission found that there were no major changes that could not have been considered, or could have, could have been considered in the comp plan that were missed in 2016. So I wanted to share with you those. Obviously, you have a big decision, and you have to sift through all this testimony. Obviously, there's a lot of conflicting statements, things that you can consider, but it's a big decision. I wish you luck. And having been in the similar chair, it's, I'll just say I wish you luck, and thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Diane Zimmerman still here? She signed.
Our traffic engineer?
The traffic engineer spoke.
I know, but
Oh,
she
but
signed.
she
That's
signed
why-
again.
I just-
Okay.
Yeah, that's why I read it. Is there anybody, let me have the easier way, is there anybody who signed up who hasn't been called yet, in case I missed anybody?
Is there anybody still in the hall?
Rest outside. Check out the kids.
So,
I want to know why we didn't do Zoom this time. What did we do?
I think they can watch it, they're watching on TV, I don't know if they can hear out there.
Yeah, they could hear.
They can hear?
It's
Okay.
just a delay. It's a delay, though. It's just a delay, though.
Yeah, they move around, I didn't hear that.
You're on the sheet for public comments. You wanna-
I just want to, I reserve my comments and I'd like to make them, and I'll try to make it for 5 minutes.
Okay.
Under 5 minutes,
Well,
because
it's
it's very repetitive.
Okay. Just making sure I'm doing this somewhat right, so.
I thank you all for your attention. I appreciate the new members, because the new members, it's the first time they've been having the opportunity to hear this. And I really appreciate the old members, because it's at least the third time you've heard it or reviewed it. It's confusing what's happened here. So, I'm just going to refer you to the ordinance that I tendered back at tab 5. And if you want to know what happened here, I tried to recite in the ordinance the procedural things that happened and the dates that they happened. But this is the fourth hearing we've had here. The hearing the fellow just spoke about here before the planning commission was the third hearing. And what he forgot to say is the fiscal court did not consider those recommendations, but they considered the testimony and made their own findings of fact about the matter that's before you today. Now, I think it's important to focus in on why, or just where Mr. Hewitt started. What is the statutory requirements for a zone change? And what evidence relates to that? What criteria have to be considered? We've had a lot of testimony about Mr. Tierney and what a bad actor he is. Well, that is, I don't see that in the statute. We've had a lot of testimony about a house he tore down, and that's not in the statute. We've had a lot of testimony about violations that have occurred and a lot of officials that enforce the violations out there, but we've heard no testimony about any charge, any fine, any type of violation that was alleged or that was prosecuted against Mr. Tierney. We have heard Mr. Tierney say that there was none. Now, Mr. Tierney, I mean, you can take it for what, it's like there's two different people here, so you can choose what you want to believe about it, but you really don't have to believe anything about Mr. Tierney, because this is a zone change based upon the statute. What's the law? Mr. Swigert, I think, told you just about what the law was, but not exactly, but let's just say he was close enough. Is this proposal in accord with the adopted comprehensive plan? Is it? There's fact number one. The property has been designated in the comp plan future land use map for 20 years as an employment center, and that is why I started on tab 1 with that map, because that is, that is where you start with if a client comes to me and asks me, well, what are we going to do about zoning this property? That's the first place I go, because that is where The community has spoken. The committee has met. In your case, you've got one going on, I think it's gonna go on 2 years. They've considered all of this mishmash of information, and they have put together a map, basically, to show the community how to go. Ms. Goddard said she participated in at least 1 or 2 of those committees. So, then this fact number 2, if you look at the present zoning map, which is tab 2 in here, I've said at the previous hearings, and I'll repeat this, this piece of property looks like the missing piece of a puzzle. When I sit down with my 3-year-old granddaughter to work a puzzle, and we got this piece right here, where does it go? It's at the Franklin County Park. It's surrounded by IG, and it fits right in the piece. Now, that may be too simplistic to think about that, but it certainly is compelling evidence. Does it comply with the text of the comprehensive plan? Well, before I go there, does it comply? Has the community recognized this as industrial property for 21 years? You just only have to look at tabs number 4 and see the water and sewer maps. I mean, this is almost the strongest and best evidence that the community's Frankfurt Plant Board had planned to put some industrial development on this property. If not, they would not have built a 24-inch water line. If you looked at the text, I'm not going to go through each section of the text, but the development guidelines, if you look at those development guidelines, this property fits. I drug in here off the street, or Mr. Tierney's paying money to under the table or something. He is the guy that's been the planning director here for 16 years. He's the guy with the knowledge in the room. And he has recommended that this zone change be approved. He's presented compelling testimony concerning how it meets the goals and policies of the comprehensive plan. Now, will it have an effect on Castle and Key? They've been at every hearing. They talk about how much money they've spent, and one of them turns around and tells Mr. Tierney that he's the money man, and then Mr. Arvin tells you that he spent tens of millions of dollars down there and it's 100,000 people visit. Well, I don't know who the money man in the room is, but it's not what's to be considered in this forum. What's to be considered is you all, as the elected representatives, need to make a determination whether this application is within the comprehensive plan or it's not, or whether the appropriate use of this land that the Frankfurt Plant Board has put up on their, if you ever watch Chicago PD and how they put the pictures up on the bulletin board of the things that are important. Well, Frankfurt Plant Board, they've got this on their bulletin board in their conference room as a potential industrial use of piece of property. So it's not about all those things. What it's about is, does this piece of property that's been designated in the future land use map complies with the general guidelines of the comprehensive plan, complies with at least 4 goals of the comprehensive plan and policies thereunder, that's been recognized by the county and city for 20 years as industrial property? Is it within the comprehensive plan to rezone this property? We submit that there's no question about that. We would ask you to look at you can adopt them if you want to, or not. And you probably won't. But back at tab number 5, I'm almost finished, Mr. Blackburn.
All right.
Back at tab number 5 is proposed findings. If you adopt these, then your decision will be upheld by the Franklin Circuit Court. In Mr. Hewitt's report on page 19, he has proposed findings. If you adopt those, you won't be reversed by the Franklin Circuit Court. So just remember that your job is serious, and whatever decision you decide to make findings of fact that will support it. Thank you. Thank you.
Sorry.
I am fine.
No, I started a minute late.
Oh.
You blow you a little bit.
here, could you reserve some time?
Yes, thank you. I'll do my best to be brief. There are a few things I'd like to enter into the record in closing. The first two items are notification letters from me on county letterhead to the planning director for the Woodford County Planning Commission, as well as the plaintiff in the Wingate case from Kentucky Resources Council. So probably above and beyond, but I thought it was the right thing to do. So I wanted to enter those in the record. Additionally, on one of my display boards that had the comprehensive plans there, I showed the cover sheet and the text of the three plans, you know, the 2001, 2010, 2016. What I didn't show was the readoption of the 2016 because it just got readopted. We didn't revise the cover sheet. So what I'd like to submit into the record is the staff report from both myself and the City of Frankfort Planning and Community Development Director Eric Cockley, along with minutes from that planning commission, which they formally readopted the 2016 comprehensive plan. That way, the record shows that it was formally adopted by that body in accordance with KRS. All right. And then lastly, as I've indicated on page 18 of my staff report, I've provided 8 findings of fact in which I strongly believe I've provided not only testimony but actual evidence into the record to support all 8 of those findings. And I believe based on those findings, you could support this request. My recommendation and support the criteria in 100.213 item 1. And if you don't feel comfortable with that, then I think my findings also will support subsection A of item 1. So it can be your pick, but I believe that, well, I know I've spent a lot of time on this. This is my 4th public hearing on this item. And each time it occurs, I dig deep and I learn more information and I do my best to present factual information to this body so you can make the most educated decision with the information that you have available. I do want to thank you for allowing the opportunity for the public to participate in this hearing and once again for you all, because the comprehensive plan and these decisions are about the community's request. It's what, you know, the document, the comprehensive plan is a community-based document. And we always stress that when we're revising the comprehensive plan and also when we're doing an action that refers back to the comprehensive plan. It was based on the wants of the community and formally adopted by the Fiscal Court or the legislative body. So thank you once again for the public participation in the planning process, and with that, I'll release the rest of my time. Thank you.
Judge. I just wanted to clarify, if I could, quickly from earlier today. I got a copy of the National Register that I was going to enter into the record earlier today, so I wanted to submit that. And to clarify, I was mistaken on my memory of the map that I referenced, the agricultural map. It's actually our own comprehensive plan, page 85 of the digital document, that references area in this land in this area, including the subject property that is of statewide significance. So it's, again, page 85 of our own comprehensive plan. And it's not, there is an external agricultural map that I've seen as well, but this was the document that I saw, and I brought that up with Mr. Hewitt at lunch. Thank you.
Judge, would you make sure that there's no one else signed up to give public comment?
Anything else? Any person signed up to give public comment at this time? Last call. Anybody else? All righty. Do I have a motion to cease public comments?
So moved.
Second.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Squire Ashton?
Yes.
Squire Blackburn?
Yes.
Squire Likas?
Yes.
Squire Tracy?
Yes.
Squire Tanner?
Yes.
Squire Liskman?
Yes.
Judge Miller?
Yes. Do I have a motion to accept written comments from the public that were received by the 4:30 deadline, either by postal mail or email address set up specifically for this hearing?
So moved.
A second.
All in favor, say, I'm sorry. Clerk, call the roll.
Squire Ashton?
Yes.
Squire Blackburn?
I want to comment. I think with on the adoption of the codified ordinances, some language was changed, which I was unaware of. So I would have liked them to have had more time. So I'm a no.
Squire Dykus,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Tanner,
Yes.
Squire Whitman,
Yes.
Judge Miller.
Yes. Do I have a motion to close the public hearing and to table the item until a transcript of the public hearing can be prepared?
Judge, I'd like to make a request before we do that.
Okay.
Might we consider, because there was some variation and even in my understanding of when public comments were due, that we could continue the acceptance of statements by email until 4:30 tomorrow?
I second that motion.
I think it's a good idea.
I did mistakenly tell a few people that it was 4:30 yesterday instead of Monday, and that was my fault, but I thought that that was the case. The notice was not sent to the magistrates, to my knowledge.
And so your motion was to accept public comment, but it was not anything further than just comment?
Just through tomorrow.
Comments through tomorrow at 4:30.
Just don't know how we can do that if the legal comment that we ran in public in the newspaper said otherwise. I don't know how we could go.
All we're doing is extending it.
I'm
We're not
opposed.
shortening it.
Mine's just go.
It should be here today, 4:30. Not that I think it
I'm asking
Giving people
legal
more
basis
of a
to do so.
chance to
Yeah, we
comment.
just need a legal ruling.
I don't think it changes anything either way, Mr. Armstead.
Let's vote on it. That's the easiest way to do it.
Judge,
Go ahead.
what did the legal advertisement say?
Yeah,
What was the date on that?
February 27th.
and what did it say? I think that was the question.
Right.
What did it say? I think's what he asked. What did it say?
What was the verbiage of the legal advertisement? Did it say there was a deadline for public comment?
Can somebody find it?
Written comments were due no later than February 27th at 4:30 PM. Not, that's pretty close, but don't vote on it again.
Yeah, but we took them through last night.
We have a first and a second already, so I think we have to vote.
That's fine.
Yeah.
What exactly are we voting on?
To extend the deadline to tomorrow at 4:30. But I don't know.
Just for written comments, correct?
Just written.
Yeah.
Okay, I've got a point of clarification. So does this enter documents into the record? We have told people that they had a specific time, and would this be something that literally, because we have allowed comments outside of a window, which is what Judge Wingate said to us last time, comments were allowed outside of a window, and this got it pushed right back to this court after it made a decision.
It was in the
So,
paper.
I'm not an attorney, but I'm the best fake attorney going, so.
It was in the
Well, we
paper the
took, did we not
26th.
just take written comments through today, though? Didn't we just do that?
It's public comments, but they had to be there in person.
Those were
They had to be there in
public.
person.
That's a different.
It
We
says
took
specifically.
written ones too, and we got emails. I mean, I took written comments last night through freaking midnight, I can assure you.
But you didn't.
Via
individually.
email.
But that's not gonna be turned in as part of the record.
I'm just saying, yeah, well, what do you think, Max? What's,
I think we need to comply with what the legal notice says.
Okay.
If we're only taking written comments through the 27th, I think we need to.
Just stop it
comply
there.
with
okay,
with what has been put in the paper. In addition, I think it was noted that if they appeared here today,
In
they were,
person.
you could make comments in person. So I think we should
Okay.
comply with the written notice that was provided.
I'll do what you
That would
say.
be my recommendation.
I do what you tell me to do.
How long was that notice? If you don't, just clarification. How long did we have that notice? How long were they informed of the deadline? Was it 14 days or 7?
It ran twice, and it was about 10 days.
10 days.
It ran on a Wednesday, and it ran on a weekend paper.
Okay.
All righty.
I'll rescind my motion.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm not going to this one. Okay, I'm gonna read this again. Do I have a motion to close the public hearing and table the item until a transcript of the public hearing can be prepared?
So moved.
Second,
Clerk, please call roll.
Squire Sebastian.
yes.
Squire Blackburn.
Yes.
Squire Dykus.
Yes.
Squire Tracy.
Yes.
Squire Tanner.
Yes.
Squire Whitman.
Yes.
Judge Miller.
Yes. You That's one thing here.
So how long you think that would take, tomorrow, or next day? Next week? How long?
I think I need a beer.
That's a lot of comments.
6:30. Oh, no. I got a hustle, man.
I'm not gonna make it.
I can't be missing that.
I don't think so, it's like 300.
Oh, yeah, well, that'll be the end of next week. Whatever, tomorrow.
May I ask a point of clarification from the public?
It's too close, I can tell you right now, it's too close. So, my question, judges, is when will we get the transcript? Because we will need
That's-
adequate time.
That's where I'm headed.
To review the transcript
Yeah.
as well as other,
Yeah.
because, drone footage, I heard about that today, we need to look at that. So, I mean, it's not just reading
Right.
documents. There are a variety of methods of transmitting information to this body.
Yeah, no, I agree, and that's what we were just checking there, because I originally had a date here, but I'm afraid I don't want to jump the gun on anything or promise anything, so I think the way we leave it is that we will announce when the findings of facts, for the second reading of the ordinance will be at a later date, once we get all the transcripts and give everybody adequate time to read over it. So I think at this point, we're just going to leave it open until we go from there. Is that okay, Mr. County Attorney?
3 weeks
Are
from
we gonna meet the deadline?
All right, anything else before we,
May I ask a point of clarification for the public?
okay?
Are new hearings normally posted at the property, telling the public the date and time of the public hearing? Because it was not in this case. I just wanted to ask that question, so that you know beforehand.
As we stated before the hearing started, I believe that the notice requirements were met by the court.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. I just wanted that clarification. Thank you.
All righty, do I have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
So moved.
Second.
No?
All good?
We didn't close the
We
hearing.
did. We did, we closed it.
Who's second?
Right here.
Everybody.
Your famous
Roll call.
first and second.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Squire Sebastian?
Yes.
Squire Blackburn?
Yes.
Squire Lightfoot?
Yes.
Squire Tracy?
Yes.
Squire Tanner?
Yes.
Squire Wisman?
Yes.
I should have
Judge
voted no.
Moore?
I just want to thank everybody that attended. I thank everybody that presented. I think it went well, and I'm proud to be sitting up here with everybody, so I'm a yes. We're adjourned.